I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal for how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who be caught up in using what I was scarred with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. Soul been torn, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in place to be, what's good? It's your man's Uncle Freezy. What's good? What's good? Welcome to the Knicks morning drive. Okay? Welcome to the Knicks morning drive. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, man. I got something I want to say before I bring everybody on, right? All right, so let's get this out the way. Blue tears, orange tears, orange tears, blue tears, orange tears, orange tears. Okay? What's good? All right. All right. And those ready to party, throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some loot and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, oh yeah. Okay, nobody's saying, oh yeah, in the chat. Let me say it one more time. Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some loot and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, oh yeah. All right, there we go. There we go. Chris Burke's rocking the party. MIG, Mig rocking the party. What's good? Somebody say, oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. D is balling. There you go. There you go. Julian Blum. There you go. There you go. Y'all know how to rock the party that rocks the body. Y'all in there. Y'all in there. Y'all know how to rock the party. Right? So, I was talking to my man, Mr. Cleveland. Right? I'm like, Cleve, why you always, Cleve like, yo, I need an aspirin, Uncle Freezy. So Cleve is about, I'm going to just say he about 50 years older than me. So that make him about 100. Right? Yeah, he ain't really 100. He just act like it. He just act like it, right? I hear Cleve first before. And I can call him Cleve. Y'all can't call him Cleve. Y'all got to call him Mr. Cleveland, right? And not somebody that y'all know. Not Ron. Shout out to Ron, man. Ron, man, I'm sorry about you know what I'm saying, the loss and things, man. It hurt my heart, bro, when I heard. Y'all know Ron Cleveland like my brother, right? Ron Cleveland is like my little brother, man. That's my bro, right? But not that Cleveland. This is another Cleveland. This is This dude's first name is Cleveland. That lets you know how old he is. He old school, right? So I hit Cleveland, right? I hit Mr. Cleveland. He like, oh Lord. I go over and he like, Uncle Freezy, come here. And so I go over there. I stand by him, right? He keep waving me. Come on. And I go over there and I'm like, yo, what's wrong? He like, these shoes, they killing my feet. So I'm like, Cleve, these shoes killing your feet? He's like, yeah, they hurt my foot. They hurt my foot, man. So I'm like, Cleve, all this walking we do at night, man, and you gonna get you some shoes that hurt your feet? He's like, yeah, they beautiful shoes, ain't they? And I'm like, yeah, these are nice. Why are you trying to? And this is me cracking jokes all the time. I can't help it. This is just me having fun. Listen, I can't help it. If y'all don't like having fun, y'all in the wrong spot. This is just me having fun. I'm just being myself. So I say, Cleve, listen. Why are you wearing church shoes to work? He like, everybody, and this Mr. Cleveland. Mr. Cleveland like, I don't want to say his last name. I don't want to say his last name. I ain't want to, people looking him up and disturbing the peace. But Cleve like, don't nobody be one of them big biscuit toe shoes, biscuit toe boots I be wearing. I'm like, what you got against? What you got against? What you got against Timberlands? I ain't wearing no Brogaines. Okay, all right. So for one name, Brogaines, bro. These are not Brogaines, right? What we have on, we like they call Timberlands, man. They expensive, man. They're a pretty good shoe, boot, He like, I ain't wearing that. But I'm like, Cleve, you got on church shoes, bro. You trying to slide all night? You know what I'm saying? You sliding around the floor. You know what I'm saying? He like, I'm not wearing no boots all night. But I'm like, hey man, but them shoes, they pinching your feet. He like, I ain't wearing no biscuit toe boot. And I'm like, calm down, man. Why you yelling at me? He's like, I'm sorry, man, but these shoes, they hurting my feet. And I was like, yo, they hurt your feet, man, because church shoes ain't designed to be in for 8 hours, bro. You're like, Uncle Freezy, you got to be patient. You wear them and you got to break them in. Once they get broke in, and I'm like, listen, you ain't about to get Uncle Freezy wearing those church shoes to work. You ain't ready to clown me. I ain't about to be in here. Yeah, bro, I'm not, this ain't the Temptations, bro. You know what I'm saying? This ain't the Temptation. Yo, we ain't about to treat her like a lady, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hey Mocha, what's that Temptation song? What's that Temptation song they dance around with them church shoes on? Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I'm not coming to work dressed like Prince, bro. I'm a different type of dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm not coming to work sliding across the floor like this Prince in the Revolution, bro. So I tell Cleve, Cleve, listen, I'm not coming to work dressed like Prince. And he like, Prince, you talking about that boy with the hair? Yes, okay, we getting somewhere. So Cleve tell me like, hey man, that's what's wrong with y'all. That's why y'all all broke down. Cause y'all don't know how to get good shoes. And I'm like, Cleve, how do I not know how to wear good shoes when you are the one at work that have to take an aspirin during work? Because you got on church shoes. Right? Right? So so he like, so Mr. Cleveland, so Cleveland like, hey, but you know what though? When I get them broken in, they're gonna be good forever. When you get yours broken in, you're gonna have to buy some more. And that set with me for a second. Because he's right. Because he's right. It don't know when he said that, it made me think about the Knicks. Right? Should we just be patient with the Knicks? Go through a little pain early on in order to benefit from everything down the road? Suffer and struggle in the beginning, say the first half of a season, so that the next 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years are legit something that we enjoy. Is that what we are? Should we, as Knicks fans, suffer through these tight shoes and take this aspirin and such in the short run, so that in the long run, we can benefit and enjoy, reap the rewards of that short-term struggle? Cleve, you be inspiring us with your weird stuff, bro. Cleve like 112 years old and be trying to boss everybody around with tight church shoes on and life lessons. If you're a Knicks fan today, well, if you're a Knicks fan today, are you frustrated about a random regular season loss to Boston when you were shorthanded on the road? Or are you thinking about how Tibbs and the front office and the young guys and Randall and RJ, all of them are working together to try to make sure the future is bright for the organization? Think about that. Are you Cleve with tight shoes on, knowing that after a few days, a few weeks, those shoes are going to be good for the rest of your life? Or are you a wound tight Knicks fan, ready to explode at the next bad thing, the next perceived bad thing that's going to happen? I was with you. Then I talked to Cleve. Right? And so there's a lesson. There's a lesson in what was said and what was done. Short-term struggle, we'll call it growth, for long-term sustained success. Which would you rather have? Would you rather have short-term success and long-term uncertainty, or short-term uncertainty for long-term success? Which would you rather have as a Knicks fan? I know some of you guys are like, Tibbs is crazy. He don't give Obi minutes. I know some of you guys are like, the front office are doofuses and they don't know what they're doing. Some of you guys are saying trade Randall and all this stuff. What's going to happen when all of this stuff comes together? Are you going to forget about all the previous emotions? and just rock with it? Or are you going to hang on to those tangled emotions and say, I don't care how successful we are, the struggle is now. So I want to say to everybody going forward, what I want to do is not get so caught up in the struggle of transition. I want to look at things positively and be a driver of positivity, right? Does it mean that I'm going to say all politically correct stuff? No, it does not. Because I am going to be myself. And I don't care who likes it or who don't, but Uncle Freezy is going to be Uncle Freezy. Right? That's just what it is. Right? But tonight, the Knicks played the San Antonio Spurs. They lost last night to the Brooklyn Nets. I'm sure they do not want to lose 2 in a row, but they're going to be warm, broken down, and tired. It's the perfect opportunity for the Knicks to get back on track. Now, with that said, I'm gonna throw this link in the chat. Throw this link in the chat and bam. Justin Smith, thank you for the generous contribution. Justin Smith says, Tibbs still using the playbook from when New Jack City came out. Stay the course, go youth movement, get an innovative offensive defensive coach. Hey, good comment there, bro. I like that comment. Karen Fung is in the building. Karen Fung says, we will probably win. Miss Geraldine is in the building. Miss Geraldine says, I'm going to rock with my team in the good times and the bad. Die hard Knicks fan for life. Anthony D became a member. What's good, Anthony D?
Hey,
What's good?
What's good, Freeze? You know, I know today's a good morning.
What's that?
Cause you put the beat, son.
The beat was fire.
So I'm talking about.
I told you I had it, man. I kept hitting the wrong one. I had it the whole time. I just messed up, man. Yeah, man. How you doing, man?
What's good, Freeze? Talk to me, brother.
Hey, man. Uh-oh. Thank you, boss. Okay. All right. Okay. Showstopper. Okay. All right. DSJ, what's good?
What's going on, Unc? What's going on, D's Ballin'? What's popping?
The real DSJ. What's up, brother?
I got something. Hey, D, I'm sorry. DSJ, I got something for you. Right?
Okay.
You know I like poetry, right? So, okay, if you didn't know, okay, now I just said I like poetry, right? So,
Uncle Freeze, you got me a haiku?
No. No, I can't get the lines right. You know it's multi-syllabic, supposed to end in certain, and I just can't get it right, bro.
575.
575. Okay. How about this? In the immortal words of the great American poet, Grand Poobah, he says, Now, a lot of people think it's as easy as it looks. Books and books of rhyme concepts and hooks, session to session, to get thoughts manifested, stressing and stressing to hit the world with a blessing. That is Grand Poobah circa 1998. Bim.
Salute to Brand Nubian on that.
Don't let it go to your head.
Mm.
Bim.
Hip hop at its finest.
Bim.
So when you was talking about the whole situation with Cleveland, Mr. Cleveland, salute to him. All I could think about was Morris Day in Purple Rain movie, talking to the girls, talking about your shoes too tight. I don't know why that was in my head, but the whole time you was talking about him in the shoes, I thought about either A, him doing the James Brown across the floor.
Listen. Funny. Bro, you ever worked with some you ever worked with somebody that's legit over 90 years old?
Yep.
They are different people, bro.
Hell yeah.
And a lot of our maintenance guys.
Yeah.
I was going to say there was a concession guy that was like around 80, and he used to tell me these crazy stories from the 30s and
all the time, man. All the time. And so I'd be like, Cleve, why you always bring your lunch from home, bro? You know what's a little spot down the street, man? We can run, and he like, that's why y'all don't never had no money.
He'll start telling you the history, like before the store was there. There was a bank that him and his wife used to go to when they first got married and all that stuff.
Yo, you must be spying on us, bro. You must be spying on us. Good, yeah. Because he be like, yo, I remember the year you was born. We had just paid off our house. Like, golly,
milk was 89 cents, and a loaf of bread was 50 cents. And
yeah, man. He good people though. But when he told me the thing about the shoe, I was like, yep. That Knicks fans are going through that right now, bro. Knicks fans are going through what they think is the struggle. But bro, what we're going through right now is not the struggle. What it is we've come a long way, and I think we as Knicks fans are taking or are wanting to take the shortcut to success. But oh, you on camera? You want to be on camera? No. Come on. Y'all want to see me smoker? All right, give me a second, y'all.
I'm gonna let Freezy go on his rant, and then we'll analyze some of the things he said. Some of the things he said have to be addressed.
Okay, come on with it.
No, I want you to finish though first, Freezy. Sorry,
okay. So the thing is with us, bro, is we have come a long way, right? So D, check this out. I don't know if you remember this. I don't even know if you care.
Maybe I do. Let's find out.
3 short years ago, this team played 82 games, right? And won 17 of them.
Right.
That was 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Right. 2 years ago, the front office thought they put together a playoff roster, and the roster was trash because the coach that was tasked to coach them was an abstract disaster.
Yeah.
And they ran him out of town. And they replaced him, and they made a mistake by firing him during the season and replacing him with the village idiot. Right? Mike Miller.
Mike Miller wasn't too bad.
No, bro, D, listen. if I have you on my bench, I'm talking about you, D is balling
Mm-hmm.
on my bench, and I have Buddy Lee,
Mm-hmm.
right? I'm not gonna go to D is balling and say, hey, listen, I know you put in a lot of work, all this stuff you put in, but I'm gonna put Buddy Lee. I'm gonna install Buddy Lee as the head coach. Do you mind staying? You gonna be like, hell no, I ain't staying. For one, and okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, I hear what you mean. It was a bad
Toppin?
executive decision once again.
Right, and so you have Caleb Canales,
Sorry, DSJ.
one of the co-creators of Dame Time, on your bench, right? On your bench, you could have Dame Time in its third season right now, but you chose not to do that.
Mm-hmm. I heard.
Because you chose Buddy Lee, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, that's not on Mike Miller though.
Yeah, he can't help. He can't help. He's Buddy Lee. He's Buddy Lee. He can't help it.
The only thing I would have
Bears just let go of Matt Nagy.
Well, good.
The only thing I would have done different if I was Mike Miller is that I would have shown the world that I could develop a team instead of a win now. I thought that was his downfall.
Well, but you know what though?
Especially that he was a G League coach and all he was about was development from the get. So it didn't make sense.
But the only player he developed was a top 8 pick in the draft. You remember Trey Burke? Trey Burke was a top 8 pick playing in the G League. Did he really develop Trey Burke?
We can make that argument, but my point is that regardless of his resume, that's what he was there to do as a G League coach.
Right. Okay.
Right.
So, but to the point though that I was making is this: 3 years ago, we were a 17-win team. 2 years ago, the Village Idiots couldn't win a game. These dudes at one point were 2-10. 2-10 and had RJ Barrett playing point guard. Okay, whatever. They were so bad that the team president and GM had to come in front of everybody and do a press conference. Like, hey, wait a minute. But before y'all say we're clowns, this is what we're looking to do. Right? And then so you clean house, and then you bring in new people last year, and they go from being an abstract disaster to somewhat respectable. Right? And so in that going to somewhat respectable thing, okay, wait a minute, let me do this real quick.
Amazing take. I don't want to step top of the morning. This is an amazing take. I don't want to step on it, so I'm just waiting my turn. Good morning, fellas.
Hey,
what else,
So again, 3 years ago, 17 wins. 2 years ago, Ringling Brothers. Last year, a little bit of respectability. We're not Ringling Brothers anymore. We took down the tent, picked up the 3 rings, all that stuff. We actually look like we could be something if we continue to make positive steps. This year, a slight regression, a slight regression, and
a giant regression.
It's not, bro. 3 years ago, you won 17 games. Right now,
I know where you're going. I'm talking about from last year to this year.
Right. But it's not the regression to 3 years ago.
Okay.
And this season is not over. And so here's the thing. Knicks fans assume that you go from 17 wins to 22 wins to 41 wins to 55 wins. Eastern Conference Finals. Right? That's what they're but what we're not doing as a fan base is recognizing that for one, first of all, the pandemic is affecting everybody. There are a lot of teams that had success last year that are struggling this year, not just us, right? So the struggle is real throughout the NBA, and the Knicks are a part of that, right? And secondly, what they don't realize is our team is so young and have so many new parts that our core does not have the time to gel like last year's team. Last year's team was in their second year of being together, right? This year's team has only played 40 games together, right? So we assume that just because we are New York, that we should get better just off that. And that's not how things work. When things are organic, that means things come together naturally. You know what I'm saying? And we don't want to allow these things to come together naturally because we've been so bad for so long. At the same time, have the New York state of mind that we think it is manifest destiny that we get to a certain point. And there is no such thing as manifest destiny, bro, not in sports. Not in sports. Because the other team wants to win just as bad as you do.
Okay. All right, Freezy. You said a lot. So allow me to unpack it one piece at a time.
All right.
First of all, I see you took your optimistic juice this morning, which is all good. There's nothing wrong with that. Here's my thing. My thing is that throughout the season, whether Kemba Walker's been there, whether Derrick Rose has been there, whether Evan Fournier's been there, we've been an inconsistent team after our 5-1 start. And history tells me that when your team is inconsistent for long stretches, and whether it's quarter to quarter, game to game, those are usually signs that this is not a very good team. That's one. Number two, a slight regression. I can't agree with you with that, Freezy. And I'll tell you why. Julius Randle is down 6 points per game from last season. Not two, not one. 2 and 1 you may consider a slight regression. 5 to 6. 10 percentage points down from his 3-point percentage from last season. That's a large regression. RJ Barrett, I think he's averaging 2 or 3 points less than last season. And all his numbers from field goal percentage to 3-point percentage has gone down either 5 to 4 points. That's a big regression. So my point to you, Freezy, is just that I understand that, and you have a very optimistic attitude, and I will congratulate it because you are correct. The way to get where you want to get, sometimes you got to take a step back or so in order to make 3 or 4 steps forward. But the issue is that doesn't happen while your players are regressing so badly. Okay? And I don't want to hear the spiel about, we didn't have Derrick Rose last night. We didn't have Kemba Walker. We have Evan Fournier. We haven't had Evan Fournier for 80% of this season, and he's been on the basketball court.
Facts.
He's only showed up at a couple of games.
The field
Kemba,
Celtics.
right. Kemba Walker had a good week. Tom Thibodeau has ran him to the ground. Knees started acting up. He might be out another couple of games. And regardless, he also said him at the beginning of the season. When Derrick Rose was there, besides the ankle injury, we were still a 500 to 1 to 2 game below 500 team. You talked about guys being plugged in. Only a couple of guys have been plugged in. We basically have the same team. And if we do have the rookies, and if you're going to say that, I will counter with that and say that Tibbs has pretty much ran the same rotation as he did last year. especially with Kemba Walker being out for that stretch. So this is almost the same team. So
there's good news though.
what's that, DJ?
Kemba has been moved from doubtful to questionable for tonight's game.
There we go, DSJ. That's what we want to hear.
There we
So you
go.
might
Some
play.
optimism for you.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate that. I'm not being negative. I'm just being objective. I'm just being realistic, and I'm using things that you can look up and find yourself, right, to make my argument, to make my points. So I'll wrap it up because I want other guys to go too, is that I think there's certain pieces that have to be put in place. There's certain things that have to go a certain way. And in order to give that scenario, what you're talking about for the sustainable future. And as of right now, I'm not going to be doing gloom and say it's not going to happen. But I'm saying as of right now, I don't see it trending towards that direction.
See, I just have to. Oh, somebody else going? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, GR. You in the whip.
No, I just got one thing I'm ready to go to blows with D over that I disagree with.
Yeah, no problem.
Tibbs ain't run Kemba's knees in the ground. Kemba's knees been running the ground for a year and a half now. And it's bone on bone. And it's never getting better. It was a conversation in his press conference. So that's the only thing. So that's a joke. That's nothing to really disagree with much. That was sarcasm. Only thing is, I'm gonna tell the story a tad bit differently and get to the same end result that you got to. Last year, Julius Randle, I don't know if he's done good for the Knicks, bad for the Knicks, but he did something. And what he did was couldn't be ignored by the NBA, couldn't be ignored by the players, couldn't be ignored by the Knicks. Drove him to $100 million. The only problem is I felt the sense of urgency. I think there should have been a sense of urgency to find Julius's running mates. And for the simple reason is this, it's the salary cap. So if you were going to tear up Jules' contract and re-sign him for $100 million, you could have went over the cap. He's your player. You have his bird rights. So that gave you plenty of time to go and sign a bunch of guys that would complement Jules and make this team better immediately. We signed Evan Fournier. And can't nobody tell me that we didn't intend to make Evan Fournier Julius's running mate, because in preseason we immediately saw this two-man play where Evan and Jules would go swing, 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 back, forth, back, forth. So this was definitely a game plan. It was definitely a game plan. And it failed. So I don't know what Leon Rose is going to do. I don't know if Worldwide West and these guys but this team is much worse than last year's team. Like D said, it's in the statistics, and there's not a lot. I don't see where the room for potential is, unless some rabbit comes out of a hat. I mean, so we're a bottom 10 team as of today. You're only as good as your last game. We're a bottom 10 team in the NBA. That's lottery. Yep. Roll a Charmin tank.
Yeah, let me say one thing. And I think we're pretty much on the same road. Like, we may take different scenic roads to get to the same highway, but we're in the same highway though. But I will say this about the Kemba Walker point, is that if I'm a coach and I know that Kemba Walker's been having troubles with his knees the last couple of years, right? And that he's had trouble playing back to back, I'm not going to go through a week stretch of playing 35 plus for 4 straight games. That was my point.
Same point, D. That's what I was going to. Remember, I told you guys, G. I remember I came on before the Pistons game. I said I don't feel comfortable with Kemba Walker playing 40 minutes back-to-back nights, and that's exactly what he did. We played him 40 minutes, for like 3 straight nights. And when you do that, you're making the risk even greater.
I will say this, though, because that was an amazing retort, amazing rebuttal, battle rap style rebuttal. The only problem is I think Tibbs is petty, too. And I think he benched Kemba for a reason. He said, y'all want me to play him? And I'm going to play him
Play him to the ground. Yeah.
Gonna treat him no different than nobody else. If I run Randall out there 40 to win games, then I can run running Kimball out there to run 40. And he knew he wasn't going. He knew he was gonna break down.
You can agree. You can make that.
That could be it.
That's a fair point, Gr.
It's just another.
And you know what, G? If that was his mentality, that's foul.
Yeah.
Because you're not putting the player's well-being top priority. You're putting your agenda.
Right.
So I really hope that's not the case. I'm gonna be optimistic about that.
DSJ, you was about to say something?
Oh yeah, I was just actually commending your point. You know what I'm saying, as far as the whole situation with Kemba, knowing that, you know, again with the knee issues, and again the fact that you pointed out on the back-to-back how uncomfortable you were with the whole thing during the Detroit game. But Gi, I hope you're being safe out there while you're on your way to Mei Ling to get fitted for your outfits from Singapore. I know she got the best fabric in the world. But stay safe out there, bro. End of the day, you know, my biggest problem is, again,
what's that? The GW?
G-Dub.
Yeah, my biggest problem is, again, just the fact that there's too many issues to point out. You know what I'm saying? As far as with Evan Fournier, that signing, the amount for that signing, the timing of that, you know, as far as how many years you're giving them, all these other deals that you got on the table, Nerlens Noel, and where was the thought process of upgrading any of those positions while you have free agents available in regards to upgrades? Rashawn Holmes was available and signed a deal to stay with Sacramento for $33 million for 3 years. That's basically the same deal you gave to Evan Fournier. I mean, to Nerlens Noel.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Yep. We complain about the fact that we don't have any offense from the center position. Well, you could have had that.
Yep.
I'ma do Diallo.
Yep.
I mean, everybody is talking.
Will Barton from Denver would have been cheap too.
Bol would have been cheap.
Freezy, that's my guy. I was so mad that we didn't try to trade for him.
Bol.
So mad.
So they gave up Roddy Magruder and the second rounder.
They gave up garbage. We
potato chips and guacamole.
We could have traded Arcidiacono in a second and got him.
Yeah.
They didn't even want it.
Freezy, let me wrap up what you're trying to say in a couple of words. This is what you want, and this is something I'm not willing to buy.
Okay.
But you're doing a great job of selling it.
Right. You bought it. You just don't know it yet.
No, definitely not. It may be in the cart, but it's there because the wife just wants to make it look like I was busy for the day trying to get something that you were selling. So I'll tell you that this Freezy.
Okay.
You're telling me that I went from a bad girlfriend, right? And from all those horrors of that relationship, I should be grateful that now I have a decent girlfriend, right? But I don't know the decent girlfriend good enough yet in order to know whether it's going to go off the rails as that disastrous prior relationship or that there might be some fruitfulness to the end. So what I'm saying is that I don't want to be content with the okay girlfriend because the okay girlfriend's been showing me attributes as the last girlfriend. And I think that it might be better if I go ahead, cut my losses, and try to search out a better girlfriend that's in accordance with the needs in which I need in order to move forward and have my sustainable future.
So you're wrong.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, so you're wrong. So what happened in this scenario is where the Knicks are is a team. See, because in this scenario, the Knicks are not, because you have to identify who the Knicks are and who the fans are, right? Mm-hmm. Just like what you're saying, like, you know, so the Knicks are a 17-win team that in 2 years went from 17 wins to 41 wins, right? And think that they're a 41-plus win team going forward, right? But they don't look at the back resume about how many losing seasons they had prior to the 41-win season. Right, to your point, right? My point is not, don't even look forward, stay in the moment. That's what I'm getting at. Because if you don't get things right now, if you don't get things correct right now, then you have the potential to backslide.
Mm-hmm.
And in my opinion, that is what's part of the problem is that we see ourselves as something, that we are not. Right? Like anybody, y'all remember the fairy tale with the mirror on the wall, and the girl go look in the mirror, and
tell me who's the greatest of them all.
Yeah, and she see herself as something that she's really not. You know what I'm saying? Because at first all you see is the mirror's perspective reflecting back what that person wants to see, but then when the truth is shown, it's not that beautiful thing that you have been seeing for 2/3 of the story. It's what you were telling to the mirror to show you, right? It wasn't a true reflection. It was always like, when I look in the mirror, hey mirror, hey uncle, this is Uncle Freezy. Tell me I look like The Rock. And so every time I look in the mirror, I look like The Rock. You know what I'm saying? But in actuality, I'm Uncle Freezy. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying, I know that's a strange way of saying it, but what I'm getting at is what we are doing is not putting one step in front of the other. We're trying to skip, leapfrog, jump, hurdle to get to other steps. We want to be Brooklyn so bad we can't stand ourselves, bro. We want to be the number 2 seed in the East so bad that we can't stand it. But we have to realize we were the 4th seed in the East last year, but we were tied with 3 other teams, and the only reason why we even got the 4th seed is because of tiebreakers.
True.
Mm-hmm.
So what I gather from all of this, Mr. Uncle Freezy, is that you're actually Mr. Cleveland with the bedazzled slides on, and D is Balling is the one with the bit, and D is Balling got the biscuit toes.
He called them biscuit
That's what we got out of this. Jesus.
DSJ, if you would have heard how when I look at the Timbs, I'm like, they ain't got biscuits. I mean,
not Freezy brought out a couple of pair of biscuit toes over the years on here.
Yeah, bro, he called them bro games, bro. He called them bro games. Now I'm sure when you went to Barringer, you never wore bro games, bro. You probably had Timbs. You know what I'm saying?
Shabazz.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. I'm sorry. All of y'all bougie high school, Barringer, Wickwag, Shabazz, all these bougie schools and all these high budgets and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I get it. You know, it ain't like Dickinson High or Snyder or Lincoln. or Ferris or Academic, you know what I'm saying? but it is what it is. It ain't Marist, you know what I'm saying? It ain't Bayonne High, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is.
A lot of them schools is gentrified now.
Oh yeah,
that's true.
The world's changing right before our eyes, ain't it, Gio?
Wow. Okay.
So Freezy.
Man.
So let's get back to this. So you're a person that has been notorious for sledgehammering the integrity and the efforts of the front office.
Yes.
Right. So what you're telling me is that your confidence now is not in the front office. It's in the coaching staff.
Hey, listen. So my
it's gotta be with somebody.
That my confidence has never been with a Knicks front office. Ever. Mm-hmm. So let me put I just want to make sure I put that on the record. I have never been confident in a Knicks front office because of the outside pressure from the media and the owner that causes the front office to screw things up.
Mm-hmm.
So I have never had confidence in the front office, for those 2 reasons. Mm-hmm. Because the owner is not patient and the media needs storylines. And so when you have both of those two, they work in tandem to deep six the front office. So I never have confidence in the front office. But I do have confidence in what happens on the court.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I do have confidence in Randall that Randall will turn this thing around. Right? And I do have confidence in Tibbs that Tibbs is a great coach. But what we have to realize is there are other factors at play. So Tibbs is a great coach, right? But then he has a front office he has to deal with. He has a media that he has to deal with, and an overbearing owner that is trying to be patient, right? That's at play also, right? So just imagine being the coach, right? And you have an owner that's itching to do something. You have a front office that's going to do whatever it is that they can to stay in their job. And then you have a media, and now the media is more aggressive and spread out than ever. Because it's not even like what we're doing right now. Guess what? This is media, except we're social, right? Then you have newspapers and stuff who report, they're journalists, right? And then you have television. Right? So you have all these forms of media. And saying what we're doing right now is media, though it's social. Right? Then you have the newspaper. Then you have TV, local and national and international. Right? And then you have a coaching staff. So think about that, man. You have all the microscopes in the world focus on every decision you make, right? You can't make a mistake. If you do, it's going to be talked about on Blawrence Tears all day. Analyze. Usually we get about 15 people come through. Sometimes we have 10 people on at a time. Somebody jump off, another person jump in. We rotate like 15 people every day. So just, man, 15 different opinions about one mistake.
So you're putting your confidence in the coaching staff?
Yes.
Okay, good.
It's the only place you can put it right now.
Well, Freezy, I'll put it to you like this. We're going to see what this coaching staff is made out of, because if we don't have a good week this week, right, and I hope we do, and the reason why I hope we do, because after this week, for the next month and a half almost, it is grueling, brother. Look at that schedule. It is grueling. And look how we played. Okay, may I finish? Well, it does. Of course it matters, because let me finish. Because in the first 40 games, we haven't really had a difficult schedule. We've had certain stretches here and there, but it's not grueling like how it's going to look in the last month and a half when we're playing 500 basketball. Underwhelming 500 basketball at that. It's not a positive 500 basketball. You can't sit there and lie to me and say this has been a positive embracement of 500 basketball for the first 40 games. So I'll take a sip of your optimistic juice, right?
What I will say, though, bro, is we heard this at the same time last year. This time last year, we were right here, and we said, oh, my goodness. After the All-Star break, this schedule is going to be a monster. And you know how we finished the season? Sam, do you know what the Knicks record was the last 20 games of the season?
No.
The Knicks finished 16-4 the last 20 games of the season. And people were like, oh, my God, man. We got to play Memphis and New Orleans. We got to play all these teams. And not only did Julius Randle step up and earn All NBA during that stretch, he proved to be a leader. Right? You remember the 3-pointer Reggie Bullock hit against New Orleans?
Yep.
Tibbs drew up the perfect play. Dribble penetration, put Lonzo Ball in a situation where he had to pick and choose. Lonzo flinched for a split second. The ball kicked out to Bullock for 3. We tied the game. You remember that?
But Freezy, but the difference is that last year was only a 72 game schedule. Last year we had better on ball defenders,
That's true.
right? Last year is a totally different season than the problems that we have this year. So I don't want to get nostalgia on something that's not comparable.
It is comparable though, man.
Of course not.
It's schedule. Strength of schedule can be compared from one year to the next. Why can't I compare strength of schedule from one year to the next?
Because the roster ain't the same.
And also too that grueling schedule which we talk about, we did not have last season.
But I'm not comparing roster. I'm comparing strength of schedule.
I'll compare strength to schedule. We did not have a grueling month and a half coming up like last year, like we have coming up now.
About to get
okay.
That's so I will compare that.
Okay. So and what I'm getting at is so there are multiple things going on in my mind right now. So for one, I want to reassure Knicks fans that just because you don't have the start that you desire doesn't mean you won't get the finish that you desire. Okay.
I hear you.
So that's just one thing I'm saying. Now, does that guarantee that you'll win 35 out of 40? No. All that means is allow this team with its new parts to gel. That's all I'm saying.
I got you.
The strength of schedule thing, that stuff don't scare me because as a Knicks fan, all you can do is play one game at a time.
I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? You can't play. You're not going to play all these teams at once, right?
Yeah. I'm going to bring up something that Sherman said right now, and I'm going to take his point a step further. He said last year everything went our way. Other teams were missing the best players for most of our games. I'll take it a step further. That has happened this year. The difference between also last year and this year is that we capitalized off those situations last year. This year, we haven't. If anything, we've played just about as bad as that other team missing all their starters and role players. So keep that in mind as well.
Right.
I just want to congratulate you because the way you talking, clearly you have the deal, the network deal with MSG, and you got that $837 million. So congratulations. You got so much faith in this front office and coaching staff that you didn't have about a week ago. And the only change I can see is possibly having that deal on the table right now. So congratulations.
They sent it to us in 3 installments, bro. They bring 3 installments. That's how they paying us. You know, but you know what it is. So, but what it is I feel like there are players on this team ready to make the next step, right? And I'm not saying going from Tony Douglas to Michael Jordan. What I'm saying is going from recognizing defenses, getting over the rookie wall, gaining more experience, getting more confidence from the coaching staff, right? Just small stuff, man.
Who's this that you're talking about?
Grimes.
The young guys in the hole? Oh, Grimes.
McBride.
You know, I'd love for Grimes to turn into Desmond Bain. That would be absolutely fantastic.
Unfortunately, DSJ doesn't have the ball handle or the court vision.
Or the body.
Yeah, Desmond Bain is different.
Yeah. But what Grimes has though is.
But here's the thing, Freezy, and I'll kick it right back to you, is that what you're talking about is a little bit unrealistic because you agreed last week. I don't know if you're changing your stance that we're in a win now. So if we're in a win now, I know that development is secondary. So. Okay. I'll say my point and then you got it. And that, so when I see Grimes in there, I don't see Grimes in there as filling a position in order for him to grow and develop. I see him servicing a need that the team needs to win right now when he's in there in his limited minutes, which is his on-ball defense that's interchangeable between the 1, 2, and 3, and for order for him to hit wide open jump shots from either the wing or the 3. He's servicing his role.
Okay. I feel you. That role is probably Reggie Bullock's role from last year, right?
Well, not really, because they used Reggie a lot out of that dribble handoff, which they don't use Grimes. They stick Grimes in the corner, and they used Reggie on some pin down curl options too that they don't use Grimes for. So it's a little bit different.
Okay. I feel you, because they used Wayne Ellington in a similar role like that 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So
agreed.
What I would say with this team going forward,
Mm-hmm.
I think we have, as a team, have hit the bottom of the barrel, so to speak. We've hit rock bottom with about how bad this team could possibly be.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so I think once this team picks itself up off the floor and figures out, because here's the thing. The defense is not the issue. Right? The defense is not the issue. The defense has been good the last 2 weeks or so.
Cool with that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I heard Jonathan Macri say, and shout out to Jonathan Macri from Knicks Film School. That's my guy. All right, shout out Mac. I think he said some kind of weird stat. You know, those dudes are nerds. Those dudes are nerds, man. But stat nerds or whatever. But he said something like the defense is ranked in the top 3 defensive rating since Christmas Day or something like that.
Right.
So shout out to the nerds for researching that stuff so that I can steal it and use it on my show. You know what I'm saying?
I would tell him to keep mindful of who we've played at that time as well.
Yeah, he mentioned that.
So I'm not going to get all excited for that. Yeah, right.
So yeah, he mentioned that, and the fact that teams had players missing. So even when we played teams with good reputations like the Hawks, Trae Young wasn't present.
Yeah.
So
with Indiana too, missing Brogdon, Levert, Duarte. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I think the Knicks have hit bottom. I watched some offensive sets that Tibbs ran, and you can tell it's not Tibbs not wanting to be flexible. It's the difference of IQ with the kids, because even though Emmanuel Quickley is a smart dude, he's not an experienced point guard. So his point guard IQ is not that high, right? Miles McBride, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So it doesn't mean that the Knicks are gonna go out and get a guy? I don't know. Does this front office have the wherewithal to make a move like that?
A good thing you want to do, Freezy, and this is on coaching staff and front office together, is that if you are looking to trade, right, you want to polish and shine up your trading pieces. Right. So if you are looking to move Obi, for example, right, you got to play him more than 9 minutes, because as an exec from another organization, I need to see on how he's being utilized out there in order for me to make my assessment to make sure this is something I'm going to invest in Obi Toppin. So I'm saying that if that move is to go ahead and make some trade pieces in order to move some of this, in order to get better talent in there right now to try to make a deeper run and a better regular season, they're not doing a very good job of that, because they're not shining up their pieces in order for me to bite.
Right.
You smell me?
I got you. But I don't know. Because it makes sense. It's like your garage sale. You clean up all the stuff in your garage and you put it in the yard, you know what I'm saying, to sell it or whatever. You don't leave it all dusty and crusty like it was in the garage all winter. You know what I'm saying? So I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. But what are you trading for? What are you going to get?
You know what we need.
I just want
and it's not even about a point guard, or that desperately, before anything else on the planet Earth, we need playmakers.
Yeah.
We need guys that could dribble, pass, shoot.
Yeah.
That's first and foremost on the pecking order. So
I'm sorry.
No. Of course, go.
I'm in the mindset that you don't make a minimal move. You don't make a marginal move. You don't change the roster to make. For instance, you don't trade for a Miles Turner. Mitch is giving you 8 and 7. Why are you going to trade for a dude that's going to give you 12 and 6? To me, that don't make sense.
Let me give you an example, Freezy. And I said this, and it was said on another show last night. I've been saying this for weeks. You want to bring in guys that reflect the attitude of your organization and what you stand for. So riddle me this. I could have gotten Lance Stevenson for a half a bag of peanuts. He would have been able to run my offense. He could dribble the basketball. He could pass the ball. And he's become a better shooter through time.
And I
would have gotten him. Oh, go ahead, Sam. Go ahead.
No, I'm just adding on to that. You know who we decided to get instead? We decided to pick up an injured 10-day player. That's what we decided to get instead.
That can't play for 10 days.
And what's the worst part about it? Where did Lance Stevenson grow up?
Makes sense. Right.
And he plays the meat air guitar. Come on.
What was he known as he was growing up here? What was his nickname? No, Born Ready.
Right. Born Ready.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Why am I not bringing these type of guys in? Reflect the attitude of what our entity stands for. And he's serviceable. He serves the needs of which we need. So even if Lance plays subpar, he's still doing things on the court that other guys can't do.
And dances.
And he dances. And he plays the guitar.
Yeah.
So I see these things, Freezy, right? And I could poke holes in this all day. I'm just being modest. And I can't be as confident as you. I see incompetence. I see things that were happening with my ex-girlfriend.
Incompetence.
And I get worried.
Is it incompetence with Tibbs?
I say as a whole, but if you want to concentrate with the front office, now we could do that. I'm cool with that.
Yeah. So the thing is that clearly there is incompetence with the front office, right? Mm-hmm. That's easy. I don't want to pick on it. I don't want to pick holes in that because their major moves, their major trade, the last 2 trades. Oh, wait a minute, the last 4 trades. Denzel Valentine. Trading away Keon Johnson for the number 25 pick and a second-round pick in 2024. Mm-hmm. Trading away Kai Jones to get Quentin Grimes and some weird pick next year.
That could possibly be yours, but you don't know.
Yeah, that Charlotte has to make the playoffs for you to get it. They have to make the playoffs for you to get it next year.
Yeah, it's a shaky circumstances.
We're a playing team right now, basically.
Right.
Unless they get healthy.
And the trade before that was trading away Iggy Brasdakis and throwing in Austin Rivers.
Mm-hmm.
Iggy Brasdakis.
Mm-hmm.
Brasdakis. That's your major move. Iggy Brasdakis. We waited at the trade deadline for. So right now, what I'm telling you, D, what I'm telling you right now, we're Knicks universe. Listen to me tell this to D Poetic. D, what I'm telling you is this. We are waiting with bated breath for the trade deadline, and our deal may be Iggy Brasdakis like. Because we did the same thing last year. This is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm saying. Around this time last year, we were waiting on the Knicks to trade for Lonzo Ball.
We're always waiting.
And we wind up getting Vincent Poirier and Terrence Ferguson, who we cut the same day.
Oh my gosh.
I'm about to go cry in the corner.
Yeah, I forgot about Poirier. Sorry. I mean, goodness.
And listen, and Sam, they cut Vincent Poirier, right? And then he said, well, we need a big. So they signed Norvel Pell. Why didn't you just keep Poirier?
For the whole year, too. It wasn't even partial. It was for the whole year.
We carried Nobel Pell into the playoffs.
He did nothing. Nothing.
Well, he did break his finger.
Oh, yeah, it looked like SpongeBob. Yeah. Remember the SpongeBob fingers?
Goodness.
Freezy, we could have, for a bag of chips and guacamole dip, gotten Bobo.
Like, I'm so mad about that.
And I'm gonna echo Chuck D here. Shout out to Chuck. Player acquisition.
All right.
We're not even doing that.
Right.
We're not even making
I'll drag Tom in this for this reason. If I'm running my team and I realize I coach my team every day, I see my team every day. We go over film every day. We prepare for the game every day. We play for the game every 2 or 3 times a night. Right. Why would I not go to the front office and demand this is what I need? Tom has been in the front office before. He knows how this works. Right. And Tom doesn't seem like the type of guy to me that he'll just sit there and let the front office do it and he ain't got to say. Right. He don't seem like that type of guy to me. Right. So that's why I group him in, because at the same time, he could go out there. Now, if it comes out, hey, look, Tom wanted these things and the front office wasn't acknowledging, I'll throw Tom off that blame train. And I'll say, you know what, Tom, good job in trying to do that. Obviously, the front office is incapable. But as of right now, I don't think that's the case.
So I believe the front office is incompetent.
Mm-hmm.
And not in a I have a clue, I just don't know how to do it way, but a no vision way.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? I'll tell you what. Tom Thibodeau is like Penny. Sam, you remember Penny?
Oh yeah.
From not from Good Times.
Mm-hmm.
From Inspector Gadget?
From Inspector Gadget.
Yeah, I'm not that old. Yeah. I mean, I'm not that young. Yeah.
DSJ read my mind. You remember Penny from Inspector Gadget?
Yeah.
Now, you remember Inspector Gadget was fumbling around for 28 minutes of the show, right?
Mm-hmm.
Roller skating down the hill, not even in the right place. All the clues are laid out in front of him. He can't even, he got mud on his face, so he can't see. Every time, the front office, in my opinion, is Inspector Gadget. Hold on, let me.
Let's get it. Y'all be spitting with your flows, I'm just podcasting.
That's right.
On the air every day, I'm just podcasting. You don't know what that mean when I say I'm podcasting. I'm broadcasting these flows with the podcasting. Every day of my life, I'm just podcasting.
Right.
Share my dreams with you, me and I'm podcasting. You can see my vision through the podcasting. But don't forget J Boogie when I'm broadcasting. I'm podcasting, he's podcasting. I've been spitting this venom since Karate Flicks. When Mr. Sims was sharing nothing but the Knicks. I guess you know by now, I seen some tough years. Now I know the reason why Freezy got them blowing tears.
Blowing tears. I love hearing J Boogie say that, bro.
J Boogie, the spit star. What's up, brother?
I be striving, D's. I be striving. That's all, man. Having fun. Good morning, everybody. Salute, salute, salute. 3 capital S's. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to the world, man. Another beautiful Monday. Up you wake, up you up, up you up, up you wake. You live your life, you live your dream. You know what I'm saying? You dream it, believe it, live it. Go get it. Your own roadblock, man. I don't want to hear about nothing about Monday. You don't want to go to work. Be thankful and grateful. You got a job. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to everybody, man. What's happening with y'all, man? I've been listening.
Ben, what's good, boss?
All gravy. I'm thankful and grateful for another day, J Boogie. You know how it is.
Yeah,
it's beautiful, man. It's beautiful, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, so, dude, thank you for the generous contribution. Dude says, good morning, fellas. When are we going to realize that we are rooting for a losing organization? Some of us would be better GMs.
Ain't that the truth? Shout out to Dude.
Yeah.
Hey, J Boogie, you heard my beat earlier?
No, I didn't. I missed it. What, it was on the air?
Yeah. Freezy played it real quick.
Yeah.
If you can't freeze it, that'd be dope.
Yeah, man. All right, enough. All right, stop bragging.
Man, what's
He had to run that back.
So what are we doing here? What are we doing, man?
Yeah, man.
We'll talk. You know the deal.
That sounded real spliffy. Yeah, I just got some major information. I was dealing and talking with some people and got some major knowledge and stuff I needed to get, you know what I'm saying, and understand, you know what I'm saying, as far as the route that I be going with the music and everything going, you know, hitting towards the Knicks and everything. That all that got to be Steve Stout. You know what I'm saying? All that got to be Steve Stout. You know what I'm saying? United Masters. Ain't got to spot none of that because Steve Stout got the contract with the NBA. I just learned a whole lot of stuff this morning. But I was, the lane I was going through. You know what I'm saying? I had to learn that because so many people was trying to get at me, talking like, yo, did you put that thumbs up, thumb down? Is it on United Masters? Blah 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 blah. Blah. Nah, it wasn't up on that. That wasn't the route I was trying to go, but I just learned a lot of things this morning. So you live and you learn things every day. You know what I'm saying? So
of course,
I got that in the benefit card over here. You know what I'm saying? Let me know later on what's more things installed. What's going on with you, DSJ? What's going on with my young brother, the Sam, man? You know what I'm saying? That's the future right there. He will be managing us and stuff, man.
Yeah, salute J Boog. What's going on, big bro?
Man, I'm good, man. How you doing, man?
Hey, recovering, brother, recovering.
I hear y'all talking about some good things, man, but that's what happened when we got all these relationship type guys that don't understand the format of basketball. You know, relationship. It's good to have relationships. You know what I'm saying? And some things like DSJ, that's my man. You know what I'm saying? I can always tell somebody, yeah, that's my man. He good. I stamp him. You know what I'm saying? But you also got to have a different type, you know what I'm saying, a level when it comes to this basketball game. My baby just woke up. She cutting on all the lights. What do you want? Say good morning. All right.
Peace.
Yeah, man. We got a bunch of relationship guys in there, man, that really don't understand the game of basketball, really don't know how to pick out certain players, don't really know how to, you know what I'm saying, critique what need to happen and everything. It's going off relationships, man. And we already did that with Fizdale. It didn't work. We did it again, you know what I'm saying? Whoever brought Kemba in, whatever it is, you know what I'm saying, it ain't working. And now, I mean, I don't know. But to my man in the chat said, when we gonna stop? Nah, I ain't gonna never stop. You know, I don't care if the team ain't doing right or doing that. You know, I ain't gonna never quit, never give up, no none of that.
Right. Before we get in, guys, we got 75 watching right now, only 37 likes. Let's put those likes up. Let's support the platform, okay? We work our butts off to give you this content.
Hey, so, Jay Boogie, you see, I done changed locations. I'm back at the campus now until they start with their protocols and stuff. They got us all moved back in, so I'm out of state right now until hopefully May. I graduate in May, so we back on campus now.
That's what's up, man. Go ahead and get that what you need, man. You know what I'm saying? Praying for you to get through and succeed, you know, and stay healthy and safe, man. Continue on, you know, staying healthy and safe, you know, practice that thing every day, all day. Cause you know, campuses, they run around, they run wild, you know, sometimes they can forget they're young, but you know, stay on point, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's pray that you go ahead and get that degree and graduate up out of there, you know what I'm saying? This year early, you know what I'm saying? This year early. I'm rooting for you. I know you can do it, my brother. I know you can.
Appreciate that.
A lot of positivity. A lot of positivity. Too bad we don't have that in the front office. But it's all right, though. It's all right, though. We have it on Blowing Tears.
Let's go over some things from the other night against the Celtics. These are, first of all, 75 points. That was our season low. It's unacceptable. I don't care who's missing. And who's missing didn't really thread the needle to the point that we have to score 75 points. Let's talk about 13 assists as a team for a whole game. Not for a half. A whole game. 13 assists, 12 turnovers, off 29 made field goals. And then on top of that, we want to go ahead and shoot 6 of 15 for the free throw line, which the free throw shooting's been atrocious for like the last 2 weeks.
I just want to know what happened with that first sequence of basketball on the opening play was perfect. Ball movement, player movement, you know what I'm saying? Easy layup opportunities. So what happened between that first quarter and the rest of the game? And I mean, Boston basically was killing us with all of that. You know what I'm saying? Jaylen Brown with his triple double, finding Robert Williams under the basket because Robert Williams is actually moving. The angles that, you know what I'm saying, he was getting Josh Richardson involved with, you know what I'm saying, from moving in the corner to just moving a couple of feet away from the actual wing to get an open three. I mean, those are the things that I was looking at and wondering, well, why aren't we doing that?
You know what it is, DSJ? Boston strapped us down, and they had us going east and west, and we couldn't get north or south. And we don't have guys that could break down the defense or to just suck the defense in and give open lanes and attack closeouts and stuff of that nature.
Facts.
That's number one. Number two, let's flip to Boston real quick. Boston had 26 assists, DSJ, on 10 turnovers off 36 made field goals. 26 assists off 36 made field goals. You know what that means, right? It means that ball was moving.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And it also means that Boston has better playmakers than we do. And you got Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum that could break down the defense. You got Dennis Schroeder coming off the bench that could break down the defense. You got Marcus Smart doing a good job of being a floor general and getting guys in their spots and initializing the offense. So those are the differences. And this is problems that we've had all year. We're next to last in the league in assists. And people want to give out narratives and say it's because we're not making shots. And I disagree with that. I think it's a product of that we're not able to break down the defense. And the reason why we're not making those shots is because those are shots we're settling for as opposed for shots that we want to get when the defense is rotating. Big difference.
Indeed, that's a good point because they had double the amount of assists we had that game. It's kind of crazy.
Yep.
Soul Finger music sound like Prince is about to come on the mic and start singing.
Soul Finger. Good, brother.
What's
good, Soul Finger?
Morning. Hey, salute to the chat. You know, of course, salute to my panel. Great panel that it is, Knicks Nation. How y'all getting along, fellas?
Man,
Beautiful this morning, Soul Finger. Beautiful.
What's going on, Soul?
Oh man, just sitting there listening to y'all. You know, I've been, up here plugging away at work, but listening to you cats put it down. You know, a lot of good points. But as the title is, I'm rather patient. I already let it be known where I stand. We got 30 days to trade deadline. I said it yesterday with Stafford D. Shout out to my man Stafford Don.
Great show yesterday.
Appreciate it. I'm gonna stay saying pat for right now, like I did, and then I'll have my colorful adjectives if we don't make a move, because something got to give, bro. It's got to come together like butt cheeks, man. We got to quit sitting around, man, letting this thing roll like it's been rolling. This is getting a bit be annoying, but I'm gonna stay in pat. I'm gonna stay chill with how I feel. You know what I'm saying?
I heard you.
Hey, real quick, quick question. Your personal opinion. Everybody in the panel, of course, I want y'all to chime in too. The reports are now that Sacramento is willing to move on, or at least accept trade talks for not only De'Aaron Fox but also Tyrese Halliburton.
Halliburton, yeah.
Ooh, so the Halliburton situation, costly, or I mean cost effective. Do you think that's the needle mover in regards to the Knicks roster?
Yes.
I'm about to say
Yeah.
immediately.
Of
We
course it
talked
is.
about that yesterday.
Yeah.
Stafford D and I. There's a few little undercurrent trades and stuff that's going on right now, but Halliburton, man, you better jump on that with both feet.
Why would they want
Put
to
your
Yes.
get rid of Halliburton?
your biscuit tips on and get it.
The only way I could see that is if like a Ben Simmons type of
Yeah, I was
caliber
just about to
is
say.
involved. But I don't see that making sense as to why they want to let go of Halliburton.
I was just
Besides
about to
that,
say that, D.
The
Mhm.
article I read, fellas, Stafford D and I were going over. They're willing to move. The thing is, Philly would like to get Halliburton, but they don't think he has the knowledge to be able to run it the way they want. So that's why it's kind of iffy. They're willing, like I said, they're willing to let it go. It's in the article is in the they got that in the rumors on the clutch points. We read up on that. So they were stating about that. So it's a possibility you can see that happening. But I wish we would have had Halliburton. That does answer some serious issues that we have.
They also see that boy out of Bell as a better fit and better player than him.
Davion.
You know what I'm saying? That was somebody that I really was thinking about.
That's
Yo,
no news
why
league
we
is.
couldn't move up to go get this guy? You know what I'm saying? But I'm with you. I'm patient. I know 30 days with the deadline is coming in. But yo, we need to be starting knocking on these doors as of like yesterday. Another guy that's on our radar. They was in town last night. I need to be talking to Popovich. I need to be talking to are y'all looking to try to do anything with this guy, Murray? You know what I'm saying? I need to been on the phone as soon as they hit New York yesterday for that game. You know what I'm saying? We don't just wait till the last minute of the trade deadline. We need to be trying to figure out, make moves, and coming up with different scenarios now. Not in February, not February 6th, not February 7th, because then that's when you're going to panic and do something outrageous. Take your time and do it now.
Yeah. Hey, Boogie, I say, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna correct you on one thing. You said we should be knocking on doors. Bump that, man. We should be bombing us in the door, kicking that joker down,
Right.
getting there to talk to these cats, man. Because I'm with you on that. Be patient, but we got to make some kind of move. Because think about it. Last season, I mean, look at Chicago. Those are two pieces that we could have made the move on, but what did we do?
3 pieces. Don't forget Alex Caruso was a free agent also.
Yeah,
right.
Alex Caruso. But I'm just saying the 2 names that were kind of associated with us, or somewhat kept coming up with us. Because I would have jumped on. I like Caruso. Caruso's a hell of a player. We could have definitely used what he
Great glue guy.
Yeah.
Great glue guy.
But
He
we
don't
had a
fit.
shot at.
He don't fit. He just with LeBron. Tired of hearing the
That's what
scenario.
I'm saying.
Yeah,
We could have made it, but look at it. We could have made the move to get Lonzo last in the offseason. And I thought we were going to do that. I was like, yeah, we're about to go. I was with CK2K. We about to make that move to get Lonzo. But then there I am. I'm down here. I am picking my face up off the floor because we didn't make the move. But
Soulfinger, at the trade deadline, right? The rumor was the Knicks didn't want to give up a first round pick for Lonzo Ball. Now, when you know who the first round pick is, would you trade Quentin Grimes straight up for Lonzo Ball?
Without a doubt, you have to.
yeah, I mean, look, we had but look at all the first round draft picks we got. That's the thing that's killing me. You look, scared money don't make money, man. You got to make the moves, and draft picks you can go off of. You're looking at potential. Potential can't get you fired. I get it, but if you need a point guard and they're asking for a first round draft pick, man, you pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't too big on DeMar DeRozan because I was judging DeMar DeRozan off his previous time in Toronto, not being open-minded enough. That's on me for being closed-minded because of the way he played in certain aspects in big games in Toronto. But he went down there with Pop over this time, reinvented his game, or improved his game, and you see what he's doing now. Now, the other reason, maybe because the word was originally he was looking at LA. LA was looking at him, but then they made the move and traded for Westbrook, and he wound up going the way he went. But I think Chicago made a good investment.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
So I would have made that move. That could have been. I mean, you think about it, those 2 pieces could have been wearing the orange and blue.
Too many people worried about draft picks. Don't give up this pick, that pick. It's not about you know what I'm saying, it's not about not giving up the pick, you know what I'm saying, because you feel like you paying too much. It's about giving up the pick so they go somewhere else, like he went to Chicago. Now you're over there, and now they don't came up and went past it. Sometimes you got to pay a little bit more for what you want, just to make sure you get it. You know, when you went to the club back in the days, you know what I'm saying, you know it was cold outside, and it was $40, $50 at the door. Yo, I got 75. My man, $25 or something. Let me get up in there. It's cold out here. Sometimes you got to pay extra to get what you want and make sure nobody else get it. Now you went over there to Chicago, and oh man, they just looking beautiful. They looking beautiful. They sounding the music is sounding like Soul Finger's intro. The guitar's playing over there, man. For real, man.
Man, look, they got the horn section over there like an old cameo and function. That's what they got going on. And I'm gonna tell you this right here. We're gonna have to make a move like that. And I'm gonna tell you another thing I would definitely look at. I'll be not kicking in Atlanta's door right now because they got some young pieces down there. They trying to, you know, they've been talking about trading some stuff. You know, you got the option to try and see if you can pull. Maybe you can sweet talk and get a little love. Maybe get you a DeAndre Hunter or Cam Reddish. I love to see Cam Reddish. 6'8", small.
Rather have Cam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah, Hunter right now.
DeAndre Hunter, his defense is good, but he's injured. But I take Cam because Cam has been able to play. 6'8". I'm looking at Cam Reddish.
Finger. What?
I like DeAndre Hunter. I'm just saying he ain't gonna play this year, really.
But he's with his injury, he's a little injured for this year, but he's still young. But I'll go Cam.
And last year and the year before.
Yeah, he's been hurt.
Yeah, I'm looking at Cam, bro. I'm looking at Cam Reddish. I would try to make a move. Damn, hey, look, damn, whatever with the little things like that. I'll butter them up to get what I can get, because Cam could be a good piece for us, man. Especially with the youth we got.
You're right, but you go get Cam, you're gonna have to, you know what I'm saying? You got to majorly insert Evan Fournier. Evan Fournier has to be in that deal because you can't trade Julius with him because they got a power forward. You know, so you're gonna have to use Evan because the money ties. You know, RJ get ready to ask for his money, and then you bring in somebody that's going to ask for his money. See, they don't know what to pay him. That's why they're willing to get rid of him. So
they got that. Now the Atlanta dude, they got the money thing going on because they got I think they're also looking at Gallinari. His name.
Yeah, they're trying to move. They want to package Gallo with Reddish because they want to get rid of his contract. That's what. They're trying
get rid of contracts. So I would look at that. But bottom line, look. You can't complain.
They would want a first draft pick.
They would want.
Look, we got enough. I'll give up a first for.
Soulfinger, we only have for 2022. We have that one with the Charlotte that could go to 2023, depending whether they're in the top of 18 or not.
Yeah, and beyond, depending on how Charlotte makes the playoffs, or
correct.
If they don't make the playoffs, man, this thing could go out for 3 or 4 years. We don't know.
Well, the other thing too, just real quick, when you're talking about Charlotte. Go just throw this out there real quick because they're in the market looking for a big man. So and that depends on where they fall. Because they make a move and get a big man, they're gonna go up in the playoffs.
Anyway, so we have a round. We also have a second round, a first round pick of 2023, and that pick may or not transfer depending on the Mavericks draft position. Yeah, so you got 2 first round picks in the next 2 years that are looking real shaky.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And
Dallas is though won't convey unless Dallas misses the playoffs and it's a top 10 pick.
And we don't see that happening.
No, anything 11 through 30 is ours.
Right. Yeah.
So now, Soulfinger, 2024, we got a first round draft pick, right? So, no contingencies, no nothing. 2025, we have one, and 2026. I only go up to that because that will be the end of Tibbs' contract. So I like to marry that together. So we really don't have a lot of first round draft picks. Now, what we do have is that we have a plethora of second round draft picks, and how interested opposing team management might be in that, I'm not too sure.
You got to take into account. We'll take into account like this, D. Now that they open it up, with all the young players coming and younger cats coming in, those second round draft picks can be in a lot of in some ways going to be gold because you can get take a shot on a talent and then stash them away with the second round draft pick.
So it's the thing is, you got you got people in the front office. Now, granted, I know we don't have a lot of confidence in our front office because of the things they did and didn't do, but that's what they supposed to get paid the big money. But I'm pretty sure somebody with half a brain cell, they get enough to get enough of a brain cell to go in there and make some kind of move to do something. I'm praying. I'm praying about it. I ain't gonna say hope because as G-Man say, hope is a strategy. But like I said, I'm gonna stand back and stand pat to see what they're gonna do because you got to do something. You got to do something. But like I said, I like the whole thing with the Cam. You get rid of because let's be honest, we all know that Fournier is only good for 4 games out of the season.
Yep, and we're done now. We don't play this.
Yeah, we're done. So unless you do it like they did, and let's do it again. When they hypnotized Bootney Farnsworth to go out there and knock my man out, it's not gonna happen. And if you don't remember that's that old Bill Cosby Sidney Poitier joint.
Yeah, man.
Sam, is Evan Fournier available tonight?
He's questionable. Him and Kemba Walker.
Okay.
We don't know. And then think about it, D, just to expound on the point you made earlier with the assists, what we gave up to Boston. The Spurs are first in the league in assists, and they're averaging almost 30 a game. So, it's going to be even more difficult to stop their ball movement tonight than what we were dealing with the other night.
Absolutely.
But the Spurs tonight, I mean, they're missing. If it stays how it is now, they don't have McDermott, Vassell, Derek White, Keldon Johnson, Ty Jones, Thaddeus Young, or Zach Collins. So
really?
If that stands, then we're basically playing how we did with the Timberwolves, the G League superstar. So can't take that lightly, but still, that's what we're dealing with.
And those guys avoided the Nets to double overtime yesterday.
What were you about to say, Jay Boogie?
Oh, no, I just said we about to create another superstar.
Oh, yeah. Somebody got to go crazy tonight. And we playing at the Garden, so, we'll probably
somebody about to look a Hall of Famer. Right
yeah, you might see Jakob Poeltl look like Tim Duncan or David Robinson tonight.
Oh, both.
Facts.
Yeah.
Jakob Poeltl come out and get a triple-double and stuff,
So y'all not interested in DeAndre Hunter?
I would take a flyer on him.
I'm taking it. It's just you got to get and he's young, and like you said, I think you brought it up earlier last week, Freezy, when you were talking about Steph. Because you remember everybody forget Steph and that ankle. He was looking real, looking shaky with the ankle, but he overcame it. So you got to give young cats a chance. So he's had some nagging injuries here and there, but he plays some hell. He's a good defender, man. He's a good defender, big wing.
Let's go over him. DeAndre Hunter.
Doesn't he get paid the same year as RJ?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So
he was the pick behind RJ.
They basically would just see if he could come back this year, see what he could do, and because you'd have to pay him eventually.
Pay him.
He ain't played more than 63 games since he entered the league.
Yeah, because he got hurt in the playoffs last year, and then this year he hasn't played at all.
Well, he only played 23 games last season. Sam.
Yeah, you're right. Right. He came in the second half, and then in the playoffs, then got hurt again in the playoffs. Him and Bogdanovich. So,
so y'all wouldn't take on Gallinari's salary?
No, I wouldn't say that. I'd take it on.
To take on Hunter.
I'd take it.
I'd rather take on Cam and his salary.
If I'm gonna do it, if out of the two, I want Cam over Hunter. That's what I'm saying.
You know what I would do? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead, Sofin.
Oh no, I'm just saying. I said I would rather have out of the two, give me Cam over Hunter.
Right.
Cam is his durability. I mean, he's 6'8". That's 6'8", and the way he plays defense. He's a two-way. I'm with Cam.
I think the Hawks aren't even trying to move Hunter though. I think they want to hold on to him at least for a little bit. I don't think they're as reluctant to give him away.
And what's appealing about Cam Reddish is that he could dribble, pass, and shoot the basketball.
Right.
And he plays very good defense.
And
so these are the type of guys I think we should be looking for. And what is he? 22 years old?
Yeah, he's young. That's what I'm saying. He fits our age. He fits the age with a younger core, with our actual real core, with the young fellas. He fits right on in. And it's what we need.
Yo, y'all remember that TV show Hunter?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that cop show.
Yeah, he used to walk around with that big hog leg and pulling out his jacket.
Yeah.
He had the chick with the perm. I know you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another reason why Cam went up out of there, because he's looking at them like, yo, I can do the same thing, if not a little bit more than what, you know what I'm saying, than what Hunter doing, and I'm more healthier. You know, what y'all gonna do? Y'all get me up out of here.
Yeah, and he would. I mean, look at the playing time he would get. He knows he can fit he fits what we need. It's a glaring need for what he brings.
And I'm tired of these lemon pepper steak, lemon pepper wings. Get me up out of here.
Yeah,
man. You know, and playing with Trae Young is tough because he has to.
Wings is good.
And it's hard playing with Trae Young because he has such a high ball usage rate.
Yeah,
and it's very hard for other guys.
Meat is all over the court.
Yeah, he is.
So it's very hard for guys that could dribble passes, shoot to play with him, because you know, Cam Reddish is a guy that could diversify his game in that fashion. He has shown that when Trae was out, and they just have him stuck in the corner.
Right.
That's not Reddish's game at all.
Yeah, man. And just to add on too about the Spurs, their ratings are pretty good as far as rebounds and steals per game. They're top 10 in that. So they're going to be active on the boards and on defense, as they've always been. Feisty team. So regardless, and then somebody put out, they did take the Nets into overtime. I think it was last night.
Yeah.
This is not a team to take lightly at all. We can definitely, lose this one if we don't play our cards right.
And who's out again for them tonight against Hampton?
So tonight they're without McDermott, Vassell, Derek White, who killed us last time, Sheldon Johnson, Tyus Jones, Thaddeus Young, and Zach Collins.
They still got a squad out there.
Yeah. They still got Dejounte Murray, who's available and ready to go.
Right.
And Jakob Poeltl, who killed us on the glass the other night when we played him.
They got Walker too, huh?
Yeah, Lonnie Walker. Yep.
And keep in mind, who's the coach?
You right. He's made it work before, so it wouldn't surprise me.
That's what I'm saying. Look, Pop he can coach a team with non-shooting midgets.
Right.
Okay, all right. So I see y'all tap dancing around some stuff. I'm ready to ask Sam the question, and you listen, y'all can jump in or y'all can jump out. I noticed I noticed how y'all like to play it safe with y'all takes and stuff. So if y'all want to just chill while I grill Sam Granderson over this, y'all are more than welcome. If y'all want to disappear out the chat, then that's okay. I can bring you back in whenever you're ready. But Sam, is RJ Barrett a bust?
No.
Hey man, be real, Sam.
No.
How are you gonna say no?
Be real, Freezy.
Be definitive. You just gonna put up you gonna say definitively like that when you see RJ Barrett's scoring efficiency is garbage, and then his defensive numbers are not even that impressive to offset it.
Why you want me to call him a bust though? That's not. I'm not gonna.
What are busts?
Because Freezy don't want to be by himself in his take. That's why.
Freezy, we're Knicks fans. We know what a bust is.
I know this.
What a bust is. Jordan Hill is a bust. You want to talk about a bust?
When have the Knicks drafted somebody not named Kristaps Porzingis that has not been a bust recently?
I could say RJ because he ain't a bust yet.
How you gonna say he ain't a bust? RJ, I love you, bro.
Sam,
you're
listen.
a good person.
You pick it off Sam, Freezy. Sam, what you have to do to him
Sam,
is
you want a lifeline or what? You want D Poetic to jump
in? A lifeline. He's not a bust. I don't even have to. We don't
listen, it's Sam. He switched his stance. Remember last week he wanted 2 productive players and 3 draft picks for RJ Randall. Remember that?
No, this is a conversation. I asked Sam a question. This is a conversation. I already know what my stance is. So right? I think RJ Barrett is the most valuable Knick probably within the last 15 years not because of his production on the court, but what he means to the franchise.
Okay.
Right? But I'm asking you, is RJ Barrett a bust so that I can get your stance?
Yeah, no.
I love RJ Barrett. I love what he stands for more so than his productivity. But at the same time, my take can't be everybody else's take. And listen, if it was just a case where it's like 7 dudes coming on here agreeing with Uncle Freeze, I could just do it by myself.
She just want unwanted controversy. Wow.
Well,
I just want to.
I do believe in that draft. You got 2 busts. Zion's a bust. Hunter's a bust. But I do believe RJ is the third best player out of that draft with a little bit more potential to move up to that number 2 slot. Because that number 1 slot is shut down by John Morant. Now, I put him slightly behind that boy over there in Miami. Slightly.
Hero?
Yeah.
Okay.
I put him slightly behind him. You know, that's why he is the third best player in this draft, behind Morant, Hurra, and then come RJ. Then you could pick and choose Zion and Hunt, whatever, because they just can't stay on the court, so they busters to me.
Right.
And don't y'all believe Uncle Freezy? Uncle Freezy's a Barrettier.
Yes.
They just fired everybody in Chicago. Take the hat off.
Everybody.
Oh, that's right. It's Nick color.
Everybody, bro.
See how you
my man was like, "Yo, I was just selling hot dogs. B, you fired. Everybody got to go. You selling hot
Miami,
dogs?
Minnesota, Chicago.
Yeah, everybody.
What are they doing with the Giants? Clean house.
They ain't clean the house. They about to keep everybody, give everybody extensions and promotions.
Man.
Has Darius Garland developed better than RJ Barrett?
Oh, my bad. Ooh, my bad. I missed him.
No. If you
let's create some controversy now.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. There is nobody, in my opinion, there is nobody more important to their franchise out of that draft than RJ Barrett.
That's not my question.
Nobody, right? And the reason why I say that is not just because of production on the court, right? But for overall stability, you have to get a guy. And so for one, RJ had to stop that bust slide because Jerry Grant was a bust.
Right.
Frank Ntilikina was a bust.
Oh yeah.
Kevin Knox is a bust. RJ Barrett is not a bust, but then the dude you drafted after him,
Darius Garland, you got to remember.
The players, the next Knicks first top 10 pick is looking like a bust. A BU. How you spell bust? B-us. Yeah, that's him. That's him.
Where the T at?
I'm sorry, man. Obi Toppin is looking like Obi Toppin. Legit. Y'all see, y'all know it. The dude played 9 minutes the other night.
Is it Ghost Bus or City Bus?
He
Freezy. You slick, yo. yo, you slick. Listen.
See how he slide? You saw he threw Obi back in the mix.
Who you gonna call?
Be on ice now, bro. Look, listen to me. RJ Barrett is not out of the woods yet. RJ, I'm Freezy. He's not out of the woods yet of that conversation, but the jury is still out on him. So he's there in a neutral zone concerning that.
No, he ain't in no neutral zone.
Oh yes,
RJ Barrett is not even close to being a bust. I just wanted to get y'all's opinion on it. I already know.
Barrett here in the flesh, ladies and gentlemen.
You know who is in a dangerous place, though?
You gotta say Obi. I already know. I already know.
Oh yeah, I mean we got you, but we'll get to that in a second. But just to finish with Garland real quick, I disagree with you, Freezy. I think that Garland has absolutely developed better in the NBA than RJ. That's not even a conversation.
That's not what I said. I said the person more important to their franchise.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't answer my question, so I've rooted back to my question.
Okay.
My question was: has Darius Garland developed better so far in the NBA than RJ Barrett? I didn't ask who was the most important.
Right, but the thing is, so D, to the point that I was making, the reason why it's important for Obi. Listen, if you watching this, Obi, listen, if you watching this, it's important that you don't become a bust, bro. Not just for you, but for RJ. Because the dude that they just mentioned, Darius Garland, you know the reason why he's not a bust? Because there are three or four young players around him that are all pulling their weight. Colin Sexton, Isaac Okoro,
Evan
Mobley, and Jarrett Allen are all young players, first-round picks that are pulling their weight, right? RJ Barrett,
and he could dribble, shoot, and pass too. Let's keep that in mind.
Which one? You talking about? Garland?
Darius Garland. I'm talking about Darius Garland. Mm-hmm.
Oh, no doubt. And everybody you look at that has this status where they're elevating, they have young players around them that are elevating too. And some of these dudes are not even first. Dylan Brooks and John Morant. Dylan Brooks is not a lottery pick. Desmond Bane is not a lottery pick.
No, 30th pick.
Yeah. The only lottery pick they have is Jaren Jackson.
And John Morant.
Yeah, and John.
No. I'm talking about to go with John Morant.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah.
Oh, and Zaire Williams.
And
Zaire. Right.
And you got to give him time, right? But my point is, RJ doesn't have any of those. When you look at the first round picks around RJ Barrett, it was Frank Ntilikina, right? It was Dennis Smith Jr., right? It was Kevin Knox. It's Obi Toppin, right? And what are these dudes gonna be? These dudes ain't gonna be nothing, right? And so we judge RJ Barrett unfairly because all these young dudes have to. People are like, oh, Zion might be the next. Oh, really? He once played with Lonzo Ball and Brandon Ingram. Who does RJ play with? And we judge RJ.
Super Randall.
Yeah. Super Randall. Hey, so check it out. I pinned the video. I did a message to Randall. I don't know if y'all saw it, but click on it. It's pinned to the joint. It's just my message to Randall. I don't have Randall telephone numbers. I just did a YouTube video. Right, Randall, I don't have your number, bro, so I couldn't text you or call you. So I just did a video and tagged you in it so you can see it.
You know, RJ is real important. RJ is really majorly important to our franchise, though. I got to say that because that year was the pick that we missed. Everybody was riding high on Zion. Zion changed the whole format of everything that we had going on. I still know and believe in my heart today that Kevin and Kyrie changed their route when we did not get that number one pick. Yeah. I believe if Zion would have came, those guys was coming.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? But when that didn't happen, a lot of weight fell on top of RJ because that year, no disrespect to RJ, you were not the player that we wanted. So being that, you know what I'm saying, we did not get the player that everybody wanted, you know what I'm saying, you must come about and take over and become that player to make us forget about Zion. Point blank. And he got to continue on developing, getting this game up to par, man. Because, you know, his game is 50-50. You know what I'm saying? It's 50-50. It's shaky sometimes and it's good sometimes. You know what I'm saying? We need consistent play out of RJ, along with everybody else on the team. But RJ is a real important pick for us because that was the year that everybody swore we missed. Everybody. The only thing we was missing that draft was the little kid that normally be up in there crying when we made a pick. It was okay to get RJ. Yeah, it was okay for us to fall back, get RJ, even though we wanted, you know what I'm saying, the young gorilla jumping from building to building in Manhattan. You know what I'm saying? But it didn't happen. RJ gotta make those answers go away.
Right. No doubt.
The thing about it is, if we would have just been one pick higher, which would have been the second pick, we would have been John Morant would have been the pick.
That's when the organization would have fell apart all the way. You know why? Because we home of the guard, we home of the handle, we home of the best point guards that ever played in the league. Again, we wouldn't have even went and got a guard.
Yeah.
Did you see that block last night by him, by the way?
What?
That was some of the most phenomenal stuff I've seen this year, man. That was crazy.
He hit his teeth on the backboard.
Freezy wants to see it.
Yo, he almost did some Earl Manigault stuff. He almost took the dime of the nickel off the backboard. That was crazy, man.
Right. Well, hey, what'd you say, Sam?
I said we want to see Obi do that.
Man.
Poor Obi.
I don't want to see Obi do nothing, bro. Only thing, because I'm frustrated, man. So I'm frustrated with Obi Toppin because every young talent in this league has young talent riding with them except RJ. Right? And it's unfair how we treat. The other night they was like, well, RJ was 7 for 21. Right. RJ was 7 for 21. And nobody else young on that team stepped up. People was like, well, quickly played a good half. Quickly did play a good half. What happened in the second half? When we was down by 4 in the second half, where was Quickly at?
Get on Quickly, Freeze. Quickly had a good game.
Yeah, where was he at in the second half, though?
I understand. Where was the team in the second half, though? I could make that argument as well. Where was Super Randall?
And first of all, it's Super Randall, not just Super Randall. Like,
well,
it's a hyphen.
The way he played that second half.
It was subpar Randall.
Slim fast Randall.
Yeah, I get it. DSJ. That was hilarious.
It was Campbell Soup Randall.
Jay Boogie, okay.
You know that's my dog, so I can shoot jokes at him. You know?
Oh man, protein shake Randall.
Yeah.
That was thumbs down Randall.
Oh. You want to continue, Freezy?
Yo, it was Super Randall. But listen, man, everybody else got a ride or die. Look, okay, Jason Tatum, you know what I'm saying, is a good scorer, but he got Marcus Smart, right? He got Marcus Smart, right? James Harden got Kyrie and Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
LeBron got Anthony Davis. Damian Lillard got CJ McCollum. Steph Curry got Draymond and Clay, right? Devin Booker got Chris Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All these dudes, no matter who you name, and they good, they got somebody.
What's the what do you call it? The common denominator with all those teams and guys you just mentioned that are co-stars to the stars of the team.
Ja Morant, Desmond Bain, and
Dylan all that you mentioned. Phoenix. You went through a couple of teams. What is the common denominator with all those guys?
They are not in New York.
No, they could all dribble, pass, and shoot. They could all create their own shot. They could all play off ball. They all move pretty well without the basketball.
And Clay,
our guys don't do these things.
Yeah, Clay Thompson dunked on somebody last night.
Thanks.
Clay Thompson came in a game that he hasn't played for 2 years and was taking dudes off the dribble, shooting fadeaways, moving well without the basketball.
Oh yeah.
He dunked on 9 people last night.
That was crazy.
His own team and everybody.
Right. Even the referee in the poster. Even the referee getting dunked on. But listen, my point is we so harsh on Randall and RJ that we forget little stuff, right? Like who is the Knicks young core? If you had to say, if your life depended on it, would you say Obi Toppin is going to be an all-star, life or death?
No, I would bet no.
You would be like, nah, I'm good. I'd rather live, right? but the thing is, the thing is, if it was Brandon Ingram, you like, yo, if Zion gonna be all-star, life or death, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, I think I might be able to bet. I would bet on that. I would, you know what I'm saying? But our team, we don't have cats like that, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to make it seem like a Hey, Hardwood, you got your joint based up 808s and stuff. What's going on?
What's up, bro?
What's good? How you doing, man?
I'm good. How y'all doing? It's good to the panel. Morning to the panel.
Man,
Good morning,
Sam
my brother.
Grandson
Good
got
morning.
me pissed off talking about RJ.
Come on.
What he said, bro?
Yo, I'm trying to tell him that a lot of teams around the league, man, they young players like LaMelo got Miles Bridges, right? Just ran, no matter what young guy you name. Trey Young got Clint Capella, DeAndre Hunter, Cam Reddish, a bunch of guys, right? A bunch of young guys did that, you know what I'm saying? But RJ Barrett got Obi freaking Toppin, bro. Obi Toppin got blocked by a 6'8" power forward that can't jump. You know what I'm saying? I mean, listen, I'm
tired of fighting for Obi.
Yeah, I can't fight no more.
Yo, I'm trying to tell Obi, bro, come on.
Save
Obi
for
got blocked by
G-Man can swing for him, fellas.
Obi got blocked by number 12, laid on the ground and cried to the ref, and the ball was still bouncing. Jason Tatum didn't even pick it up. Jason Tatum was like, "Oh, that ain't a foul? Okay." Then he picked the ball up and went down the court. Obi was still on the floor like, "But I got fouled, ref." And then we wonder why Tibbs won't play him. That's why, bro. That's why, because Obi Toppin played like the Cowardly Lion in The Wiz. He's Michael Jackson character in The Wiz, bro. That's what Obi played like, bro.
So the front office still don't know how to pick them.
Oh, they pick dandies, bro.
Hey, good morning, Hardwell. And you know what's crazy, Hardwell?
What's up, bro?
I might have to throw that Obi Toppin record in the daggone trash.
Yeah, burn it. Go ahead, set it to flames. Burn it.
Yeah, I knew you was gonna say something like that. Now you can't do that.
Because, I know, man. I've been holding on to it for like 2 months.
Yo, holding on is very hard to do when the love is gone.
I'm holding on to it. Randall need a joint right now to big him up. Like Freezy did the video for him. I think that was dope. You know what I'm saying? And I'm still going to critique his game the same way, but I don't like the way that the fans and how they went at him and
what
stuff
about
like
Obi
that.
game though, bro? What about Obi game?
Obi's game. This is how I honestly started to feel about Obi. Even though Freezy played a major part in convincing me, I think, because I'm big on showing me, he don't really have the full shot of opportunity. It's just like how somebody mentioned Garland in comparison to RJ. If you don't have the ball in your hand, and I'm sticking to that, whoever we talk about, or you don't have an opportunity, like I seen Ron say that in the chat as well, it does change the dynamic. And that was my fight for Obi for a while, because he still do good, and he don't really, it's like he make a little mistake and he come out. And Freeze, you don't really want to give him a break for that because you feel like he's still getting a chance on the court, and you don't see the physicality, you don't see toughness, a lot of things I see that you don't see. You know what I mean? Right. I just feel like, he don't have the fair opportunity. So you do got to be a little easy on him, because if he ever gets that opportunity, he still could become a decent player. He's not the youngest, but he's only been in the league for a short period of time.
Right.
So
let me ask you a question, Harvard. And this is from your trained basketball eye, all right? So we'll go through the list. And I'm going to say this because I think Obi should be used differently than how he's presently being used. So how he's presently being used, right? Can Obi Toppin dribble the basketball?
I mean, I don't see handle there where he could, he's going to be comfortable putting it down, but I have to give him credit as far as getting better, where you see him trying to run the break with the ball instead of rushing to give it away. I think he rushed to give it away so he could prepare to catch the alley-oop a lot. Yeah,
okay, can he create his own shot?
No.
Off the dribble?
No.
Can he properly attack a closeout off the dribble?
He improved, though, at that, the last question. He did improve a little bit at that, because he didn't even – I mean, I guess I can't say that because he's not really doing it, so I'll take that back. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. Can he shoot the basketball?
As of right now.
He improved at it. I could say it for that. Because
no, we're saying right now. Forget about potential. Right now, can you do it?
No.
Okay. Does he have any low post moves?
No.
Can he face up?
But D, all the questions you asking me could be based upon how they're using me too, D. Because that's
why I made my disclaimer at the beginning, and I said that I would use him differently. But presently, how they use him, can he do these things?
No.
That's a problem. That's a problem for Obi Toppin. That's a problem for the organization.
But that goes back to my point of how they handle and the talent. You know what I'm saying? Just like the other night when I felt like when they got at me for saying that they froze Barrett out in the third quarter. When I feel like these are the little things where is if he never had this many games before, then you feed him to grow him. It's like watering him. So now he's going to be better. We know Julius could do it. Even though, like I say, I was happy to see both of them have 30 that game. But that was my main point. I wasn't trying to say like, oh, they icing him out, like to that nature of it. It was more or less if we building him up why do we handle him this way? And then we critique him this way. And we building him up for seasons to come. I thought.
Let me veggie back off you because I made that point earlier. I said this is on the coaching staff, this is on the front office, right? If my goal is to win now, right? And I have young pieces that I might want to trade, right? In order to get a player that I want here that will help my causes of winning now, I would have to polish off and clean off my shiny trade pieces in order for other execs to be interested in taking. Right or wrong?
Facts. But
Are the New York Knicks doing that? Are the New York Knicks doing that?
No.
Yeah. That's called hustling backwards, brother.
Do you know what I thought about today? I thought about the Lakers in reference to that. Look at Ball now. Look at Kuzma, 27 and 22 rebounds last night. These are good examples to show you that you don't just give up on your draft picks without building them, because even though the Lakers got a chip, they would be in more position to get more with those players. Look at Lonzo Ball. Look at Kuzma.
Correct.
Look at the players that they let go for Anthony Davis. Now they're not even sure about him. This is what the Knicks used to do. So this is my point in bringing that up. We need to build our pieces, even if we get some more younger pieces. Make sure they pieces we could build with the players we want to build with. And it's going to have a lot to do with the coach as far as building, because we having that problem right now with Tibbs, where he know our championship may not be in his window here. So he's going hard to win as much as he could, which I respect. But Knicks fans want a championship. So we're not handling our pieces carefully to get us where we want to be as Knicks fans that have been here since before Jordan. I've been here for the Jordan era. So,
right.
Listen, man, I knew G-Man was going to come in the chat, man.
About what, Obi?
What in the hell are we talking about right now?
He said, no, he's like, G-Man, he's like, man, what are we talking about? Who are you going to replace Obi with? And let me
anybody.
Know. He's like, G-Man.
Well, what are we going to replace Obi with? Buddy Lee. We got Buddy Lee, bro. Hey, for those that don't know who Buddy Lee is, Google it and it'll make you laugh.
Yo, let me do that real quick.
Buddy Lee.
Talking about that dungaree puppet
from the Levi's commercial.
Oh yeah. Oh god.
Buddy Lee. That's
that
who you
gnome.
Replace. Yes, that's who you can replace and get the same production.
Oh man.
I believe by the trade deadline last year, we could have stole with Obi. You know, I'm not knocking us for drafting Obi because Obi was the best player in college, and if they went to the 64 tournament, he was going to terrorize. He was going to terrorize. Okay, he was going to terrorize the NCAA tournament. But being that none of that happened, you know what I'm saying, and he slid down all the way to 8th. You know what I'm saying? In my mind frame, bad as Julius was playing, yeah, I mean, I was good with getting that. But once you seen Julius becoming and doing the things that he was doing last year, you were supposed to flip him and realize that he's not getting Julius' spot. Let me flip him now, and you know what I'm saying, and put us in a better position that would have been in this draft that we just had. So you steady held on to him, and we got Julius, and now we praying and hoping Julius get better. And now Obi, he can't get no run because you know what I'm saying?
It can't get better neither, right, Boogie?
It's a wash right there.
Exactly.
And check this out too, Jay Boogie.
Yes, sir.
How Obi Toppin was used in college is a complete 180 in how he's being used in the NBA.
The NBA, right. Yes, indeed, definitely.
Is that
so
true
that's
that
one.
they didn't really believe in Randall? Oh, pardon me, D-Ball. My bad.
No. Go ahead. You're right. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask that because that was what they were saying about how they drafted both of them. So that was going to be my question. I thought you was finished.
And then on top of that, since you're building the team and your offense is centered around Julius Randle, what room is there for development, even if there is any? I mean, and Obi Toppin has a priority to himself to develop himself, especially if he knew this is how he was going to be used. But at the same time, organization ain't doing him no favors either.
This sounds like Franklin Lakina all over again, bro.
Yeah. G-Man, I'm sorry. I can't even defend you on this one because we can't have the same conversations about Sims and Grimes because they weren't a top 10 pick. So they're not
Right.
they don't even have the
Right.
same expectations as Obi would to come right in.
Sergeant Nick, you need to be somewhere trying to fire Dave Gettleman, man. Obi thing is not happening right
But
now.
the team got to take blame for Obi's situation too, like y'all just brought up.
You right?
I mean, the front office, they got to take blame for that because why did you drafted him like Jay Boogie said, then you didn't move him or Randall.
Great point, Boogie.
So what did that mean? You didn't really care about. I mean, not care about Randall. Because there's no disrespect to Randall, but what the team that didn't believe like that in Randall because it was the next season when he came and did that.
Right.
Nah, bro, you telling me I can't have D is balling and Hardwell too? I can have them both, and they both could be dope.
That's true though. I thought that at first, Freeze, because I thought he would ball against Randall. He's a young gunner. But if they have no plans for moving from Randall, that's like putting me in a situation that y'all know I'm not gonna come out of good.
Bro, who was a higher draft pick, Lamar Odom or Kobe Bryant?
I believe Odom.
Lamar Odom. And the Lakers at one time had Lamar Odom, Kobe, and Shaq, right? Or was it Lamar Odom, Cody?
No, Paul Gasol and Bynum and stuff.
So Paul Gasol was a higher draft pick than Kobe too, right? So you can have dudes that are high draft picks that play in supplementary roles and still be effective.
Mm-hmm.
You can do that, bro. Once the draft is over, your draft position don't mean nothing unless you count it against the salary cap.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The check is all that matters after the draft is over. You know what I'm saying? The thing with Obi, man, and people make 1,000 excuses for Obi, and I'm mad because he ain't stepping up and being RJ running me, right? I'm mad about that.
Mm-hmm.
But we make 1,000 excuses for some dudes, and some dudes get no slack, and it ain't fair, right?
How's he gonna be RJ running mate when he's not even in the same lineup with RJ?
Because he don't know how to run. In order to be a running mate, you have to know how to run, bro. He don't know how to do nothing. D just out-asked all these questions about what can Obi do, and the answer to most of them was no, nothing. Right? And then we think that the coaching staff is supposed to hijack the team, forget about what the team agenda is, forget about what the team offense and defense is, and run special stuff for this one player so he can get better. Screw everybody else. Run this special stuff for Obi. Right? Do you hear how that sound, bro? Yo,
no, it's not like that though.
It's not really only Obi though. I feel like RJ suffers from the same issue a little bit. Because it's got to be grow. I know y'all want to win, but it's like I want to win too. But I know I want to build up the pieces that's going to get us farther than we went last season. And I don't think the way we're doing it now is going to build those pieces up correctly. Because it's like my point I made earlier about RJ. And why I'm bringing RJ up, because I feel he suffers from the same problem that Obi does. Even though RJ's in the lineup, it's like he's the third pick too. These are guys that look at Ja Morant. I was just talking about him. You see how they run the ball through him and he play, even though he's better than RJ, he's a point guard. He can have the ball in his hands. So he's proven that why he's doing that. But I'm saying is, if you start to build them up that way, they become who they are now. Because if you look at his numbers from last season, they was around the same where RJ's was. And then when they mentioned Garland, everybody's hype on him now, saying he's better than RJ, right? How? He didn't have a great season last season. He got good when he got Jared Allen and other players next to him. And he has the ball in his hand. So that was my point in bringing that up. Because even though RJ is not a point guard, you got to have the ball in his hand more so we could build him up to be a better player. So we want him to go out there and know how to go move off, take people off the dribble and do certain things. The NBA minutes is where he really going to learn that at. And a lot of other teams are playing their third picks to where they are running the team through those players. So
there is Garland last year. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you finished.
I'm finished. I was just going to say that what made me think about that because when we talk about Obi's going through the same issue, just more worse because he's not in the starting lineup and he's getting taken out of the game for one mistake and things like that. So that's what made me bring that up. You have to have that opportunity in order to excel the way we want them to excel. So whatever player y'all talking about that really excel, tell me, do they have the opportunity or do they always have the ball in the hand? because that means a lot.
Or are they put in the right positions in order to succeed?
That as well.
I'm not gonna get the player of the year and use him totally differently than what made him the player of the year in college. It just doesn't make sense to me. So back to Darius Garland real quick. In the second season, he averaged 17.4 a game. He averaged 6 assists, 2.5 rebounds, 84% for the free throw line, about 40% from three, and 45% for the field. That's no slouch performance there, brother.
No, it's not a slouch performance, but we saying that, you know, with the teams and the situations, Knicks made it to the playoffs, even though it was Julius Randle, RJ, it was a team effort. Right. So these are accolades that you got to put on the RJs. We was comparing them both, even though they both averaged around the same thing. Because that was with somebody, shout out to Uncle Fulio. I was on Controversy, and he named that. I said, name one player in the draft besides Ja Morant. He kept saying Darius Garland, and I didn't agree with it because he's saying, oh, he's having a great season now. And then I'm like, no, he got Jared Allen. He got marketing. It's different things. He got the ball in his hand.
Right.
It's a hard comparison.
Well, I mean, he could also dribble, pass, and shoot better than RJ can. RJ can finish way better than him, and we know that. We know that part's a given.
And play defense better than him too.
Right. But RJ is impactful, bro. RJ is. I'll give you an example. Last year's Clippers game, right, where the Clippers pointed out RJ Barrett and used their two superstars. They basically double teamed RJ offensively. They ran motions where Paul George would take shots at Kawhi at RJ, then Kawhi would, right? They just ran motions to isolate Kawhi versus RJ. And RJ stood his ground against them, and they would. But if Steph Curry and Klay Thompson did that to Darius Garland, would you get the same result? No. Because Darius Garland first would not be able to get off against Klay Thompson, a healthy Klay Thompson, because Klay Thompson is an elite defender, right?
He's the point guard though. Freeze Garland. He plays the one.
I know.
Okay.
But Paul George played the two and Kawhi played the three. Is what I'm getting at. They had two dudes on the floor at the same time, running actions. The forwards was doing that to RJ, and I'm saying the guards would do that to Garland, right? Right. So my point is,
you got to keep in mind though, Freezy, Garland is 6'1".
I don't
190. RJ Barrett is 6'7" and 215.
Yeah, but Kawhi Leonard is 6'7", 230, and Paul George is 6'8", 225. And RJ had to guard those dudes last year, and they took turns. And they were not as effective as they normally were, right? We got to give RJ Barrett some credit for impacting the game, doing little stuff like making him miss a shot and boxing him out so somebody else can get the rebound, right? RJ Barrett went up against Kawhi Leonard, against Paul George. That's a team that made the playoffs last year. That team beat Utah in the playoffs without Kawhi Leonard. And RJ Barrett basically held them in check. Right? And so we point out the little things like Darius Garland's numbers look like such and such. But I watched RJ Barrett guard Paul George. I watched in the preseason, we watched RJ Barrett lock up Bradley Beal. Y'all remember that Wizards game, the first Wizards game? RJ Barrett locked up Bradley Beal, and we were excited, right? The second game, Bradley Beal came out and he was like, I'm going to get my revenge. And RJ Barrett locked him up again. Right? Right? I mean, and so would Darius Garland lock up Bradley Beal? No. But we're saying that he can dribble, pass, and shoot. Garland can. He plays another position where he's a playmaking guard, and I get it, and all that stuff. But what I'm saying is RJ Barrett has an impact on this Knicks team that is not necessarily going to be measured by what the stats say. Like for instance, that game when he hit the other night, it was only worth 3 points. That's it. That 3-pointer was worth 3 points, right? But was it really just worth those 3 points? Or did it have an impact?
Freezy, do me a favor, bring me right back in, because for some reason my screen is frozen. I'll come right back in.
Your screen ain't frozen.
And the fourth quarter on his side.
On my end it is.
Oh, okay.
On his side.
All right. I'll be right back.
In the fourth quarter, Freezy, the final 5 minutes or whatever, he had a lot of big plays. He threw the ball quickly for that layup. He threw the lob to Mitch. Like the boy, he played under pressure well. And you still got to give him credit for playing decent on Tatum in that last game. I mean, the game that we won, because he didn't score until the second quarter, towards the middle or the end of the quarter. Right. And you notice that when we played them in the last game, when after the buzzer beat and we played them again, Tatum's whole body language was different toward him. Like he was mad about the whole shot thing.
Like they game planned against RJ, bro.
Yeah, and Tatum's body language and everything toward him was way different from the beginning of the last game, because the last game I seen RJ tap him on his chest like to show him love, and he tapped RJ. This game he pushed RJ. It was like he like, nah, like cool stuff. Nah, because when the game started, you ain't being cool.
Right.
He had a point to prove.
Right. And what people don't realize is that RJ is in the lineage. So there is a lineage. There is a Grant Hill, RJ Barrett lineage. Like legit from Grant Hill, there are small forwards from Duke like Jason Tatum, Brandon Ingram, Gary Trent, RJ Barrett. All of them are in a certain lineage of Duke small forwards, right? These dudes work out with each other at school, right? At Duke, right? And with people, oh shoot, G-Man, wait a minute.
Sorry.
Hey, hold on, everybody. My bad.
See what y'all did? Sam, you did that, Sam. You made that man immediately what he was not finished doing come up here on the air. He was doing everything he was not finished with to come up here. Sam, you did that. But hey,
Sam Granderson.
Hey, real quick for G-Man, come on, do what it is. See, that's the different level that I want from RJ. See, them guys that those type of guys like Boogie is them. See, Grant Hill would have shot at the buzzer in the Garden for us, and then knew to the next game you was game planning, and I still was gonna bust you.
Right.
See, it's the difference. I need him to get to that type level. I need him to also, okay, I gotta play D on you, but still I'm gonna go on this side and put 20-something up on you. See, those Kawhi Leonard players, they can stop you and then go crush you. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that you gotta do that every night, but don't just because you gotta play D, you still gotta give me something on the other offensive end. That's when I know you're getting to another level. When you come out there on that floor, that game plan for you tonight because you hit that game buzzer and it's personal. We went to the same college and all that. So what? I'm in your building table. I'm getting ready to bust you again. That's what I need from RJ, man. Until I get that, I gotta keep him where he at. I need him to rise up to another level of degree that I know he can reach because he got heart. Never mind the skill set. I can take heart a lot over skill sets because that lets me know you willing and you ready and you don't care. By any means, you'll do whatever it takes. You know what I'm saying? And that'll win the skill level, your skill sets, you know what I'm saying, at times. I know RJ got that heart. He was in the Wizard of Oz. He was out there in that field. That was hard.
I agree.
So what I'm getting at, man, is when you're talking about just like a player's impact, man, we got to look at I'm not saying look at all the stuff on the court, because at the end of the day, I believe in data. I believe you got to quantify and justify, you know what I'm saying, the things that you've seen on the court. They'll be able to measure it from one game to another. But at the same time, when I asked y'all, was that 3-pointer that RJ hit really worth 3 points? Y'all know the reason why I asked that question. The reason why I asked the question is because that shot that RJ Barrett hit is an all-time Knicks game winner, right? It's an all-time Knicks game winner. We know it. You know what I'm saying? You did when it happened, when you saw it go in, you knew it. Because if you have any type of emotion attached to the Knicks, it had your emotion at 10. Right? You know what I'm saying? It's a play that you'll probably talk about for a very long time, right? It's not the same as a 3-pointer you hit in the game. Like people will remember that game winner more than they will remember Evan Fournier scoring 41 points.
Facts. And he was fouled.
Yeah, and he was fouled. Yeah.
And that's messed up because if he'd have missed it, pardon me, Freeze, the ref wouldn't have called that for us.
No, he would have called it. He wouldn't have called it. And you can't challenge a play that's not called.
Crazy. Yeah.
So would you say that's the second greatest shot ever made in Madison's? Well, matter of fact, it was 4 great ones. Johnson might be the number one. Then I might nudge RJ out. You know what I'm saying? Over Melo and over Trent Tucker. I might nudge him out with that.
The Trent Tucker against the Bulls was crazy.
Yeah, because it's like 0.4, 0.5 or something.
Yeah. And it was a 4-point play.
Yeah, and then he went and got a ring. I smack you.
Yeah, and then he went and got a ring. Yeah. Hey, so Black Prophet, thank you for the generous contribution. Black Prophet says, salute fam. Off topic. Why hasn't Joe Judge been fired yet? Keep up the great work, fellas.
Know what he do.
I say let the Giants keep Joe Judge, bro. I don't care.
Oh my God.
Freezy, y'all coach got fired.
Yeah, and a GM and a team president.
With the Bears coach? Wow.
Yeah. Everybody had to.
And they ain't do that bad. So you know the Giants better fire everybody.
They got to.
Yeah, the Jets got to fire everybody too.
Oh yeah.
It's on Sergeant.
That's on G-Man. Yeah, that's on G-Man.
Hey man, look, the Giants are dealing with the same thing the Knicks are dealing with right now. Front office malpractice.
A bad quarterback? Oh, okay.
Front office malpractice. That's where we're going right now. All we got right now is front office malpractice. I'm telling you right now, if you are in any type of leadership position, and the people that's up under you have been hired to do a job, and their performance is not as such, why are they still on your roster? Why are you still paying them? Why? For what?
So who you want gone, G-Man? Who you want gone?
I want Joe Judge gone. I want Gettleman gone. I want Danny Dimes gone. I want them all gone.
I say take Saquon with you.
And Saquon too.
I say burn the uniform.
Yeah.
Burn the uniforms. Move the stadium. Move the team. Everything. Y'all got to do something because the Giants are terrible.
Listen,
the offensive line terrible.
We've had a bad offensive line for years. So the New York Giants offensive line is in the same spectrum as the New York Knicks needing a point guard and a small forward. How long have we been talking about this? Years.
Since Moby Dick was a sardine.
Exactly. And we still talking about it, and ain't nobody done nothing about it. So,
G-Man, I don't know how you do it between those two teams, the Knicks and the Giants. I don't know how you.
I'm the same guy. I'm too, Sam. So you know why I be going crazy, Sam.
I'm in therapy right now, bro. I'm in therapy for real. I'm a Knicks fan and a Giants fan and a Yankees fan. You know, I'm in therapy right now for real.
And I'm in the same class with him, so y'all know why I be, you know what I mean, bugging out sometimes. I'm a Knicks fan and a Giants fan. But at least I'm a Yankee fan, though. You know, so even the Yankees can't get it done neither. So
yeah, I'm about to say I'm on the high and high right now because you know my Braves just won. So
that's the dick and twist. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. Sam, I thought we were better than that, bro. I thought we were better than that.
Me and Ron were talking about Jeremy Grant and possibly picking him up. I just wanted to let him know that He is a ball stopper.
Mm-hmm.
And although he is a good two-way defender, he will put up points to the board. But I want you to keep something in mind. In the 2 seasons that he's been with Detroit, which he shot his most field goal attempts for his career at 17.3 and at 16 this year, he hasn't cracked 43% from the field. And in this year, he's at 33% from 3. And he's not even at 3 assists with 2 turnovers. So my point is that if Randall's giving you headaches, Jeremy might give you a migraine.
It's the same player.
Really?
Compound
less money. Yeah.
You compound the problem. Why would you compound the problem?
Right.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
I think everything wrong with the Knicks is Obi Toppin fault. Period.
You're right.
Right. And
don't tell me he's right, G man. So mad.
And here's why.
Seeing you in the chat.
And here's why, bro. Because if we drafted Devin Vassell right there,
yep.
in that spot,
yep.
None of all the stuff that D Poetic said, it is not even part of this discussion. We don't need a playmaker small forward. We don't need another dude that could dribble, pass, and shoot. We probably have another starter. You don't sign Evan Fournier, right? You know what I'm saying? So also a lot of this stuff just by drafting Obi, right, man? I'm so mad at Obi. I don't know what to do, and I like Obi.
And Freezy, remember they worked out, but still they was talking about him. And then
listen, look, okay. Stop the madness. Let's put a pin in this right now. We're gonna stop this right now. All right. So what is
blame? Go ahead and blame Tibbs.
You know he's going there.
I have a question. Right? I'm gonna stop doing the blame game. I have a question. So, where we are in the draft, name me the last player that the New York Knicks drafted at whatever position they were drafted at that came out and had an output as to what the team expected for us to have, and was a value added to the equation.
And that's a loaded question.
I'll wait.
That's a loaded question, though, right?
I'll wait.
That's calculated.
I'm just saying because what we keep going around. The fact is the position that Obi Toppin was drafted, and for whatever reason, people had these high expectations of what he was supposed to do coming to the league. Knowing if you go back and look at his history, that was inconceivable to begin with, right? So I'm just saying. What position? So RJ Barrett was drafted in what position? Let's start
3.
RJ Barrett. Okay. 3. So I'm gonna ask this question: has RJ evolved into the player in which we wanted him to be drafted?
You see him talking about D? You see what I'm talking about?
Just talked about that. Yeah.
I know.
This is exactly where I address about RJ's value. See, because and I gave an example, right? I gave an example that the game winner that he hit against Boston was worth more than just 3 points. Like he actually had a moment.
You got to do that stuff today if you don't want.
You know what I'm saying? The thing with Obi is it's like saying, well, the Knicks needed a guy that could do dunk contest dunks on a breakaway once every month, and Obi Toppin was the guy. We don't need that, G-man. What we need is a big that can block shots and rebound, score off the bench, so we can stop burning up Taj Gibson. Why is Taj Gibson playing more than Obi? Because Obi Toppin is better. I mean, because Taj Gibson is better than Obi Toppin. That's why.
Trade Obi.
I mean, he can still get traded. It ain't over yet.
Yeah, it's hard to trade him when you're playing him 9 minutes a game.
Yeah.
Right, and why won't we just get that? Why don't Obi just play better? Why do we have to go through all these weird scenarios when the answer to the puzzle is the answer to the questions is Obi Toppin play better?
Okay, so you want Obi to play better than 9 minutes a game?
Bro, if he played better, he would get more than 9 minutes.
The chicken or the egg, Freaky, the chicken or the egg?
No, bro, it's not the chicken or the egg.
It is the chicken or the egg because we are basing Obi Toppin performance on the minutes that he's on the court.
G-Man, didn't he play 43 minutes the other night?
45.
So
did he play 45 minutes the other night?
He did. And what was it? What was the score? And what was his stats?
We lost
19, 6, and 7.
So with those stats, with those same stats, why did he not get equal minutes the next game?
Who did we lose? Sam, I am. Who did we lose to? Did we lose to the Boston Celtics?
We did. We lost to the Boston Celtics.
No. I'm talking about.
No, he's talking about that game.
Oh.
He's talking about that game.
Okay.
We lost to the worst team in the league when Obi did that.
No, we played against the Raptors for easy.
The Raptors.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Raptors. What are we talking about right now?
We did play against the
Wow. Stop the madness. Stop it. Stop. Just stop. Stop. So what you're telling me is, in the absence of a Julius Randle, Obi came in and gave you the number that he gave you, right? And the next, so how many minutes did he play the next game?
He played 9 minutes, G-Man.
Man, I don't
Yeah,
care.
he played 9 minutes the next game against the Celtics. He played 10.
You got a point, G, man.
It went back to 10 and 9 after every.
Let's speak with that, because I'm telling you something right now. I'm telling you something right now. You cannot tell me today if Evan Fournier was healthy in the game that we just played against the Celtics in Boston, that he would not have got equal minutes that he got when we played in the Garden.
Oh.
You can't tell me he wouldn't. You know why? I'm going to tell you why. Because they take his past performance and think that it translates into the game in the Garden. Why does that not apply to Obi? Why doesn't it apply? You just played this man 45 minutes. He got you 19 or whatever his stats were, and he gets 9 minutes the next game. And now we want to crucify him because he didn't perform in 9 minutes? Yeah, look, I don't know what we got going on right now, but this is ludicrous.
G-Man, I was expecting you to have on your Obi Toppin jersey. I really was.
No. I'm going to tell you why, Sam. Because I don't want to do this Obi Toppin conversation. Because the same conversation we have about Obi Toppin right now, we can have about 5 players that's on this big squad right now. Legit. At least 5 of them. Right? But I'm not going to get this caught up on. Only thing I'm asking is this. The only thing I want to see a winning squad on the floor every time the Knicks tip the ball off. And we can't do that. Why can't we do that? It ain't
because Obi Toppin is a bust.
Okay.
If Obi Toppin was offering, if Obi Toppin was average, if Obi Toppin was offering us average rookie value, this team would be better. If Obi Toppin was averaging, say, 11 points and 5 rebounds.
In how many minutes?
Or
in how many minutes? In how many minutes?
Okay, let's do.
No, not let's do. You telling me what you want him to average. I'm asking you, how many minutes do you want him to play the ball? How many minutes you want him to play? How many?
He is averaging 8 and 4 and 16 minutes a game.
In 16 minutes.
So he's actually almost there.
Wait a minute. So this dude is averaging 16 minutes a game, and we're like, oh, Obi Toppin don't get enough minutes?
Well, that went up. That went up because of his 45 minutes.
Yeah,
keep that in mind.
You're right.
It don't go up that much because he's played in 40 games already.
It does, Freezy, because in his last 3 games, it's been 9, 10, and 9.
Yeah, it's been
9. Just like 40
so
average
the
went
numbers
up.
coming down.
Right, because it boosts it up a bit because of the 45, but that just goes to show you how inconsistent his minutes have been this season.
Yeah, it's gonna go down once he plays more.
Oh my God!
Games.
It's not about how many minutes you play. It's about how many productive minutes you have when you're on it. You know what I'm saying? See, I look at it like this. See, when we draft Obi and we know we was drafting him and potentials to take Julius' spot, and then Julius didn't relinquish his spot and let him know I'm killing this year. Right then and there, you know what I'm saying? Obi's supposed to realize, okay, what's the next step? Your team is supposed to be watching your game every game. So when the off season comes, they can bring forth to you what you need to work on to make things better. You know what I'm saying? That man did not work on his game to go get another spot once he realized that Julius was a monster last year, where it's going to bring him on the floor, not only just to sub somebody, to, you know what I'm saying, to give him a breather, but to come on the floor and be productive in other areas, you know what I'm saying? He did not work on his handle checks. He did not work on no dribble moves. He did not work on no mid range, no back to the basket, facing the basket. It's the same thing. Cut, pointing to the air, throw it up. Now he got hella energy. I give him that, but energy and all that doesn't work, man. He doesn't have a heart energy problem. He has a skill set problem. You know, I spoke about heart and skill set before, but some matters in some situations, you gotta have skill sets. And Obi has heart without skill sets. He needs to get with his crew all season and develop what it is and what he needs to critique his game. So when he come back, he can let everybody know I can do this, I can do that, I can do that, instead of him just trying to wait on one spot, because evidently you're not getting that fourth spot. So really, you're not helped to.
I was just going to get into that.
Nothing else.
I was just going to say, I'll go veg you back on you, Jay, is that Obi knew that Randall was going to get 35 plus. So it's like he has to put it inside his mindset that, okay, where can I find minutes on this team? I can find some minutes on the 5 if I improve my low post defense a little bit, right? Or I could get some minutes at the 3 if I improve my handle and my jump shot a little bit more. And that's the whole thing, G-man. And that's why
defend threes.
And that's the whole thing, G-man. It's half and half. It's not just one side, one way. Obi Toppin has a responsibility to develop himself and where he could fit. That's number one. Number two, but on the flip side, as an organization, if I knew I drafted this guy because of X, Y, and Z, I also have to utilize him on the court to X, Y, and Z as well. So,
and that last point was key that he made. The last part that D said was very key about the on court. Go ahead.
Right, and you know what Mr. Marcellus told me? Coach Marcellus told me, hey, I was like, Coach, you won't let me shoot. He was like, you go to the free throw line, don't you? I was like, yeah, I don't want to just shoot free throws, man. I want to shoot the ball. I want to score. He was like, I tell you what, if you get the ball, you can shoot it. And I was like, what you mean if I get the ball? He was like, if you get the ball outside of the plays that we run, you can shoot it. I'll give you a green light. You know what I'm saying? You can shoot it. And I was like, what you mean outside the plays? We run plays all game long. He was like, if you steal it, you can go down and dunk it. If you get an offensive rebound, you can put it back. If you grab a rebound and they foul you, you can go to the free throw line and you can shoot it. And I was like, man, that's a lot of work. And he was like, it don't look like that in the scorebook. In the scorebook, all it shows is stats. When you like seeing your name in the paper, don't you? I was like, yes, sir. I like seeing my name in the paper. And he was like, well, don't nobody care how you scored when they read the paper. And this is a long time ago. I know a lot of people don't read the paper no more. This is like 1984, 85, something like that. So, G-Man, you know what I started doing?
What's that?
I started diving for loose balls. Hey, that's my ball.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I started getting on the glass and pushing it. And I find I get on the glass, and this is when I was a skinny Uncle Freezy. A skinny Uncle Freezy playing the 2. I would get on the glass, get elbowed in the lip, be on the verge of crying. You ever had a split lip before?
Yes.
Anybody ever had
late 70s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this, Freezy. When you were going through those trials and tribulations, did you have a set amount of minutes and a structure that you would come in when you came into the game with?
What?
When you were going through those trials and tribulations, did you have a set structure that you were coming in and you knew what was expected when you came in?
Yes.
Okay. And that's different because in your mindset, you knew every night I'm playing 10 to 15 minutes. And in these situations is where I get to interject that energy to come in. I was gonna play
4 minutes, and I was gonna play 4 minutes, right? And I was gonna bring 20 minutes worth of energy.
Okay, that's fine. But you had a set structure.
I was gonna be as tired as the dude that played 20 minutes. In them 4 minutes, I was gonna give every drop of energy that I had in them 4 minons.
And that's very commendable. It's very commendable. But again,
Obi, your boy, your boy cherry picked, because you said how many points he had, but you didn't mention the times that Obi Toppin cherry picked in that game.
Doesn't matter.
Points,
doesn't matter how you get points. What you just told me.
Okay.
What you just told me, you want to see Obi get rebounds when he's at the perimeter standing in the corner. He's soft going to the basket. I agree with that. Now he definitely need to get some heart in going to the basket when you can go in and dominate for sure. But my point is this: when you talk about your experience says you were in a structure. When Obi comes in, it's willy nilly. Oh, Julius Randle needs a break. Obi go in for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever it is, until you travel or you miss a shot that I don't think you should have took. So and one thing that D said earlier, right? And I'm gonna revert back and I'm gonna bring it back full circle. Is this? So when you talk about when people get into situations, the I guess the support or lack thereof, when you're in these situations that you get from your supporting staff, it matters. So when people like Obi, Grimes, McBride quickly, way back, when he first started coming in to build that repertoire before Tibbs gave him the green light to go out there and do what Quickly does today. And I don't agree with it, but it is what it is. But there's a building process to that, right? At some point, there is no way possible Emmanuel Quickly goes out, takes a shot that he takes without fear of Tibbs yanking him out the game. No way. No way possible. That doesn't happen. But when you look at what Obi did last year, every time Obi made a move, the first person he looked at, the very first person he looked at after every play, he looked at the bench. He looked at Tibbs. Because he's afraid of being yanked out of the game. I'm just saying.
You know what it is, G-Man? And let's shift the conversation because I think Obi Toppin is a minuscule issue on this team and what's going on right now compared to much larger issues.
I think Obi is a result of the problem of this team.
No, I think Obi Toppin is the problem.
Freezy.
He is the problem. But you can't prove me wrong. I know you want to move on, bro. But the KMD
I can prove you wrong in a second. I'm not blaming the whole team for a guy that barely plays 15 minutes a game. That's the end of that.
No, this ain't the end of nothing.
That's the end of that.
No, this ain't the end of nothing. This you talking, the thing is with Obi is you can't waste picks is what I'm getting at.
I agree with that.
Okay.
But I understand that. But to say that he is the reason, right? That we're having these inconsistent starts to this season, and why guys are playing bad, and why points per game production that's ridiculous, Freezy.
No, that's not. I don't.
Yeah, it is.
Look, is Obi the reason that Julius Randle and RJ Barrett are missing free throws? Is that his fault too?
What?
Let's do this, right? Let's talk about Super Randall for a second because he's got to get under the fire too. If we want to barbecue Obi and we want to barbecue these other guys, he's got to come to the barbecue as well. We got to put him on the skillet too. Okay. Freezy?
So let's Obi burnt to a crisp at this point.
So yeah, right. Obi disintegrated in ash in the atmosphere.
Obi's like playing behind a coach's son. You know how you ever played on a team and the coach's son was in your position?
Yes.
He was garbage.
Well, you ain't got no chance, bro.
But
now, one thing pardon me, Freeze. One thing I do want to say, coming from a coaching perspective, right? I do see a lot of Freezy points, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say about it because I do feel like he don't deserve us to stay on him too long to dog him out because he's not the main problem. But Freezy was saying in reference to the pick and waste the pick, so I get where he's going. But I was gonna say in reference to a coach's perspective, right? I got some players who are better than some players on my team, right? But the player who hustles hard. And you can see the difference in the hustle and the energy to make me put him in the game. Reference to a kid that may be better than him, but he just, I don't know, he's moving like slow or, he looks spacey to me. I'd rather go with the kid who's going to dive, hustle, and run fast to the ball because it comes a point where you have to compare that. And that's why I said with Obi, right, it's like, it's funny because I think what's happening to him is causing this. You get what I'm trying to say? So it's not like he would have been like that, but what he's going through is cause and effect. And this is the problem. And that's why we got to be a little easy on it, because he always wasn't like this. So we have to look at, why is he getting to be this way? It's what's happening to him. But some players don't know how to come out of that. Some players don't know how to play through that. You know what I mean? But get in a system where it's not like that, and he won't have that same problem no more. He gonna play way better because he playing decent under scrutiny and a microscope and in a small frame. So remember, when you take that pressure off of him, he gotta be able to show his hand doing things more. You got to take that as in consideration too, about that. He can't even try to display what he may work on in the off season, because it may not work in real time yet, and that's going to get him yanked. But I gave you two good examples on both sides of both people's sides of the points of Obi, and that's all I really wanted to say.
Good job, all I'm getting at is this: if Hardwell, listen, if the Knicks called you today and said, "Hey, you got one shot to make this team," you know what I'm saying? We got like, a 2-hour workout, man. I know it's last minute, but we're going to give you these 2 hours to prove to us that you can not only make this team, but depending on who's out tonight, you might be able to get a minute or two. What would you do?
Man, like that kid did from Indiana Pacers. He came in the Garden and had 16. Like, that's the type of stuff you got to do. The young boy that was on the Indiana
you're
that lit
you're
Burks
gonna
up.
try to eat, right? You're going to try to eat and show everything you got, right?
Look, this is how you feed your family. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, Obi's playing to get the bag soon. So you got to play harder, bro. I know you got all the talent, and surprise everybody. Like, I just try to stick up for him a little bit, because I do know how to play. I do know how it feels to play in that situation. When you playing behind like a coach's son, or it's just it's
just unfortunate circumstances.
Or you ever played behind us? Hey, bro, you ever played behind a senior? You like, this senior ain't better than me.
He's garbage. Yep.
Right.
Same thing.
Like,
same thing.
Yeah. But the thing about it, like Coach Marcellus told me, he was like, yo, you want these minutes, bro? You got to earn them. And so we trying to treat this dude like he Evan Ingram, like just because he got all the physical tools or whatever. He got all these physical tools or whatever at a position that you normally don't see all these physical tools at, that he just supposed to start, and you just supposed to throw him the ball every time you get in the field.
You know what would be fair, Freezy? And another show, or maybe another time, you should take players that you like in the league and visit early in their career, see how many minutes they got, and see what they average. Because a lot of players I hear us talk about in the show that we would take on our team, and they went through the same struggles early in their career, and we just wasn't on watching their games like we watched the Knicks to critique their struggles. And we just look at our team that way. But we would have to see who played in this amount of minutes that he's getting, and average what he's averaging. You would have to compare it to favor him and to go against him to see what player really just came in and dominated. You talking about an all-star. I don't expect him to be an all-star. No. I think it's going to take more time for him just to grow in general. And that's the part that we miss a lot as Knicks fans. And not just on him. The same way they do RJ. Just let's switch to somebody that you don't have a problem with. Look how people talk about him, but you see star power in him, but other people don't. That's the problem with Knicks fans. We don't have patience to see what somebody's really going to come and turn to be, because we dog them down fast. I'm harder on players who've been in the league longer that, should be knowing how to do X, Y, and Z. Shouldn't be turning over the ball. That's just my point on it.
Right. And so I see the point that you and D Poetic make, right? But the point that I'm making is and I know I said this already, but if our top 8 pick, our lottery pick, was producing at an average rate compared to other top 8 pick lottery picks, a lot of these issues that we complain about wouldn't be issues for us to complain about.
Is the number 3 pick producing?
I get that.
Is the number 3 pick producing right now?
Yes.
The key word is opportunity. That's it.
Yeah. Hey, and so let me bring my guy in real quick. Hold on, everybody. Yo, y'all beats be fire, bro. D Poetic, Chuck Allen. Yo, y'all beats be fire, bro.
What's good, Chuck? Yeah,
Chuck,
I like
that beat was fire.
He's a nicker for life. That's fire.
Hey,
like
Cash,
that.
what's good, man? How you been?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How's it going, man?
Good,
What's
man.
up, man? How you doing?
Where you been, bro?
Been busy, man. Been busy. Living life.
You too busy for us, bro?
Your happy birthday, Cash.
Nah, I mean, working. I moved. So between working, moving, but I've been keeping up behind the scenes.
Okay.
You see me behind the scenes. I've been checking out this conversation. I find it to be interesting. What's up? Salute to everybody. Haven't seen everybody in a while. Boogie, Sarge. All right, good. I think everything is from what I'm hearing, we focusing in on players, and I think my man Ballin was talking about the bigger issue. Right. And it is a bigger issue. Some of it is on some players. Players gonna make mistakes.
Absolutely.
But I think the bigger issue is Tibbs, man.
Okay.
He's the one that's pulling the strings on this chessboard, and he's not using his pieces right, man. I mean, I know he has this philosophy in which he lived by, and I understand that. You go by your code, man. You live and you die by your code. But sometimes, as in this day and age, man, and I even find it for myself as I get older, sometimes, man, the old dog got to learn some new tricks, man.
Got to, bro.
And we have youth that's on our team that we need to use to our advantage. Now, I know sometimes it's hard living through the mistakes of the youth, but in order for growth and development, mistakes got to happen before you can get better. I mean, you look at the history of the game, let's look at Jordan. Jordan had to lose. He had to get beat down by Detroit or whatever before he started winning titles. Kobe had to learn before he became the Mamba. He had to go through his trials. So we all got to go through trials before we get better, and mistakes are going to be had. But Tibbs has got to let these young boys play, man. How else are they going to get better?
Let me quote what you said, DJ Cash.
Man? I mean, Freezy, you talked about yourself when you was a skinny Freezy. Going through that period of being a skinny Freezy made you the Freezy that's standing here, right now. The Freezy, right, the man that you are. Holding it down here on Blanche Tears. So my point is, man, go through them trials, man. I mean, we did in life. I mean, we were all young. I was young, inexperienced. I did some things that I can regret. We all can attest to that.
Yeah.
But that's what made us who we are now, as we all standing here united as Knicks brethren. So, hey, let's do this, man. If we got to lose, in other words, if we got to lose the win, so be it, man. As long as we get that chip, that's what it's about, man. Sustained winning.
Okay.
We got the pieces, man. We got the bishops, we got the pawns, we got all the pieces on the board, man. Leon's done the right thing. Use them.
Well, let's quote your statement real quick, DJ Cash. Your statement was, the key to the chessboard is Tibbs. He's misusing the pieces. Let the bishop be a bishop and a pawn a pawn. Play your board, play to win, checkmate.
Yeah.
And I said that too. I agree, man. I said that as well about, I just don't like to keep repeating, but good point, great point.
So okay, so who are your pawns in this grand game of chess?
The pawns?
Yeah.
Question for you.
Okay. All right, your pawns. Fournier had a hell of a game. But let's keep it real. Is he gonna be a long-term piece that's gonna help facilitate this chessboard? No. He needs to go. Even Kemba Walker, is he gonna be that long-term sustainable piece that's on the chessboard?
Oh, okay.
No, he had his moment. Granted, he had some hell of a games, but no.
So define
what is long term?
Yeah.
Long term sustainable, consistent winning happens over a period of time. You look at organizations like the Spurs. You look at the Spurs, the Miami Heat. Look at them two organizations. Even though of all the chips that they won, and even though when they haven't won the chips, they were always in the mix. That's what we need to have. We have the right management in place. Right now, we just have to start, as it starts there, it has to trickle down to, the general manager and the players, man. I mean, that's what I want to see for the Knicks, man. Some sustainable winning. If we at least be in the game. If we ain't getting the chip, at least be in the game, man. But them two pieces, yes.
Okay.
DJ Cash.
All right, this is CWC, the mask. Let me tell y'all something. Some of y'all was talking about Toppin, and some of y'all were talking about RJ Barrett. Let me get y'all straight. First of all, we don't have no point guard. That's the problem. We need a point guard. We ain't going nowhere without a point guard. Rose hurt, Kemba hurt. Those are point guard. Who we got next, Bert? Come on, man. That's why Toppin can't open his game, because he need a point guard. Mitch Robinson need a point guard. Randall need a point guard. Randall had 6 turnovers because we need a point guard. He's not a good ball handler.
True.
RJ Barrett
we do need a point guard, but we have one, and his name is McBride. He got to learn, man. You got to teach him.
I'm ready to jump out the window.
It may be another piece that may need to be added to that, but for right now, McBride, man, Cash, let me do something. I just want to reset real quick. So for the next few minutes, man, D Poetic gonna be moderating. He gonna be the point guard, right? So D gonna control the flow. Everybody. Just what I'm saying, no disrespect for everybody, but in order for everybody to hear and for everybody to get a fair chance to rock the mic, and what I'm saying, I'll put it in order. Hey, Hardwell, can you play the 2 for me?
Where you going, Uncle Freezy?
I ain't going.
Where you going, Uncle Freezy?
We ain't going.
Okay. He's saying you running
the revenue, man. Come on.
Yeah. Come on. Yeah, I'm just establishing the backcourt. That's all. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I just speak fast when I talk.
Okay, all right. And so
you CWC. You can't. I guess it ain't even worth saying.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be here. I'm just doing production.
Nobody want to debate with me.
I'm just doing stuff like this. So I ain't going nowhere. I'm just doing stuff like that. So,
what up?
What up, fellas?
And congratulations on your joint, bro. That premiere Friday night.
Yes,
fire. You got like 500 views in like 6 hours. That was crazy.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate all the love, fellas.
No doubt.
All right, D, you ready?
Oh yeah, let's do it. Okay, Chuck, you were gonna say something, brother.
Oh man, I lost my train of thought, bro. Y'all can go ahead.
Did you?
Yeah.
Damn, man, because I know Chuck has some heat.
My bad.
Sneak in the back door, man.
Hey, let me just slide in. It was the slide to jump on with Charlie.
It'll come back to you.
Bass was saying.
Go ahead, Soulfinger.
It's more than just a point guard. You know, you can't just put the blame on we don't have a point guard. It's deeper than that. It's the front office as well. You got to get the pieces to put in place. So it's more than just that small situation. Yeah, the point guard is part of it, but you got to look at where it originated from. Who helped put this stuff together?
Let me read you back real quick, Soulfinger. And CWC, there have been many championship teams that did not have a point guard traditionally. Go ahead, Soulfinger.
Yeah,
we had no point guard.
Chicago Bulls did not have a point guard. The LA Lakers did not have a point guard.
Michael Jordan.
He's not a point guard.
Michael Jordan is a point guard.
What?
In what reality and universe?
Hey, you gotta go.
So what is Michael Jordan? A shooting guard?
Yeah, he's a dynamic backcourt player.
Yeah, the greatest shooting guard ever.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. I wasn't even alive. PWC. I wasn't even alive when Jordan was playing, and I know. I'm not gonna lie to you.
LA Lakers didn't have a point guard. Kobe Bryant was a point guard too.
No, they had Derek Fisher.
No, they had Fisher though. But
he's not a dynamic point guard.
You don't need an elite point guard to win.
I mean, I don't think. Hold on.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time.
Hold on. I think it's being misconstrued because look, even though we need a point guard that don't have to be a superstar. So even though Derek Fisher wasn't a superstar, he hit big shots and played great basketball. So that's the type of point guard I figured we need on the Knicks. In reference to what D's saying, he's right. But for our team, I do think we do need a point guard, though. You know what I mean? Now, when we say about like Derek Fisher, for example, with the Lakers, he came and did his job. That's the type of point guard I think we need. Or we may need more of a scoring point guard. It depends on who stays on the team or who goes. But I think we do need somebody to control the ball, to get Julius in his sweet spot more and run the team better. Because RJ is better with somebody who could go off the dribble and kick it. You know what I mean? And Julius Randle is all right with the ball, but he's better in his sweet spot. So they do need a point guard, if you ask me. Everybody's opinion is different when it comes to that, but it's obvious, you know, when you look at what we're doing, that we do need somebody to really run the team from a point guard position that could get off the dribble and either create his own shot or one for someone else. So maybe he should be a little better than a Derek Fisher.
But the narrative
isn't that.
But the narrative of that our team fortunes are going to turn around and we're going to turn into championship contention solely based on a dynamic point guard, I don't think holds weight because there's been many successful teams that did not have that.
Yeah, no, I agree. We need a lot. We need more work than that. That's just a part of it. You know what I mean? That's
well. Can I throw something in there real quick? Because about it. We ain't had a half a point guard in 20 years, let alone an operative one. I look back at that Chicago team talking about with Jordan. I see my man Ron Harper. He wasn't the best point guard, but he was serviceable.
PJ Armstrong.
Right? Yeah, he was serviceable. Right? You look at that Miami Big Three. They had Mario Chalmers. He wasn't the best point guard, but he was serviceable.
Yeah, but those players also
I think Hard Will, man. I think you outlined the definition of the point guard that we need, and I totally agree with you. And I feel that could be the case with McBride. He has to get there. He's just a rookie.
I think he
has to get a lot more evidence.
I mean, he ain't got to be flashy, but if he can facilitate, don't turn the ball over, knock the shot down when he needs to, get everybody else involved, and we know he can play some hellified defense. There you go. There's the components.
Well, besides defensively, that's the only thing he's really shown that could put him on the floor for minutes. Yeah. And back to Baked Beans real quick, but Baked Beans, all those players you just named, one thing that they had in common was they had dynamic perimeter players that controlled every possession of the game, which we don't have.
So maybe we need more of a point guard.
I agree with you on that.
Maybe we need more of a point guard who's more dynamic and can score the ball.
Or just a playmaker.
Yeah, that's true.
No, we need a scoring point guard because we don't have a center that could score. There you go.
Well, let me say
But
this.
it's a lot of talent on the team to keep the chemistry going. We may have to get a decent point guard. Go ahead, Chuck.
I was basically going to say what you were about to say, Harwell. You get a dynamic point guard. I don't want to hear anybody complaining about RJ not getting enough shots. I don't want to hear them complaining about their favorite player not getting enough shots, because that's what a dynamic point guard is, a guy that can make shots and that is going to take shots. That's what a Damian Lillard is, a dynamic point guard that is going to make shots. A Steph Curry, a dynamic point guard that's going to make shots. We don't need anyone to necessarily take away from the guys that we're developing, the shots that they would be taking and making. You need someone to set them up, get out of the way, and then when the ball gets to them, be able to knock that shot down. Not for nothing, we all crapped on Elfrid Payton. Me too. I'm a part of that game. But Elfrid Payton knew how to get guys in their positions and get them the ball. The only thing that he couldn't do was make a shot for his life. Like, he had the worst jump shot ever. And teams made sure the ball rotated back to him so he can put it off the backboard or the front of the rim or air ball. So we need a serviceable point guard, not necessarily dynamic, because we're never going to find out what RJ is offensively consistently if you have a point guard or another dynamic player taking away from his shots. Same thing about getting.
I gotta hold on. I gotta step on that real quick. I don't think that's true, because I think it's two different, you know what I mean, dynamic type of point guards. We got the scoring point guard, and then you got the point guard like Chris Paul. That's more of a distributor and more of a lookout first. I think we need the Chris Paul point guard. You know what I'm saying? So to say that, you know, for the first guard got to be a shooter, RJ and all that ain't gonna prosper. If RJ don't prosper, then that's on him. You're supposed to get better when better players is around you setting
But
up.
Chris Paul would make him better though, Beans. I think Chris Paul would make a player like that is basically what we saying too though, Beans, in reference to like somebody who could score but would make the basketball play. That's what Chuck is saying too, really. Like, you know, that's because the point I was making, if he keep on going crazy, you know, he'll freeze RJ out like a Lillard. But I still think if we don't keep, like, if Julius ain't on the team, then you might need more power coming from that point. You know what I mean? Because RJ can't do all that type of stuff yet because he needs time to grow. So you might need that dynamic type of point guard. It depends on more of a situation type of a thing. You know what I'm saying? What type of move they make. Everything will have to play into that trade, if you ask me.
But now you have
it has to be a point
question.
guard that could facilitate well, because we do got a lot of talent on our team. Even with Randall, with a good point guard, I think it'd be better.
So basically, a point guard that could expect.
A point guard that could score, right? But he make basketball.
Well, we need
a point guard that'll pass it. If you open, you getting the ball. Some people
now
see
the
you
question
open,
is
still
that,
shoot and make the shot. Go ahead, D.
But now the question is that you guys are asking for a Chris Paul prototype type of point guard, and my question to y'all is that how many of that is around in the NBA today?
I see some young ones around the NBA that's showing potential to be in some decent ones. I see some young ones that's showing potential to be like on point. Because you got to remember now, players and we lucky because the players that's developing and coming now, I call them microwave players. You know what I'm saying? You got to pay attention to what's out there. Some players that can come in and turn the Knicks around at the point. Young guys. But Brad needs an older point guard, though, to be in front of him, I think, to learn. You know what I mean? So he could become better. As far as him being our starter, that's how I would play it with him. So, you know, I don't know. He needs more time to grow.
That's why I think that D Rose, him sitting behind D Rose and Kemba, is a great situation.
I mean, maybe, you know, yeah, because they could score, he could play D, so hopefully he pick up his shot and learn as much as he can from those guys.
You were saying Hardwell, like as far as learning from the vets.
But I just feel like Kemba and Rose he need to learn from a point guard that's gonna come in and facilitate the way we need, like what we was just talking about. So if he's gonna be there, right, we'll be grooming him to know how to play like that and play defense, because he's not gonna be the player that's gonna average 25. You know what I mean? But we don't need that from the point. He gonna play D. He gonna stop the penetration. You know what I mean? And if he play behind a guard that know how to make plays and play good on offense, as far as facilitating, make your shot when you get it, but get players involved. I think that'll help McBride more than D Rose.
See, I think McBride he should take everybody game and just add his own little spice to it. Like, we already know you're a great defender. We need you to be a better passer and hit your open shots. You ain't gotta be, you know what I mean? You gotta build on what you got and just add shit to it. Language, add stuff.
And that's the problem too, though. You know, these kids just need more opportunity. So if we growing and we building, you know, that's what I always be fighting for. You know, we can't act like if we not going, if we only going one round further, then why we like Chuck always say, we stunting their growth as far as how would they be next season or the season after that if we played these players more in certain positions. You know what I mean? Play them more so they can learn how to grow and get their games the way we all want their games to be. And add the right point guard and make certain moves, and I think we'd be all right.
But the issue with that is that when you sign Tom Thibodeau, you prioritize winning over your example.
Right. And
So
not
it's
just
like,
not just
you
winning.
can't have your cake and eat it. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, you right. That's the
That's
biggest
why
problem.
That's why Tips got to go. That's why Tips got to go.
What?
Bro, where do you get that?
Well, I mean, obviously CWC is in full blown development, which is fine.
Yeah.
Which I'm okay with that. I have no problem with that.
Yo, CWC, what he got to do?
He got to
You gotta go.
No, but say with that swagger you just did though. Tim's got to go. Anywho, but that's the problem, guys. It's like we want to see these young guys flourish, but you guys have to keep in mind that the itinerary for those things of what you want doesn't match to the direction in which the front office chose in order to go forward for these next 2 to 3 years.
G-Man, the Giants are
G-Man,
keeping
you
Joe
okay
Judge.
over there? Yeah, I'm about to say, you okay,
The
G-Man?
Giants keeping Joe Judge. Yeah, I
You know,
saw it.
he's going to be involved in all your future plans, G-Man, you know, just for you.
Not the coach who was calling a dive play
on 3rd and 9. On 3rd and 9.
See, this game is all.
Hey, Hard Will. He said he want to talk to the team and have a meeting about the future plans because he believes that his philosophy is elite.
Oh my God! Stop. You know what? I'm gonna have to take a siesta right now because that right there, that dude's right there. Oh my God, Jesus Christ!
Actually, I think he might be up for an extension, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
They're gonna make him the GM and the coach.
Yeah, highest paid coach. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, so D, I wanted to elaborate on what was said just now in order to get a more robust conversation.
Of course.
Right? Because what was said was McBride probably needs a mentor, right? Mm-hmm. And the Knicks need a playmaker right away. So that playmaker / mentor that the Knicks that was suggested. What I'm confused to how the Knicks are going to find a mentor / playmaker that's affordable, because most of those dudes around the league are very expensive. You feel me? Or they're past their prime, like a Rajon Rondo. So I'm asking D, right? D, if you had to, based on what the panel told you just now, what player or what type of player solves that issue that was brought up by the panel?
I will have to evaluate and look at that, but to come and now, are we talking about just a wing player, a playmaker? Are you putting it in the box as to it has to be a point guard?
No, the panel said somebody to mentor Miles McBride.
Right. Okay. A mentorship.
Yep.
The guy playing the same person, right?
So we're going with
playmaker, same person, right, Freeze? One player. We talking about.
Yeah, that's what the panel. Yeah, that's what the panel suggested.
Yeah. So we're going with the understanding that Kemba Walker and Derrick Rose do not fit that category, right?
That's what was mentioned. Right.
They get
specifically that they
don't be on the
ain't.
court.
It was because it was said, and then Hartwell came after the person that said it. They specifically said that Kemba Walker and Derrick Rose ain't it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Rondo was out there, but he got traded.
Right.
It's not true. I think I like where you're getting at, because if we're on the same page, there's not too many of that. There's not too much of that in the NBA.
That player doesn't exist right now.
Yeah.
And they're not within our sphere of influence or attainability, because players like that are named Kyle Lowry, Chris Paul.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And they just signed long-term contracts, and they're older. Right. So by the time you get them,
that's cool. That's cool. Y'all heard about Mo Bamba?
What?
No.
What about it?
He got traded to
what was that?
I said Mo Bamba just got traded for a second-round pick. I think he's going to Detroit.
Wow.
For a second-round pick. Why can't we jump on that?
Wow.
Wait, who are we talking about?
Mo Bamba.
Us.
On the Magic, right?
Gosh.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Who said that?
No, it says Mo Bamba. My bad. Who's from Denver? You're talking
right?
Whoa.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I think
Beans, what the hell?
Yeah, Beans,
what the hell?
Yo, he got me on Google. He got me.
I'm looking at my phone. I'm like, because y'all know I normally get the notifications. I'm like, I ain't see nothing
on now.
Ladies
and
gentlemen, so anyway,
do not eat the beans.
Baked beans. So
beans.
They make a mistake, man. Once in a while, man.
Everyone just wants to win.
Because all black people look alike, right, Beans?
So Freezy. So back to what we were saying was that there's not a lot of serviceable mentorship going around in the league right now that are not already locked up or have different ideas of directions at their point of their careers at this point in time.
So what it sounds like, and when I was listening, bro, so I was listening intently, right? So what it sounds like is the Knicks fan base is desperate because you don't clamor for a specific thing that's not attainable unless you are desperate. It's like the dude holding up the line at the gas station scratching the lottery ticket. He desperate. You know what I'm saying? Because the dude that wasn't desperate,
how we desperate though?
To the car. Huh?
Been desperate.
But how we desperate though? You know what I mean? I don't see how we desperate. We need a point guard.
CWC, you're desperate to get Tibbs out of here.
You desperate? You said get him out of here.
You is too, baller. You is too, baller. You want him out of here too.
Yeah,
no.
Everybody wants Tibbs out of here.
So CW.
So there is desperation. That's the point.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is we legit just establish a criteria that we gotta have, right? In order for us to be successful. The criteria doesn't exist, and we stick to that criteria anyway. You know, so you know what that makes us look like? It makes us look desperate.
Yeah, and then we get the crappy end of the stick.
Use Burke for a point guard. So we're gonna use Burke for a point guard through this whole season.
Doug, those are two different topics. So what we have right now is totally different than what you guys want right now. What we have and what we want are two different things, because if we already had what we wanted, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
And plus, Freezy, with that desperation, and plus Freezy with that desperation, plus Freezy with that desperation, now we put ourselves at the crappy end of the stick now. And you see, and you don't want to look too thirsty when you're trying to acquire assets, because then you end up with nada.
Right, and overpaying for it.
Oh yeah, and being stuck with it. Absolutely.
Right.
So let's go through all the point guards in the league right now, right? This is Sporting News top 30, right? So just to go real quick, they got Steph Curry, Luka, Damian Lillard, Trae Young, Chris Paul, Drew Holiday, Russell Westbrook, De'Aaron Fox, Kyle Lowry, Mike Conley, Ja Morant, SGA, LaMelo, Malcolm, Fred, Lonzo, D'Angelo Russell, Kemba, Spencer Dinwiddie, DeAndre Murray, Patty Mills, Reggie Jackson, Dennis Schroeder, Darius Garland, Monte Morris, Devontae Graham, Jalen Suggs, which I don't know why he's there, Kevin Porter Jr., Tyrese Maxey, and Killian Hayes. Where's the mentorship?
Nowhere. Where's Tyrese Halliburton?
Yeah, I mean, this is a crappy thing, but I just wanted to give it like an idea because it was like 6 guys I would even put here.
No,
Hey, baller.
It might be a
let me ask this one thing real quick, and then I'm gonna get out of the way.
No, you don't have to.
And this is for Hardwell and DG, man. I wanted you to get into this, man, too, right? Because I need your opinion. I need your sage advice on this, right? Can you find a young guy to do the exact thing we're looking from a grizzled vet?
Absolutely. What? Of course we can.
I believe that it's possible, but I believe that one of the roadblocks is that if you want that and it's out there, the foundation has to be set. So what you can't have is someone overriding that youthful exuberance and shut it down, right? So we have to figure out, again, I said this way back when, we have to establish direction for this basketball team, guys. We still don't have a direction right now. We have a win now coach. We have a front office that's split, in my opinion, whether it's win now or develop.
Well, that is a direction, though, G-Man. It's just a short-term direction.
Okay, but I gave you 2.
Mm-hmm.
I gave you 2. So anytime, so if you have multiple directions, then okay, put 2 directions in your GPS and think you're gonna get the most direct route for one direction. The GPS is confused because you just gave it 2 directions. What are we doing? Are we developing or are we winning now?
But G-Man, but the question was, can a young guy do the same thing as an old guy?
Right. So, like, for example, a Vanderbilt for Minnesota can do what Hodge is doing in 20 minutes.
Okay, so this is where we are with young versus old, right? So right now, 10 years ago, I was the tech genius in my house. Anything that went wrong with any computer, cell phones, whatever the case may be, they brought it to me. I could fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Today, right now, my 18-year-old daughter is a tech expert. I'm outdated, bro. I'm outdated because of where we are. So again, it goes back to the foundation of the team. If the foundation of the team is still old, and that's what we're going through, that's the dynamic that we're going through, it has to be an old player. Because if you bring a young player in here and compare it to the old, or expect for that young player to be a dynamic input to the old, you're failing. I'm telling you right now.
So you're saying
they
no.
Have a match.
So your answer is no. So your answer is no.
My answer would be, it depends on what the foundation of the team going to be for you.
But G-Man, the player you bring in is going to be a part of your foundation. Like, you don't bring a young guy in not to be a part of the foundation, right?
So if you bring a young player into this foundation, he will fail.
So no is the answer.
Yeah, in this foundation, no.
Okay.
I think what's going to happen with us is we're going to come to a point where we're going to have a crossroads of whether it's going to be the old or the new. And what's going to happen is we're either going to go one way or the other. And I think that direction is going to be the new, because what's going to happen, like
that's right.
You made reference before to mentorship. No, you're right, Ballin. There's no old school mentors out there, but mentorship could come through coaching. So that may require some adjustment on the coaching staff to help these young players to develop. I guess that's why there are a lot of more developmental coaches now in the NBA to help develop these players. So I think that development can happen through coaching and that mentorship, as opposed to from players, because there ain't that many players out there that can come in and help to develop these young guys. But it's going to get to the point of that crossroads where yeah, it's going to be the young people that's going to take over. You're going to see, I already see it happening with R.J. Barrett in terms of his mentality.
Mm-hmm.
Watch how he is 3 years, I'm going to say 3 years from now to where he is now, and watch the change. And it will definitely be for the better.
Mm-hmm.
And do we have the right coach? No.
You may be right. You might be right. If Tibbs, this is the thing with Tibbs, and as I said in my opening statement, he's an old dog. He's an old dog like me, but you got to learn new tricks because society and technology, things have changed, and you got to go with the flow if it helps you improve. And if you don't make the necessary adjustments, hey, he might need a change. Because what's going to happen is once these young boys start balling out, you got to let them go, man. It ain't going to be like, oh, okay, you made a mistake. We got to put you on the bench. No, let them ball.
Yeah,
but, Tibbs may not long term. Tibbs may not be the coach. The youth is going to develop. It's going to blossom.
If they go that route, Tibbs would not be the coach. If they go that route,
I guess my question
because
is
look at the players. I'm going to just make this last point. Look at the players that we've had that have gotten traded to other teams and have balled out and have gotten rings, have gotten chips because we didn't want to wait or well, we had bad management. We know the reasons why. But look at those players. So sometimes you just got to sit in the cut and let the chips fall where they may.
I have a question. So what is the average age of the head coaches that have won championships in the last 5 years?
What?
The average age.
Say that again.
The average age.
That's not a fair question, though.
Why?
Yeah.
Because of the team that they have. That's not a fair question. I know what you're going with, though.
I'm just saying.
The
average age of the head coaches that have won championships in the last 5 years.
About 50.
I was going to say in their 50s. In their 50s.
I was going to say even younger than that because I think the last old coach that won a chip was Phil Jackson.
Yeah, because think about it. Kerr's not as old as we think when he first won. Then Spoelstra was young when he first won.
Yep.
Frank Vogel's in his mid-40s.
True.
Okay.
Which isn't old, so yeah.
And
what about Budenholzer? How old
I was just going to check. I was going to go check him.
Budenholzer might be almost 60, but he's not 60 yet.
Budenholzer is a little older.
Yeah, he's probably 50-something. I don't think he's 60. He's under the same tree, though, that, as far as coaching.
Yeah, he's under Greg Popovich's tree.
Okay, so G-Man, what's your point?
That this is a young coach's game. That's what he's trying to get at.
That is exactly my point. He already knew what was wrong with that. That's exactly my point.
Hey, G-Man, you see in the private chat, you should look.
Budenholzer is only 52 years old.
Hey, I'm gonna throw this bone. I'm gonna throw this bone out here. How do we know if they ain't setting up for Johnny Bryant to be the next coach? That's why he's the associate head coach.
That's been rumors going around especially in this channel.
because he's young, he's hungry. Hey, we gotta see how the board play out on that.
This New York.
I think Tibbs know that too. I think Tibbs know that too.
It's just that what you guys are saying that and this is something you guys got to consider in your argumentation is that so you're saying that the front office hasn't done a good job of putting that win now, assembly for Toms correctly, but y'all would trust them in putting him the right young coach for a team developing towards the right direction?
I think that
that was their fault.
That's a good point, G. And I would say this. I would say at this point in time, we have seen what failure looks like. We have seen what patchwork looks like, right? So I have to believe that a bunch of smart people in an organization will figure out what they did wrong in this stint of trying to rekindle this organization and then go back and build from scratch. So you can't go in and have your supervisor on a different level as the GM. So the GM gives direction, the supervisor is supposed to follow. But if you have a difference of opinion there, you're not going to be successful. So the answer to your question would be, I believe that if we want to go in that direction, there may be some people in that front office that we need to look at as well, not just the head coach. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's by committee.
Oh yeah,
That's my final stances on that. I think it's a committee thing. It's not just a one person thing.
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah. It's all from the front office first, then the coach.
I mean, we'll see what's gonna go on, but I'm gonna tell you right now, where we are right now, I think that the gathering of players that we have on this roster right now are suffering because of that miscommunication between the front office and the coaching staff. Just to be honest with you, that's what I believe.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's obvious.
And y'all know this too, right? They want to go young for our future, and Tibbs and Reynolds were feeling themselves when they got to that playoff last year. But we were looking to the future, and they wasn't. That's why they signed. That's why they signed Taj back, Noel back, Burt back. The offense was gonna get rid of them guys, but Tibbs like, nah, we need to get our own guys. That's what happened.
Where'd you read that?
Yeah, I about to say, where is that? Where's the proof on that? I need the receipts on
what
that.
happened?
Man, that's the
They're asking you.
I got
Okay, that's what they were asking. Okay. Anyway, so
that's where the miscommunication was coming in with them two, with Tibbs in the front office.
Let us know, Mass. What else happened?
I was saying this on Man show when he was on. It was miscommunication with the front office.
Okay.
Why you think we at where we at right now? Why do you think we got a bunch of old heads on our team?
Oh, we're not that old, by the way.
We're actually.
Dude, there's 10 teams that are older than us.
You think Noel and Fournier are older than they are? They're actually not even 30.
And Noel's 45 years old, man.
Noel is 27.
Taj is 67.
Noel's 27. Taj is the only old head for real. If we're being honest, he's the only old head on the roster.
They act like they old on the court. I can't tell.
Well, you can't
the way they move on the court.
But just to refute your statement, there are about 12 to 13 teams that are older than us.
All right.
In this week. So
well, we move slow on the court then. I don't know how we move that slow.
What
we
you
young.
about to say, D?
I was going to go over the schedule and how important this week is, because we have San Antonio tonight. We win 1-1 with Boston. We have San Antonio tonight. We have Dallas on Wednesday. Dallas has been playing great basketball lately. We have what was that?
I said Frank.
What do you mean, Frank? What's the prank?
Ain't nobody worried about Frank CWC.
Oh, Frank. Oh, I thought you said prank. My bad. Okay. Atlanta Hawks on the inconsistent Atlanta Hawks on Saturday. And then we have the Charlotte Hornets that has given us fits on Monday. We should have a full strength Minnesota team on Tuesday. And then we have New Orleans on Thursday on the 20th. And then after that, that's when things start getting real. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 games.
Indeed.
Coming up.
What do you project our record is coming out of those 6?
Well, let me finish, and then that's exactly what I was going to kick to y'all.
Okay.
So after that, I'm not going to go too far. I'll just go to the All-Star break.
Right.
Okay.
We got the LA Clippers.
That West Coast trip.
Yes. Well, that LA Clipper game is at home, and then we start.
Yeah, you got
Cleveland Cavaliers, Miami Heat, Milwaukee Bucks, which is not yet the West Coast trip. Then we have Sacramento. Then we have Memphis. Then we have Los Angeles. Then we have Utah. Then we have Denver. Then we have Golden State. Then we have the Portland Trailblazers, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the Brooklyn Nets. That's the games before the All-Star break. Where do you guys?
Those 8 games in February on the road too, out west.
Correct. Where do you guys project where we're at that point in time? And also, please answer, how important is this week heading into that grueling schedule?
I mean, I've been saying this for the past couple of streams. If we don't get it together this month, really this whole month, January, it's not gonna look too pretty for us going forward, because like I said, these long road trips, February and March, we have 2 long road trips that we have not endured yet, and our team still is not fully functioning at the way that we would all like it to. So
Right.
if we don't get it together in January, I really don't know where it's going to go, because teams are already, as you're seeing around the league, they're already finding chemistry and they're already heating up. And we haven't consistently been able to do that yet for at least even, I'd say, a stretch of even 3 games in a row this whole season.
Right. Anybody else want to chime in?
I think these next 30 days are going to determine the whole season. We need to go at least 500, I would say at best, considering how grueling that schedule is. And yes, we need to play with chemistry and continuity. If not, we're going to see a metamorphosis of this team going young. And at that point, our future is going to be determined on the youth. But these next, as you mentioned, Ballin, you're right. It's going to determine this season, and maybe some players, maybe their fate going forward.
And I want you to keep something in mind too. Tibbs' rotation has shortened in the last week. He's gone to 7 or 8 players.
So now
we know CWC. So now you're going to go ahead and you're going to play this grueling schedule. He's going to have to use his depth or lack of.
Can I answer the question?
Oh yeah, of course.
All right. I think I might have a little different take than y'all do. I feel like West Coast trips that's coming up, for some strange reason, I think we're gonna do good, man. I don't know what it is. I know what we've been going through, but these last 40 games, I'm sticking to it. We win in 25. I don't know how, where, but out the next 40, we're gonna win 25 of those games. And I feel like the West Coast trips, we're gonna do good. That's just me.
But why do you feel that way?
Right.
For some strange reason, all we've been through this whole year, when our backs is really against the wall, I think we're gonna get destroyed. I think that's when we're gonna do good.
Yeah, but Chuck was asking, what are you basing that intuition on? Is there any signs of evidence that have led you to thinking that could possibly happen?
Yeah, because I feel like by the time that trip do come along, I feel we should be like damn near 100%. If not 100, we probably just be missing goals still. But still, like I can't point specifically to A, B, or C. It's just a feeling that I don't know.
No doubt.
Check my intuition. Beans, and I'll break it down more.
Okay. So, anybody else want to chime in?
Yeah, me.
Go ahead, CW.
All right, the 10 games the 10 teams that you just named, right? I think we're gonna be like 5-5. We're gonna win 5. We're gonna lose 5.
Okay.
And I believe what's gonna hurt us again is the point guard, because the teams that you just named, they got legitimate point guards and that could score, and they got big men that could score on the West Coast too. And we don't have a big man that could score like them, and we don't have no point guard that could score like them. So that's gonna hurt us on that West Coast trip.
So you're saying up into the All-Star break, you have us going 500, which is 19 games, not 10. So you have us going 500.
Wait, well, I was just naming the team that you named, like the 10 games on the West.
No, I named 19. That's why
you named 19? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So off that assessment, you're saying 500.
Yeah.
Got you. Anybody else want to chime in?
Okay.
My bad. My bad, Sergeant. To my point real quick. Something has to be done by the trade deadline. Some type of move. I don't know, big like we did last year with the D-Rose situation, but we need enough to trade to shake something up.
What trade are you looking for, and what position do you want to target on to fix?
I want to up.
You break it up. You break it up, baked beans. I can't hear you, brother.
I said either the point guard or the small forward.
Any players in mind?
Of course, De'Aaron Fox. My boy New Orleans,
Brandon Ingram.
Brandon Ingram, and
Ingram.
Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it short and simple with them two right now.
No doubt. Okay, no problem. Yeah, I mean, and if we do swing the trade, that could address a need that we have. Yeah, that could definitely help us moving forward. Go ahead, G-Man.
So realism time, right? Time to come down out of the stratosphere, off the moon, come back down to Earth, right? Planet Earth, where we always are, right? When you walk outside and you put your toes in the earth, that's planet Earth, right?
Okay, G-Man.
We have not shown. Tell me one game to we can go from game to game that we've shown consistency in the play of the players that's on this roster right now. Show me in game to game where there's been continuity in the scheme that the team is playing with. Show me from game to game where we know because it has been proven, we've seen it. The eye test has shown us ball movement is key to the win for the New York Knicks. But we revert to that and go to ball dominance, to where I'm watching the game and it's like everybody's all for something. How does that work? And moving from where we've been, what we have seen happen, right? Because even if you look back, so the loss that we just suffered against the Boston Celtics, right? I promise you, people's opinion would have been different if one Frenchman was playing in that game. But what we do, go back to the game that we played in the Garden. Tell me what was the offensive scheme of that basketball game. I'll wait.
Well, I mean, Tibbs runs different types of things. The problem with Tibbs is that none of it is really done to fruition. Like he'll run some motion offense, he'll run some triangle, he'll run all these type of schemes, but he doesn't exhaust the options and the detail of what these schemes can actually bring with his present roster. So, and I agree with you, G-Man. I said this earlier. I said that one of the signs of a not so good to mediocre team is inconsistency.
Yeah.
And that's what we've been this year so far.
So with the schedule that you just laid out, to be honest, and I'm a realist. Now I don't get it twisted, because I know as soon as I say this, people will be like, G-Man is a hater. I'm gonna tell you, I'm a realist. So out of those games, out of the next 10 games you just named, I say we win maybe
19 games, G-Man.
19 games?
Yep.
5.
Wow. So you have us going 5-14.
That's pretty bad.
Listen,
my goodness, 5?
We out of the playoff picture.
I've been saying that the whole time, because you can't tell me based on. I look at fundamental basketball, right? So guys will come out, some guys will have a good game, and they have a Evan Fournier night, right? Or you have a Kemba Walker night, where he goes for 40 plus. And then the next game, he gets a triple-double. Okay, great. But what does that do for the team? If you are the catalyst that drives that success, but you're not available the next game, what are we doing?
Hey, G-Man, they telling you in the chat, your guy that's not going to let that happen, and the reason why we're going to have a better record than that, as you see, is Obi Toppin.
I'm not talking about Obi. I'm not. Sam,
G-Man, stick to the topic, brother.
I am.
Don't get swindled by the Obi stuff. Go ahead.
I'm not going to get on Obi until we start playing Obi correctly, right? So I go back to the fundamental basketball. When you got your star players out there on the court in clutch times and you can't make a free throw, brother. Come on, what are we talking about? A free throw. I'm talking clutch. You are supposed to be the Batman and Robin of this Knicks organization, and you can't make a free throw in clutch basketball time. But we don't talk about that.
Okay, so we'll get to that later. So right now, G-Man, you got him 5-14, which pushes him out of the playoff picture.
I don't see.
Damn, G-Man.
Listen, guys. I'm telling you, unless something changes, I believe the best our organization can hope for this year is to be a 500 team. That's the best we can hope for. I don't see us in the playoffs at all. And even if so this is the thing. if you make
So 41-41 doesn't get you to the playoffs this year?
it depends on
You're in
what.
the
Okay, because you said you don't see us as a playoff team. So I'm asking, will 41-41 get us a playoff berth?
It depends on what the rest of the team, what the rest of the league is doing.
Well, no, I mean, of course, but I'm just saying by your calculations.
That's like a play-in.
It's a play-in, not the playoff. It's a play-in.
Gotcha.
Play-in, not maybe play out.
Not playoffs. Play-in, right? So
that's playoffs.
All I'm saying is this, and I'm trying to keep it 100 with you guys. I don't like to get enamored with wins that don't get it twisted. I love when the Knicks win. I love it. That's my basketball team. I love to see that dub, right? But what I do is I go back and look at the game and how did we get the dub? The game against the Celtics in the Garden, if we made those free throws, it wouldn't have came down to that RJ Barrett last 1.2 second shot. Now all of a sudden we forget what happened before, because I'm legit sitting here watching, play by play on screen, and it was totally different from the third quarter to the fourth quarter. And then when we get down to the point, because people were saying, "Oh, we about to go to overtime." Now all of a sudden RJ comes out and he makes a shot.
Okay, G-Man, we're going somewhere else. We were just concerned with the schedule right now. We're gonna get into all that. DJ Cash, what you got, brother?
Sarge mentioned some good points about the trip, about how again, I refer back to how Tibbs is using these guys.
Mm-hmm.
And how and I think the reason why they missed those foul shots, just to touch on that right quick, they were tied. Because look how many minutes they played. When you look at the when you look at that, look how many minutes they played. But the consistency, the continuity, no, it's not there.
Right.
He made reference to the offense. I think the reason why the Knicks won that game was they fed the hot hand, which is Fournier. He was killing them. And I think a key to the offensive continuity going forward is Julius Randle making quick decisions when he gets the ball. When he gets the ball, you either going to make your move and shoot, or you're going to give it up and keep the ball moving. We need to have a motion offense, because the offense looks bad at times. It's stagnant. But it's going to be, I think the whole key is Julius Randle, making quick decisions with the ball and let the point guard bring it up. Julius,
okay, so now to the All-Star break, what do you see our record?
As I said before, I'm going to be optimistic and say 500.
Okay.
I'm going to be optimistic and say 500, and that we're probably going to be looking at a play-in game. Yeah, we're probably
that's the All-Star
looking
break.
at a play-in game. Yeah, to the All-Star break.
Yeah, right.
500.
Okay, I got you. How about you, Chuck? What's your thoughts?
I hope that we're 500 at the end of these games. I'm not sure.
Based on the schedule I just gave, Chuck, what are your thoughts? What are your intuitions? What do you feel is going to happen?
That it's going to be inconsistent. We'll probably win 20 with the way that we're playing, where we'll win 2 games and then lose 3 or lose 2, where we're not on a real hot streak like we were last year. Like we had got hot at a point. We had won like 6 or 8 games in a row.
Yep.
I'm not sure we're going to be able to pull that off this go round. Only because of the inconsistency from the players that we had a little more consistency from last year.
Right.
Like Randall, like RJ, like Alec Burks. We don't have D Rose. D Rose was a big part of what we did last year and some of the stuff that we did this year. So I think we can be 500. I think we can.
Okay.
But it's hard to say.
I hear you. All right, Sam, what you got, brother?
I actually agree wholeheartedly with what Chuck just said. I would hope that we, can finish somewhere around 500, but you really just never know with this team, and it like I said, it takes a whole lot to go into factor how they're gonna do, the consistency, just the amount of players that need to show up, and then you also can account for is protocols. We never know who can be called in. So, with that being said, we just have to have other guys who can step in, because you have to take into account that that's going to hit the team at some point during the season as well.
Yeah, and to our opponents as well.
Right.
Hardwell, any thoughts?
Yeah, for me, I hope they could do 500 at least or better. It depends on if they get it together with everything that's going on with the team. For these guys, it could be a distraction. Hopefully, it don't really carry over, and they just learn to play with each other, man. That's all. Like, we already halfway through the season, almost, and they still look like they don't know how to play with each other. You know what I'm saying? It's basketball. They're not even having fun. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's basketball, and like somebody mentioned it before, like, not to keep bringing up last season, but at least they had fun. You know what I'm saying? But you all got to keep it real. It starts with your leader. And, if he come out and just make the right decisions, and then when it's time to do more of what you got to do to finish the game, then you finish the game. You know what I'm saying? So I say, I hope for 500, because I don't want to really go too much against my team. You know what I mean? But it's hard to even say 500, to be honest with you, bro, because
be honest.
Who we going against? No, I'm just saying. I just, I'm a fan of. I love my team, so I don't want them to say, "Yo, they ain't gonna win no game." But it's hard to see more than that, if anything. So I go with the 500. Hopefully, I'm hoping for that, rather.
I hear you. Okay, I'll give my final thoughts on this. I think this week is extremely important. I think it's important this week that we go somewhere between 5-1 and 4-2, because to my estimation, and seeing how these games are grouped up into the All-Star break, I could see it getting out of hand. And at least if they jump up a couple of wins on the win column and they suffer some of these losses, it will still keep us at 500. So I feel, for me personally, that this week is predicated on this is the most important week of our season right now, because it's going to predicate what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks or so before the All-Star break. And it's even bad even after the All-Star break, but I'm just going with the All-Star break right now. So I'm kind of in a direction where G-Man is. I'm not as bad as where he's at 5-14. Well, okay, I'll put it like this. If we don't have a good week this week, I could see that 5-14 being completely realistic.
Facts.
But if we have a good week, I could see us around the 500 playing in the next 19 games, which is okay. And it still keeps us in the hunt, and it still keeps us at a playoff berth, because I think we should avoid the play-in at all expense.
Oh, yeah.
So that's my take on that. Anybody else want to add anything before I move on?
Yeah, I want to say one more thing.
Okay, go ahead.
I agree with DJ said in reference to what we do in this situation, as far as what the team gonna do, as far as what direction. Because I always stress the point of, like, wasting time, and not saying I want us to lose to figure it out, but we got to figure this out, man. Either we're gonna win and go decent in the playoffs to show these young guys that part of it, you know what I'm saying? Or give these guys more minutes so they can just learn through, and not just about more minutes, running the team a different way. So it's like running the team in a developing, growing way. You know what I'm saying? That's what they got to hurry up and get figured out. And that's the last thing I want to say on that topic.
I would just add this one last thing. I know I see people talking about Grant. We have to keep in mind that he did go under surgery, so he probably wouldn't even be ready to play if we did trade for him until the All-Star break at the earliest, or at the latest, the end of February.
Good point. So you're at the head of our medical staff, Sam. So.
And we need a fix right now.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
We don't need a patch, right, Sam?
We trade for him. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, we don't do nothing about the trade deadline. Play the rookies. If we ain't gonna do nothing at the trade deadline, play the rookies.
And not only that, just look at there's always something going around the league except for our team. You know what I'm saying? Like Rondo just went to the Cavs, I think. So
yeah,
it's a lot of stuff that be going on, and I be like, yo, we can't never even like make a move. Like, and it is. I heard y'all saying a little while ago about that piece. We saying, oh, that piece can't be found. All these NBA players, yo, you got teams bringing NBA players back that we ain't seen in 4
and being
years,
productive.
Bro. Yeah, look at Lance Stevenson.
Hey,
So when you
Will.
see stuff like this, bro, it's the Knicks office, bro.
Will,
They
I'm
not
gonna give
willing
you
to
a
make a basketball decision because of all these standards, man. And Dolan or whoever it is holding us back, bro.
Will, I'm gonna give you a name that you wouldn't have expected to try to come back, and he's doing it now. He's gonna make his G League, debut or whatever. Marcus Thornton. When's the last time we heard his name?
Wow.
See,
we got guys like that.
Around. I thought he retired.
All right, I thought he was done.
Right.
What name?
Who you say?
Marcus Thornton. I know y'all remember him. He was a shooting guard. Remember he played.
And he used to play with the Clippers. He played with the Bucks for a while too.
I know you're talking about, Sam. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. But that's the point. It's like, you know, the big man that was on Toronto, I think he was Monroe, Big Greg Monroe. They was saying the story about him. Like, yo, you gotta understand, man. If you doing a job, you gotta just do the job. You're supposed to just find somebody that maybe we didn't even know that could fit the job and make it work. You know what I'm saying? They dog Peyton out, and even though he wasn't a good shooter, he did good at his job because he got the ball down. He got Julius the ball in his right spot. So that was the point I wanted to make about if we get a better player than that know how to do that same thing as far as facilitating and getting people involved, then that's really more or less what we really need. And it's a lot of players out there. Lance Stevenson got Sabonis 39 points, man. And I bet you we got them people over there at Indiana like
42.
Yeah, and then he went to Brooklyn the night before that, and he lit Brooklyn. He went at it with KD. So what I'm saying is, man, you know, these guys be making the wrong calls all the time. There's probably people in these panels and the podcast be making better calls than these folks. And I'm just keeping it real. I'm just calling it how I see it, bro.
And you know what, Will? I don't think that's just the front office. Because
it's not, and that's why I said that, bro.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that part because Tibbs.
No, I said because I didn't want to really say Dolan name like that because you know what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, like I thought about that when I mentioned Lance Stevenson because every time we want to get a certain type player, it's always this, that, or the third. But then they go to a market somewhere and don't get in no trouble, have good games. Yo, bro, give players a chance to come and play ball, bro. Like
it's not even that. Like if I'm Tom Thibodeau and I see that I'm really drowning in good guard play, why would I not get a guy that takes care of those things, dribble, shoot, and pass, which in Lance Stevenson, for example.
Exactly.
And especially he's from Brooklyn, especially where it doesn't make sense to me.
And he's not young anymore. He's mature. He went overseas. He made money over there. He left the NBA. He came back. So it's not only him. He just came to my mind. It's a lot of other players because I just wanted to say that because when I heard saying, oh, we can't find that type of player. Yes, we could. We're not talking about you don't got to be Chris Paul age. Lance Stevenson is a good example. He's not a young player anymore if he's been in the league all that time. He's still young. You see what I'm saying? But he's not a young player because he started at a young age. So he got experience and know how to tell you. You see how he was pointing those guys where to be and where to go? You know what I'm saying, bro? You don't have that.
Breaking. Sorry to interrupt, but breaking news. Giants GM Dave Gettleman announced his retirement.
Yeah,
why? Because he's about to get fired.
Hey, G-Man, didn't I give you the scoop on that, G-Man, like 30 minutes ago? I did.
Yep. He's announcing his retirement.
You did, Sam, man.
We
you know what?
He's about to get fired.
That's why I'm happy.
The sources, G-Man, I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, he's gone. Sorry for the interruption, but I had to put that in there. I'm a Giants fan, so I had to put that in there.
Before we change the topic, though, I just wanted to say
I was about to.
I just wanted to say that y'all know those 2 10-day contracts that we had with Dotson and Mooney, they're up now, so we don't even have them unless they re-upped it. I don't think they're back on the team.
Right.
I think we should. I think we should give Boogie Cousins a chance.
He already got signed.
He just got signed somewhere.
For getting fired. Y'all bugging.
What?
CWC Ben said the Giants general manager was gonna get fired.
Oh, hey, Beans. I was just saying, Cousins got signed by the Nuggets, right?
Yep.
He did.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Damn.
Why Milwaukee
That's
got rid of him?
is that why they let go of boy?
Because he didn't listen to Giannis. He was arguing with Giannis in that game. I saw the game.
For real?
He was him and Giannis had a big exchange, and then it fell to the locker room or something, and they just cut ties with him because of that. Yeah.
I think that's the reason with a boy.
No, that's what really happened. It started in the game.
No, I'm saying, do you think Denver got rid of boys to open up that slot for Cousins?
I think they were going to move him anyway.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think they just probably seen him become available, and they grabbed him.
But then why couldn't take that swing, man?
Yo, we're not even taking a jab. Forget a swing.
Yeah.
Yo, they got Lance Stevenson on a 10-day. They about to pay. He about to get another check.
Yeah,
from them,
he's about to play the rest of the season.
Right.
Yeah.
Man, that's what we need a cousin. That's what we need a cousin. Somebody tough, rugged guy.
It's a lot more
Because
players
we don't got no tough guys
bro.
on our team.
They just not really.
We don't got no rugged
I
guys
don't know
on
what
our
they
team.
doing.
So let me jump to the next topic here, yo. So this is brought up a little bit earlier, but I want to articulate more on it. That some people still have their faith in the front office and that changes could be made and stuff of that nature, and in the coaching staff as well. I'm not saying that I'm out the window, but I will say that there are some disturbing signs that I see that lead me to believe that we might end up in the same mess that we've been in for the past 20 years. Okay. And I'll go over some of it. Julius Randle's stats from last year to this year. Last year, 24 points a game, 10 rebounds, 6 assists, 3.5 turnovers, 41% from three, 45% for the field. This year, 19.5, 4.9 assists, 10 rebounds, about the same, shooting 31% from three, and shooting 41% for the field. RJ Barrett, last year, 17 points a game, about almost 18, about almost 6 rebounds, 3 assists, shot 40% from three, shot 44% for the field. RJ this year, 15.5, about 16 points a game. Where am I at here? Less assists with 2.3, less rebounds at 4.5. Shooting percentage dropped down to 34%, field goal percentage at 40. Let me get into Emmanuel quickly, real quick. I got one more play after this, and then I'll be done. Emmanuel quickly last year in less minutes, 11.4 a game, 2.1 rebounds, 2.0 assists, shot 38% from three, shot 39% for the field. This year, 10.7, 2.6 assists, 2.3, 34% from three, and 39% again from the field. One more guy, Derrick Rose. We'll excuse him for the last couple of games that he's been out, but it's still notable. Last year, 15 points a game, about 4 assists, about 3 rebounds, shot 41% for the field, 48%. 41% for three, 48% for the field. And this year, he's at 12 points a game, at 4 assists, 3 rebounds, 40% for three, and 44% for the field. So, and I could break down more, but I want to just make the point. The point is that the production has dropped. Instead of guys evolving within the coaching staff and still the key pieces still there, it seems to be that everybody is kind of taking a step back and possibly reverting into, into what it has been. So does this type of stuff concern you guys? And do you think that this is just a phase and this could be turned around?
So I'll go first. I'm gonna jump out there on the ledge, right? And I've always talked about foundational decisions and setting a foundation, and all those stats that you just rattled off is a direct reflection of not having a foundation, right? So you have two different entities, being the front office and the coaching staff, on two different agendas. I think the front office right now is trying to straddle the fence. So you have some entities in the front office that want to go with the win now scenario, and you have some that want to go with the developmental aspect of what we got going on. But how all this comes to fruition is you see the on-court production or lack thereof of the people that are playing basketball. There is no continuity on this team right now. None. Zero. So, and that's why I talk about the wins that we have and how they come about. And again, I'm happy about the dub, but I look at how we arrived at that win. So, to your point, D, I would say this. I would say until grown people start acting like grown people and stand by decisions. First of all, have a stance, take the stance, and then stand by your stance and encourage the rest of your brethren to either, if you don't agree with me, that's fine. But tell me why you don't agree, and we will agree to meet in the middle somewhere. We don't have that right
now. Do you believe that this will continue to be a downward trend, or do you believe at some point it could turn around? And if so, why?
Right now, as status quo being what it is, no. We will continue to traverse down this downward spiral because we have too many things that are not aligned. Until you can establish alignment, we will continue to go down the same path. We will continue to be able to point to certain players and say, you didn't do this, you do that, but we're not looking at what the root cause is. If we don't make changes at where the rubber meets the road, we're going to continue to be the same team that we are right now.
So you feel they're going to be in a downward trend because we're not attacking the cores of the issues. We're just relying on Band-Aids and hoping for the best. Is that right?
You put a Band-Aid on the sucking chest wound, and that never works.
I hear you. Anybody else want to buy that apple?
Yeah, I want to get into on that. I think
okay,
the numbers,
DJ Cass, then Chuck.
Numbers are down. Okay, I think the numbers are down because of I agree with the lack of continuity. You threw in Fournier, you threw in Kemba, and so them trying to establish that chemistry and continuity is the reason why the numbers are down. Will the down numbers be consistent? I hope not. But if that continuity and that chemistry is not developed, that would identify as a dangerous trend. That could be a problem going forward. And the other thing that I would probably say going forward too, as regards to the coaching staff in connection with everything, Tibbs is a defensive guy. If you're a defensive guy, then go roll with your defensive pieces. You got two guys that play some good defense. That's McBride and Grimes. Let them young boys go and attack, man, and go with that identity. If that's what you're going to be, if you're going to be a defensive guy, that's your MO, supposedly. Then play the guys who play to your MO, and hopefully, we can get good results. But referring back to those numbers, are they going to come up? I don't think so. I think that those numbers are not going to change. I think those numbers are going to stay consistent.
At a downward trend. At a downward trend,
yeah.
No hopes of it producing further than that. Okay, and I'm gonna and I'm gonna veg you back with you real quick because I said a couple of weeks ago I said I kind of saw what was going on, and I started noticing that there was a little bit of identity crisis going on with Tom Thibodeau. He wasn't hanging his hat on certain things that made him such a prominent name in the NBA. And I said I think one of the solutions, at least to save this season, is that I think Tibbs is going to have to unapologetically be himself, and he's going to have to play some tough, hard-nosed defensive guys out there. And I don't care if the offense looks ugly. We're going to be in every game defensively because he does have certain pieces that could play on ball very well and are very good team defenders. So I agree with that.
Right. Yeah, and that's Deuce, and that's Grimes. Now, of course, they're rookies. That goes all against his MO as well. But hey, if if this is how I'm going to be defined and that's how I roll, then roll with it, man. Roll with it, dog.
I hear you.
Chips
Chuck.
fall where they may.
I hear you. Chuck, hit him.
Well, I think that the numbers could get better. I want to say it's a slump, But
right
to my earlier point about when I was talking about dynamic point guards and how they would take away from RJ. If you take a look at the team last year, Elfrid Payton didn't average a lot of shots. He didn't average a lot of points.
Right.
Reggie Bullock, they didn't run plays for Reggie Bullock. Reggie Bullock sat in the corner. RJ did his work, got his points. Julius did his work, got his points. I think in order for those numbers to look like they did last year, you got to start McBride and Grimes. Why? Because they add exactly what you lost when you let the other two bench players go to other teams, and that's Elfrid Payton and Reggie Bullock. We know that both of those kids can play defense. Their offense will come. You don't need Grimes to make plays. You have RJ for that. Let him do what he's comfortable doing as a rookie. Shoot the ball. You stay over here and you shoot the ball. The one thing that you do have over a Reggie Bullock is that you can put the ball on the floor. But guess what? We're not asking you to do that right now. Just stay in the corner, shoot the ball. You bring in the defense. You bring in a capable 3-and-D defender, an offensive player, and you have a point guard who's still working on his shot, right? But it's way better at this stage than what Elfrid Payton's jump shot has ever been. You got to move. You got to move the dead weight in Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier because they stifle the offense. Because of these are two offensive players that you got to try to work into the system, and Tibbs has been trying that too much at the detriment of the chemistry of the team and the continuity of the team. Trying to get one or two players involved. No, just remove them altogether. Have two guys that don't have ego that already brings that thing that we need to the table in spades, and that's defense. You added two defensive perimeter players, and I believe that the team starts trending in an upward pattern like we did last year. If you don't do these things, if you do not do these things, I do not see it getting better because we're going to be that one tire spinning in the mud, not going anywhere.
Right.
That's my 2 cents.
I hear you.
Can I say something on that? Yo, Chuck, that's a great point, right? But don't you think we got to start playing those guys like Grimes more in reference to your points that you just made? Because it should be easy. I mean, it should be easy to get Fournier off the books and, right? And Kemba, because they're not playing that bad, right? So if you move those players and you get some players, decent players back in, but you still need to have Grimes ready for that position when you play around with his confidence where he don't know if he's going to play one day, he might play another game, he might not play. You know what I mean? You throw McBride out there for 3 minutes. I see you use those players in example. I agree, but I think it lies down to the decision of when they really go in that direction in case we don't, in case the win now idea is out the window.
The win now should be out of the window pretty much right now.
I'm saying in their mind though, Chuck, not your mind, because you should be over there with them, just like some people over here is thinking better than them, I think, because we ain't even making no moves like we talked about Lance Stevenson. Let's go on the example of when do you think they're gonna realize that?
Maybe never.
A week or two before the trade deadline, after all of the should have, could have, would have players that we could have had are all gone, and there's nothing really left, and the team is trying to fleece us for some bum-ish, and that's when they're going to realize, we should have did this weeks ago. We should have been talking to teams weeks ago to try to move some of these contracts.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Right. Because
Great point.
From what I've seen from our front office up to this point is that they are always a day late and a dollar short when it comes to making an impact move.
Absolutely.
Always.
Yep. So Chuck, so you got So you're saying that if Tibbs plugs in a more of a defensive unit, you could see the increase in the production of the guys I just named. Well, we'll leave Rose out of that because we ain't going to see it for another month. But you're going to see the increase of production. That's where you're ending at, right?
Right, because now the thing that we've all been clamoring for, or most of us been clamoring for, I'm not going to say all of us, is put the ball in RJ hands. Let RJ do more. When you have two guys that have to defer to RJ. RJ's the big dog. But when you're talking the other two guys, the former Boston guys, they don't feel that way. They were the man on their team. They were the go-to guy, and they still feel like they have that starism. I don't even think that's a word. Sorry if it isn't. But they still think that
we know what you're saying.
They still think they're that guy. I'm still, the all-star caliber or all-star level guy. So therefore, we saw RJ not getting shots. We saw RJ not getting the ball because one of these guys are either taking the shot themselves or making a worse pass than passing it to an open RJ. Now you bring Grimes and McBride. I still think that they're raw. I still think that they still have room to improve. But guess what? We ain't winning nothing. We're not winning anything.
So why not go through it?
Put them through the fire, man. Put them through the fire because it is only going to make them better. And when you want to find out if something's real, you got to put it through the fire. You want to find out if you got real gold, it has to go through the fire. Gold is going to melt first. Everything that is not gold is going to still be there because it still needs more temperature for it to melt. Put these guys through the fire to find out what you have. They might not have what we think we have. We might not have that. These guys may just be good supplement parts for our team, right? And that's not a knock on those guys. Look where they were drafted. But you'll never know that if you keep putting old fading talent in front of them and expecting this old fading talent to relive their glory years. It has not worked this season. In order for if RJ and Randall are your cornerstone pieces, the pieces that you're going to be using going forward, right? Put people around them that are going to aren't going to take shots away from them, that are going to allow them to move fluently in the offense, and you're not giving up anything by having them on the floor defensively. Kemba is a defensive liability. Fournier is a defensive liability. Kemba had to be sat in the beginning of the season because you couldn't have him, Fournier, and Randall on the floor at the same time. Like
you still
can't do it. So put the kids out there. They give you two perimeter defenders that we need, stops the ball at the point of attack, give our guys a chance on defense. And then offensively, RJ hit a game winner. I heard Uncle Freezy saying earlier that it was just more than 3 points by hitting that shot. That was his garden moment. Let RJ have more garden moments. You understand me? Like the guys that he get compared to, and some people will say he's a bust, is because he's not having a year like John Morant or Zion's first season. Is because RJ wasn't the focus of the offense. But he has to be now because you can't put it all on Randall because we've seen what happens when you put that kind of weight on that boy's shoulders.
Yeah, he crumbles.
Exactly. So you put those two young guys out there with Mitch because McBride is going to find Mitch. McBride looks to throw Mitch alley-oops. He looks to get people involved. When he has an opportunity to shoot, he can. He's not consistent, but he's better than Elfrid Payton for sure.
Right. And and Chuck, thank you for that. Another thing, you made me think of something where, I've seen teams with the best players on the planet move the ball around and involve everybody in their offense. And it was and against Boston, for example, there was seriously mad plays where Emmanuel Quickly and Julius Randle were playing patty cake with the basketball. And everybody just stands around. And it's so easy to play and it's so predictable for the defense because you only got two guys out on the same part of the strong side moving the ball around. It don't make no sense to me. And it's been done numerous times this season and last season as well. Big Beans, what you got, brother?
Well, what I think about the situation is like, it's just crazy because it's so much, man. It's so much we can do, but it's so little time. Like, I don't know, man. Like, come back to me, man. Come back to me.
Okay, no problem. So just to put the question back, my question was that seeing that we have downtrended in offensive production or just production as a whole as a team this season from last season, do we feel that will be a continuing trend, or do we feel that there is some upside, and if so, why? Sam, go ahead. I want to leave you last for Hardwood. That's why.
You said, can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I caught the end of it.
Oh no, it's all good. I was saying that due to the dip and the production that I showed, right? Is that something that we could see continuing as a downward trend, and or if there is upside to that, why?
I honestly think that if, like I said, I don't see anything turning around unless these guys find a way to find some consistency in their game. I don't really care what aspect it is, but something needs to go up because, like you said, we're seeing everything regress. It's not just one area. We're seeing multiple areas of these guys' game. It don't matter who we critique. Multiple areas of these guys' game is inconsistent or it's going down. It's digressing. So we need to see some form of uptick in one of those categories. I don't care if it's like if we're talking about Randall, for instance. I don't care if it's points, turnovers, something you need to do to show us that you have some type of uptick with consistency for me to feel any type of confidence that this team is going to turn around. If they're going the same rate they are now, where it's, we're going to have one good game as a team out of the 5 games, then yeah, we're going down, and I don't see us even making the plan.
I got you, Sam. Thank you. Hard Will, let's go, baby.
Well, it's going to be hard to turn it around. They had a lot of opportunities. I mean, we didn't play early on. We didn't really play that great last season, but these adjustments that we see, and I feel like they have to see these things, or some coaches just want to be blind to some things for other reasons, and that's how I be feeling when it comes to, like, you don't take advantage of Mitch all the time when he got a mismatch or something that works. All of a sudden we go the opposite way. You know what I mean? Like, I never seen basketball like that. Like,
so erratic.
Yeah, like it's like they don't even know how to play simple basketball. Like, this person just made a play. Why he don't have the ball back? Not saying he got to keep shooting, but when somebody scores or make a play, they're supposed to have the ball again. That's why, like, for example, we said about Lance Stevenson. You watch how he playing, they obviously seen right away he should be getting minutes, and look what's happening. You know what I mean? So it's like, man, I don't think it's going to really change unless people involved change, and that's not going to happen overnight. And I've been saying go with the developing side, which is playing these guys like Chuck just said. I'm big on that, and that's basically what we got to do. So in a few years from now, we can see our team really competing the way we want. Everybody's not going to be here, I think, but I don't think it's going to be much of a change. I'm not going to say we, not going to make the playoffs or not even the play-in.
Right.
I'm going to say at least the play-in. I got that much hope in them. You know what I'm saying? Because, they pull things out like the Boston game. So it's hard to predict our team. Y'all got to be honest about that. And that's how I be feeling, like one certain piece or a couple moves, and this whole team could be fixed. But you got to remember, the coach stagnates a team, or the front office stagnates a team. Because it's enough players on the team. Your job is to put the right unit together. If you didn't start out with the right unit, your job is to fix that. You know what I'm saying? That's your job. So they say it's a lot of stuff is falling on the tips. You know what I mean? If you ask me, because once you start losing, you got to adjust to how you lost. And then you move things around. And then if you see that's not working, you definitely got to be building on new pieces that's gonna work eventually,
He's the
regardless if
captain of the
you're gonna
ship.
be here or not. Regardless if you're gonna be here or not. Because Tibbs got to think like this. Not saying he's gonna be in our front office or anything, but you love the Knicks. Don't just force feed this situation, man. That's how it's looking to me. Keep it real with yourself, Tibbs. Come on, man. Let these young guys play out there, like Chuck said. You brought Grimes here. You brought McBride here. Let them dudes go out there and play D on the wings. And you know what I'm saying? If we're gonna go somewhere, then do it. I'm like that with it. If you're gonna go further with it, I'm with you. And I'm gonna pass it with that.
I got you. Thank you, Harville.
No doubt.
I think at the end of the day, I think for me personally, I don't see anything changing either. I think Tibbs has had a long history of repetitive cycles and patterns. And we're seeing the same thing manifest right before our eyes in his third coaching stint. Okay, if you look at exactly what happened now, D Rose, he gets a caveat for that. But even still, like even without D Rose, it was still the same trend. Minnesota had the same trend, and now we're seeing the same trend this season as well. And one of the contributors of that is that people just feel that he plays a short rotation, too many minutes, and the practices are too grueling and long. And that players, after amount of time, they mentally, emotionally, and spiritually just check out after a while. So I kind of see the same things going on. I see the same bad signs with the front office that I've seen for the last 20 years. And I feel that this will continue to happen. And I hope not. I hope I'm wrong.
You agree with me now with the narrative that I've been preaching for the past couple months, that Tibbs has a trend with each one of these teams. I've been saying it. And now we're
I have an
starting to see it.
article. I have an article I'm going to show you, and shout out to Stephen Fox for giving me that article. Shout out to Sports 5 TV as well. Yeah, you know, and I had known this before by the article, but I like how they did it, and so I'll send it to you, and you can see that too. Big Beans. Before we move on, what you got, brother?
Yeah, I was thinking like I listened to what y'all saying, and I can't really blame it all on Tibbs. Let me tell you why. Because if Randall was the same person or even a little better than he was last year, would we be in this situation? That's how I look at it. Now, Randall, his body language and all that shovels down to the little people, the stuff that he's doing, a lot of the stuff he wasn't doing last year. Yeah, he was complaining to the refs. He's been doing that. We know that's his MO, but not playing defense and not showing that aggression and that passion, I think that dwindles down on the team, man. So I blame it on our number one go-to guy. Word, like I can't put it all on Tibbs, because Tibbs is just he making sure you coming out here trying to give 100% effort, and he's giving you a game plan. If you can't execute that, then that's on the team. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't really put it all on Tibbs. Like he gets a part of it though, because he's not doing mid-game adjustments and the little 7, 8 man rotations and all that. But it's still on the players, man, no matter what, man. And our leader, our leading man that we thought was our leading man is just not it. So I got to put more on him than I do Tibbs, and that's just me.
Okay, Beans. So, I'm not debating with you. We're just building here. But I will say this, though. Tibbs enables Julius Randle to do some of the things that he does. And I'll give you a perfect example. There's many games where I see Julius Randle 40 feet away from the basket trying to dribble break down the best on-ball defenders in this game. Guys like Drew Holiday. I see them try to do it last night in Boston. Like those things now. And me as a coach, I have to say, and especially me knowing, and Freezy brought out the demographic not too long ago, we're saying that we saw the trend of Julius operating more from inside to outside last year, as opposed to this year, he's operating more from outside to inside. So me as a coach, I have to see that, and I have to make the proper adjustments and tell Julius Randle, hey, Julius, look, listen, we could do that with you sometimes, but let's incorporate this, and especially what we did last year, because we feel you'll be more effective. Do you believe that it could be that as well?
Okay, let me answer that real quick.
Yeah, that could be part of it. But how I also look at it is Julius Randle is the star player on the team, and really ain't nobody close. If you look at any team, the star player get different preferences than everybody else. You get treated different. That's just how sports is. So you might be able to do something and get away with it when you the star player on the team. You get benefits like that, and that's just the world. That's just how it goes. Any star player, any sport, you get away with more and you do what you want to do, especially when there's nobody else on your talent level really on the team.
But throughout the course of history of the NBA, because I don't watch other sports, I only watch NBA. I've noticed that coaches that hold their star players accountable turn out most of the time to be very successful, and that's because
I was going to say he's not maximizing his potential. Pardon me, D. I was going to say he's not maximizing his potential, if you ask me.
And that's because you see, you have to start from the top to the bottom. So if my best player has bought in and is going to take full accountability, now my second guy is, now my third guy is, now my fourth guy is, and now my 15th guy is. You see what I'm getting at?
I hear you.
Agree.
Yes, I understand that. But besides Greg Popovich holding Tim Duncan accountable, name me one more coach that you know that do that.
I think Steve Kerr holds his guys accountable. Absolutely.
Like hold them accountable, like take them out the game or scream on them, bark on them, that type of shit.
He's done it. There's times where he sat Curry for like most of the quarter because he threw like straight 3 turnovers, and just sat him, and he was running the options with different. Yeah, I seen it, bro.
All right, if you seen it, that's
a lot of coaches
understandable.
like that. They don't come across that they don't be even Curry though, but
on a consistent basis, have y'all seen that? Hardwell, Chuck, anybody else seen that?
Throughout the league, no, and that's why, like, you know, there's only like a couple of teams that are successful from year to year. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying just because of that, but I'm just saying it does play a part, though.
Eric Spoelstra, because he did it to LeBron. LeBron didn't like it, and they were trying to get rid of Spoelstra and have Pat Riley come down. Pat Riley said, "Nah, Spoelstra's our guy. Take it."
Monty Williams too.
Yep. I see Greg Popovich do it.
But what I was gonna say is Tibbs is not maximizing his talent level because you didn't watch the game. You didn't when you watched the game last time. You heard the commentator say, yeah, Julius Randle's playing the point forward." Like, yo, bro, like I'm not saying like he can't dribble, but he's not, to me, he's not a good point forward. And for Tibbs to succeed like that, to me, he thinks it works and it doesn't. Another coach will use Julius Randle way better because, you know, regardless, like D said, right? When you looked at his shot chart, it was way more, even those little corner shots when he was hitting those little turnaround, a lot of stuff on the baseline, shots he don't take in the paint anymore, right? Another coach would just put him there, set him up there. It's not like we can't get the ball up. You get him the ball where he's most dominant at, then that proves right there you're using him better. We ain't saying he can't take no jumpers. His game is from outside in. Like you said, Kemba couldn't play with him. That's the reason why. Because Kemba need the ball in his hand. Just like Fournier not looking good. Because he need the ball in his hand. You know what I'm saying? So I think Julius Randle. Go ahead, Beans.
Now, what I wanted to rebuttal is real quick is I understand that, but you still got to look at it too. He's the star player, my G. You don't want Julius mad and then he backshifted. Now he upstairs talking to management trying to get you fired. You understand what I'm saying?
And you know what, Beans, and it's a thing where I always say where like you can never point the finger at one place. I think it's both of them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's not just Tibbs, it's not just Randle. I think they've both done a great job of creating this mess so far. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I told you the phone calls off season, yo, we gonna do it again. Don't worry, you got the point forward. But the cat is out the bag now, bro. We gotta have another move to counter. That's not working. Yeah. Get the ball up. Get Randle in the positions where he's most dominant at. That's what we supposed to do. But we not. It's the same thing from him getting the ball up there. But when he's in the paint, he's great. He's getting good rebounds. It's just when you look at his stats, it's turnovers. It's turnovers, and he taking a lot of shots. It seemed like he always got 6 for 16 a lot, 5 for. It's around those type like numbers, man. So I'm hoping he picked that up, bro. But he needs help. He needs help, and at the end of the day, if he don't get help or they don't change the strategy of where he's trying to get off at, it's wearing him down, and that's why it's the coach's problem. Because another good point is, if I'm your best scorer and I'm not a guard, I'm a forward, and he's not like KD or somebody, right? So you want him to bring the ball down and then get a bucket, like that? That to me, that don't look like basketball.
Nah,
you know
everybody.
And do it be looking like that sometimes? I'm just saying in reference to what I see, because we need him to score. So get him the ball in his positions where he's most dominant. That's all. That's what coaches do, I thought.
Or use your options so now the defense is not just concentrated on Julius Randle every damn possession.
That's why he gets off. When RJ had the big game and they couldn't worry about him. They had to switch their defense and worry about RJ. Then now Julius is cooking up. That's what we have to do. That's why
Mitch is one of our most athletic centers in the league, and I can count the times on the fingers of my hand where he's used as a lob threat in the half court.
I see that too. I agree. Well, we don't take advantage of everything in reference to that too. Taking advantage in general of everything we have. This is the problem why we are where we are right now.
Well, I think RJ should for the ball handling, you know what I mean, situations, man. I think that'll work out good. But listen, man, I think RJ should have the ball more. I think should stop trying to be a pal of a LeBron. Like, there's a lot of shit, man. There's a lot of things to break down, man. Catch my show this week live with Baked Beans, man, on Blonde and Tears.
The camera gonna be up too. Y'all get to see
camera action.
Yeah.
Salute everyone.
What's up, Angelo?
What's up?
Hey, Beans, can I run your joint real quick? I like it, bro. It's dope. It make me laugh, bro. Let me just run it real quick.
Run it.
You are watching Live with Baked Beans. You're not actually watching Baked Beans right now, but I like the soundbite on that though. Yo, I hear y'all, man.
Front office is trash. They're trash. It's front office. I'm sorry. I've been hearing everything everybody's saying. I agree with you, D, as usual. I agree with you, Hardwell, all the guys in the chat. I mean, you can't do this halfway, what they're doing with this team. You know, either you're going to do a full-on rebuild, and then, or you're going to go, or you're going to ship it. I mean, you should ship out all these vets. Just play the young guys at this point, because we aren't going anywhere. I hope we make the playoffs. I don't think we're going to make the playoffs. I really don't. I don't see it because they're too inconsistent. How can we say that they're going to do anything? I mean, they're worse than last season. Yeah. They look good. You know, we had a little miracle run. I just don't see us getting better. Where do I see us getting better? What is the upside of this team this year? Outside of maybe McBride, you want to say Grimes, but we barely getting to see them play. You can't blame Tibbs totally, I guess. But what you're saying, D, all along, too, and everybody, you know, how he runs this team, there's a lot to question. A lot of flaws with this coach, a ton of them. But what are we doing now, like this year? Where are we going? What direction are we going? We don't know. I have no clue. This front office doesn't look good at all. They don't. They didn't make the right moves, fit the right pieces from last season. What did they do good for this team this season? What? But you can't. There is no promising thing right now outside of some of the young guys. That's it. But we barely see them play.
They got a trick up their sleeve. They about to make a knockout the park move.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna trade off everything.
The PR's gonna chef that up. The PR's gonna chef that up.
And you know what, Angelo? To answer your question, we do have a direction. Tibbs is shored up his rotation to 7 to 8 guys, maybe 9. Right? They're gonna play 35 plus minutes. And we're going to grind to the hardest to make a play-in possible playoff berth.
Yes, sir.
That's where we're going.
We get swept in the first round.
Yeah, I want to see that pain, depression for the next season. I mean, come on, man. It's horrible. It's just like it's depressing.
Yo, Leon, hey, and people are saying like Pudge Nice. That's our guy. Like Pudge Nice, right? Says Leon got to make a splash, but we know this front office is anti-splash.
Yeah, I agree. They don't do nothing.
Trickle.
Yeah, they don't splash, bro. Think about what you saw at the draft. Did they move up to get a dynamic player to go in between?
They did nothing in the draft. They screwed up the draft.
Yo, Freezy, that's what hurt me the worst. When I sat there and I say, what are we really doing? Then when they got what they got, no disrespect to McBride or Grimes, but man, bro,
I get you, man.
Yeah, so you're telling me y'all don't remember the splash they made last year?
They always screw up in the draft. They always screw it up. They always manage to do something to screw something up. The Knicks, they always do it. The front office, they always screw something up.
They traded back. They gave a pick to get. I say, yo, this is crazy.
Yeah, man.
I said, okay, you know what I said to myself when I saw that? I said, okay, they setting up to make a bigger move.
Right.
Yep.
Yo, they didn't give us nothing.
Right.
There's nothing.
I say, yo, they about to bring over Lillard or somebody. Just be patient with them. They're gonna bring it.
What I thought they were gonna do, I ain't gonna lie to you.
That's what I told myself that day, Freezy, to calm myself down.
Yeah,
bro.
I had to talk myself off the ledge because what I
Oh
thought
my
the
God.
play was.
I just remembered exactly what I told myself.
I still got a hole in my wall.
Right,
Bro, that's why I know I'm never gonna trick myself about them guys again, bro. And when they come back with something, better be good, bro. Cause I know they fooled me good, man.
You know what? So what I thought they were gonna do is draft a high upside wing and a high upside big to go with quickly in RJ and Obi, right? Because at the end of the day, if you drafted a high upside big and a high upside wing, you could have played all 5 of your young players on the court at the same time.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Because with Obi at the 4, your high upside big at the 5, right? Your high upside wing at the 3, RJ at the 2, quickly at the point.
See, that would have been crazy. And that's why you gotta blame what they trying to do and what we really could do with this lineup, because it would be different if we wouldn't be doing what we're doing right now. Just a coach could have us in a better position, and I believe that, because it's gonna have a lot to do with believing and just building up, seeing something that you could see better next year, and you don't know what you will get, really, because Tibbs had to play these guys because of COVID. And that's why we had the luxury of seeing some of these minutes, NBA minutes, for some of these guys. I hate to say thank God for COVID, but thank God these guys got a chance to play. I can say that.
Oh, yeah, but we needed to sign Noel, who's been nothing but injury.
Yeah. Hey, D'Angelo, that was the
you know that, Sam. You know it.
Yeah, that's the home run, D'Angelo. Come on.
Yeah, come on. Come on.
That's how home run
And then they
signing.
gave us Kemba.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Listen, let me get out of here. I got to get to my day. I got to eat and all that. Y'all have a good day. Y'all have a blessed day.
All right, boss.
Okay.
All right, D.
Hey, D, great job, bro.
I appreciate it, Freezy. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, man.
I appreciate it, y'all. And thank you for you guys' takes as well. What do you call it? Real quick before I leave, who y'all got tonight? Real quick.
What you mean? Knicks by 40. That's
my bad.
Knicks all day.
Yeah, Knicks by 40.
Knicks all day.
Look, they better win because the stuff about to get real, and they need this week.
Yeah, we
San
only
Antonio lost last night too. So
yeah,
I don't know.
we only want a soft tank in theory.
Right.
We only want a soft tank in theory, bro.
I'm gonna be honest. I got Knicks by 15. Though, if I'm being realistic, if they do what they supposed to do, I got Knicks by 15.
Yeah.
I think we lose by 5.
D'Angelo. Drinking a sip of that pessimism.
Really, I don't see us winning because they lost last night, and I think they lost a tough one yesterday.
Hey,
all right,
you see your compliments in the chat. People
Later,
say you're a great moderator.
I know. I'm with it. I give my blessings. I'm with it. Y'all stay peace.
All right. Yeah, man. Yeah. So we got the Spurs tonight, man. I feel as if this is going to be one of those games where everybody is showcasing stuff that can be moved. Like DeJounte Murray at the Garden is definitely showcasing what he can do to the NBA.
Debut.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And this is the place where a team is coming in limping in. And this is the time where your Obi has got to show something, your RJ has got to show something. You know what I'm saying, to the front office.
I hate to say it, Freezy. I'm at that point now with everything with this front office and everything. Let Dolan step in. Let him step in now because he's getting tired. Yeah, man, I'm tired of this front. I don't like this, man. I had no more patience with this team. What's that?
I said, you that far down the road?
Man, my frustration level, being a Knicks fan all these years, man, I can't anymore. It's just like I don't know. I don't know what to think. I mean, really, the front office is. What do you think? This front office is good?
Oh no. What do you say, Unc, all the time? What's the word you call them?
Inept.
Yeah.
Inept. Yes.
Yeah. And it's not because man, listen, it's not because they're not smart. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not calling them doofuses, right? I'm saying they don't understand things like timing, like when the timing is right.
Yes.
Like with the time, like when the timing is right for you to go out and get a guy. A guy says publicly, "Hey, I'm not happy here. I would love to play in the big market."
Right. They don't have the feel.
Yeah, and the Knicks are like, "Oh, you want to play? What? Did he say he want to play in the big market? Let's trade Quentin Grimes for Donovan Mitchell. See if they'll take that deal."
Yeah.
They ain't taking mess like that, bro. Come on. Rose?
We're down bad right now. I only said the 15 points. Part of me was trolling, but I actually want them to get their stuff together. I don't see the 15 points. That was me trolling, but I think we should win.
Don't back up. You got to be positive. I'm not positive anymore, man. I'm tired of it. Like everybody was saying, like after a while, I just knew it that we weren't going to win in Boston the last game. I just knew it because you just knew they were going to come out. They watched all the highlights with Barrett making that shot. They were going to come out full force at us,
Right.
Well, the problem is too, D'Angelo, is they came at full force and we didn't even bring half a clip. We didn't bring anything to the table.
Right.
When you're shooting that bad from both the field goal and the free throw line, I mean, you're not going to beat anybody like that.
Right.
No, absolutely. I mean, come on. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, just waiting for the boos tonight. That's going to happen with Randall. Those boos are coming down.
Yeah, and if the boo, see, and the thing is if the Knicks are winning and we get booed, it's going to be a weird setting.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
You know what I'm saying? So if we win and say, for instance, if we're winning and they boo Randall every time he touches it.
Think they're gonna do that? I hope they don't do that.
I hope they don't do it neither, but I think they will.
Bro. We don't need that right now.
We don't need it.
If we trying to make a playoff, we gotta clap for that man. Like he
apologized.
That's why I said, that's why I said I'm glad he apologized, bro. So it's gonna be some fans who don't like it, whatever, who don't care about it. I mean, whatever, right? But he did. That's just something you could just move on from because look, he on our team right now, so like leave him alone, let him play.
Right, because I'm gonna turn it into something personal, right? Not personal towards me. I'm just saying persons in general.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, if the Knicks are playing good, like if Randall has 8 points and say he 2 for 4, 2 3-pointers and a couple free throws, something, just whatever. I don't even know if they add up, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And the crowd is booing him because of the thumbs down. Yeah. All it does is validate the reason why Julius Randle gave them the thumbs down in the first place.
And that's not going to help people want to come here either.
Let me tell you,
that's a fact.
If he has a bad game tonight, he is going to get booed. You just feel that's going to happen.
You know what, D'Angelo? I feel like if we lose this game, I'm not even really looking at. I'm looking at Tibbs. I'm not looking at.
No, I agree with you.
I'm looking at Tibbs.
How, man? How you looking at Tibbs?
Huh?
Tibbs didn't put this roster together.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, but he does make some. He's made some bad moves this year, and coaching wise, he has. He hasn't played. Listen, until now, like we're getting to see the young guys play because of the protocol thing. But we've been saying all along, play some of them, a little more minutes, do some, show something. I mean, I'm not. Listen, it is intent. I don't know. But listen, there's a lot there. There's a lot to blame here. You blame the coach too, and with the front office. You can't say that Freezy. He shouldn't get some blame.
Hey, Kaiser, that's a fact. We don't have a bucket on this team. That's a fact.
Yeah, and D'Angelo, to your point though, man. To your point, Tibbs is in the ultimate damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Because if you go all vets, don't play the kids, and you lose, people are gonna be like, "Yo, Tibbs, well, why are you not winning with the vets?" And then, but when you look at the vets, you talking about the vets, Taj Gibson, Nerlens Noel, Evan Fournier. You know what I'm saying? So you like, well, Tibbs need to be fired because he can't win a championship with Nerlens Noel and Evan Fournier, right? But then if you play the kids and you start like the other night, did you see how bad we looked the other night when we played the kids?
Yeah, no.
Oh, we looked terrible. Then you're gonna be like, well, you got to fire Tibbs because he's not a developmental coach. Never mind that there is no Kobe Bryant or
he's working with
James
trash.
Harden.
I think we all can agree on he's working with trash. We all
yeah. And so it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you Tibbs, it's the Knicks fans legit have they have a wanting to turn this thing around, and they frustrated, but they're gonna blame the coach regard. Bro, they blame Tibbs when the Knicks beat the Celtics, and they blame Tibbs because Obi didn't get no minutes.
We had no, but the thing, listen, example here. I forget the team we were just playing. Wait. What's that? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm listening to you.
No, I'm just saying what Tibbs did. This is an example where it just sticks in my head where he started McBride. He pulls him out 5 minutes in the game because he was pissed at him. He looked at him, yelled in his ear, and he sat him down until the fourth quarter with 5 minutes or 4 minutes left to play. Do you tell me that's smart coaching right there? Because he had to, well, I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'm going to yell in your ear and just do it that way.
Was it a close game?
Yeah, I hear you, Chuck, because that's low key. That's kind of what we've been asking for. Maybe we didn't like that he sat him down the whole game, but we wanted it to be more so these teaching moments for the young guys. Maybe that was one of those moments for McBride.
And maybe he said, listen, I'm going to play you, but you better not do this such and such when you go out there.
Man,
and then when he went out there, and then he went out there and did exactly what
he did. Yeah, he did. I'll agree with that. He did.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I don't know for sure, but
we had nobody on it. There was nobody available. It was like everybody was in protocol. I mean, play him. Just play him. I mean, he's going to make his rookie mistakes, for God's sakes. Play him. Don't sit him the whole game. That it still rubs me the wrong way when he did that. But he's the coach. He's coach of the year. Sorry.
Well, I'll say this. I know this. What I'm about to say contradicts my earlier statement. Right now, I feel like yes, you should play Grimes. But in the beginning, if I'm a head coach, you're telling me, a seasoned head coach, that I have to play 5 minutes for a second round guy.
Right.
I gotta make sure the second round guy gets minutes so that he can develop. Nah, your developmental process is sitting there watching, following around one of these vets, and showing me in practice. If you're not doing that, then of course a second rounder. Oh, yo, I got to make time for this second round pick here. Like, yo,
you're right, Chuck.
Wow.
But Chuck, on the other side of the coin, though. Yeah, but Chuck, on the other side of the coin, we're losing. We're not winning.
I understand that we're not winning, and the idea is, or the first thought is to throw something at it to make it better. But guess what? We're throwing the same thing at it. We have a team full of bench players and role players. That is the whole team.
Yep.
No disrespect to RJ Barrett, but RJ Barrett hasn't played like a superstar or a superstar on the rise yet, right? Everybody else is a role player. They go somewhere else. They will be on the bench, hoping to get some minutes, praying to get some minutes. If I'm wrong, then what happened to the two guys that everyone was like, yo, we missed them, and now they are bench players for the Dallas Mavericks. Bench players.
Yeah.
We have
I don't need
bench
Taj
players.
to have an oxygen mask on the court because how many minutes he's getting played. You know, I mean, the guy, it looks like he's great. He is. He's still good. But he's too old to play now, man. The guy looks like he's going to die on the court. Who's he waiting for him to die?
You remember what I said, D'Angelo? D'Angelo, you remember what I said when he checked in that OKC game? I said he checked in the game with his hands on his head. Already. Before he even ran up and down the court, he checked in the game with his hands on his head. You know why he did that? Because Taj is like, man, I signed up to be a leader and a coach off the bench, not somebody who's going to play 30 minutes tonight.
Amen, Sam. Amen. I'm telling you. I see that. And I put Taj is out there playing like 30, 40 minutes. He's ready to collapse on the court. Play Sims. I'm sorry. You know, that's the alternate to what you're saying, Chuck. You know?
I understand what you're saying, but Tibbs is an old hunter. I don't know if you guys go hunting or have been hunting or been with someone who's a hunter. A person that has been hunting a while use the same gun.
I agree with you.
They don't go get 100%. The latest and the newest. They have the gun that has been the most accurate for them. There you go, Sam. Old reliable. Taj is old reliable. That's the only reason. No, that's not the only reason he's getting time. Taj still does things better than some of the young guys. And the young guys obviously are not paying attention to the things that Taj is doing. Yeah. Because if they did, they would average more points and they would be getting more time with setting screens properly, rolling, and being where they're supposed to be defensively. You're right.
That's coaching staff too.
No, that's on a person.
He's saying it's more so on them not being ready to get the minutes because they're not, you know.
If you're not paying attention, if your developmental stage is paying attention, like they don't just throw you on the gun range when you in the military. Like there's a class before that teaching you about your rifle.
And most of the time you walk around with a dummy weapon for like 2 weeks first.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
So you gotta watch. Okay, Taj is setting the picks here. Taj is using his whole body. He's spreading his arms out. Look at his footwork. That's what you should be doing as a rookie, learning from a guy like that, so that when you get your opportunity, that stuff is second nature to you. You know how to set the pick. You know how to roll to the basket. You know when this guy comes across the middle. Okay, I'm supposed to let him go so the small forward can get it. I have to. My main priority is to protect the paint. Like guys aren't doing that. Guys aren't doing that.
Well, then they make Taj a coach. Then they make him a coach on the side.
You know what, Chuck? I agree with that too, because from that perspective, that's what we've been saying and preaching everybody on the panel for the past few weeks is that Taj is the best screener on the team. And
he is.
Seeing Taj out there getting 20 minutes a night, we still aren't seeing the other big set picks like that. And they're watching Taj out there. They see it in practice. So they should know by now how to set an accurate pick. We're still seeing guys, I hate to do it to him, but Mitch, who just throws his arms out there. I know y'all
Mitch just throws butt at the player.
He throws his arms or his buttocks at him, and then he rolls to the basket. Taj sets a legal solid
Mitch, what kind of screen is that?
Yeah.
That's like...
And then just to add on this, and then I'm gonna be done with Taj. Another thing that he does, even though he's gassed after the 5 minutes, is he gets position under the basket. That's why you see Taj get those tip outs and he gets those tip in baskets under the basket because he's getting positioning. We got some guys they're afraid to even box out.
Right.
And just real quick before we wrap up, man, Manchild said it best. Manchild was like, IQ always laugh at Tibbs when he yelling at him. And and I thought I was the only person that noticed. But Tibbs be screaming to the top of his lungs at Quickly, and Quickly, instead of putting his head down, he closed the gap. He like get closer to him and like put it lean in. Yeah, it's crazy.
You know what he's doing, Freezy? He's keeping his calm by doing that, and he's enjoying the game instead of just taking it and getting. Oh man, he's down.
Kind of smart, yeah. Smart.
That's a good way to approach it. I'd approach it like that, honestly.
But I saw 2 games, right? I saw one live and one on TV, right? Not in total, but I'm just saying, just in general, where when Tibbs had came out after halftime and everybody was warming up, Quickly was standing next to Tibbs asking questions, right? and so you like, and so you like, you know, where's Obi at? And you see Obi in a layup line doing Obi stuff. Right. I saw Obi in Charlotte doing, like, you know how you come back at halftime? Obi was doing his 360s.
Working on with it, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And you look at Quickly, and Quickly is like over at the sideline talking to Tibbs. And this ain't no made up cap. This is for real. We saw it. A bunch of us saw it together. Me, Uncle Fulio, Rob the Knicks. So we saw all of this stuff. We was like, yo, okay. Like Derrick Rose is aloof, bro. All the times I've seen Derrick Rose play basketball, he's always been away from everybody else. Not saying that he's a mean person. No, but you know, some people just need to be away in order for them to get themselves together.
But I like Rose. Yeah, he's good. But they're gonna have to do something. I don't know. What do you think? So tonight, I know you're gonna end it now, Freezy. But we think we're getting a win tonight or what, Freezy?
Yeah, I think we win about 40.
Nah, right.
I'm a troll, but I'm a seriously go with, just because I'm trolling and I'm trying to be, positive. I'm gonna go with 15, only because of the fact that we beat them bad last time when we actually were on our stuff.
Right. You bet 15. I say we lose by 5. So
lose by 5. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, hey, everybody, I'm gonna get out of here, man, so I can get some sleep and get something to eat, so I can get up and watch this game. Been up all night, man. Hopefully we won't be tested by the Spurs. Yeah, I don't want this game to be a test, bro, because this is one of the games on our schedule that we pointed at 2 weeks ago that we felt like was a winnable game, and so I really don't want to get tested in this game. You know how sometimes a win feels like a loss.
Yeah, like a tough win. Yeah.
I don't want to have that feeling tomorrow morning when we come on. Bro.
Solid win.
That's like when we beat the G League team the other night. It's like, you know what I mean, but barely. Or our bench had to do it. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for being down on it. I just, I want them to win tonight, of course. I'm hardcore there, but I'm just so sick of it.
One win could change our direction, though.
Yeah.
So.
And D'Angelo, be yourself, bro. We don't.
No. I hear you, brother. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah. Yeah. This ain't like the Michael K show. One day this will be the Michael K show. One day this will be the Michael K show, just not today. You know what I'm saying? So everybody, thank y'all for coming through. Everybody, great job.
Later, Will.
You did a great job playing the two for us. You and D Ball and y'all great backcourt, man. Everybody else, man, y'all did great. Chuck, your points Chuck is like our 3-point sniper. He just jump in every once in a while.
He's good,
man. And throw in a banger.
Well, shout out to Chuck.
Yeah, man.
My Nick.
Chuck.
My Nick.
Man. Yeah, man. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get out here.
Shout out wait. Shout out to the chat. Let's go tonight, Knicks. 100. Talk to you later, bro.
Later.
I come in like quickly. I'm the glue guy.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Later.
Yo, Freeze.